All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, everybody. It is Wabaline here, or Waba for short. I hope indeed you guys are having a fantastic morning, afternoon, and evening. Episode 1 of Walk Down Memory Lane. And here I have Will-O-Wisp. Wisp, hello there.
Hi guys, hi everybody. My name is willxoxwisp. I am your friendly ghost light mimic.
Yeah. And so today we're gonna go through. We have we got some questions to get through. Quite a lot because we got, let's say, at least 7 expansions worth, and then we gotta talk about 8 because 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. The list goes.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah. Alrighty. So just to let y'all know, you're more than welcome to join us in the on the plot that's listed on the pin. But with that, we'll get ahead and get a little bit started here. So we're going to start with some introductory questions here, so that kind of get people they get an idea of how you words are hard. Uh, with 14, how I've heard about that sort of stuff. So, number one, how did you hear about Final Fantasy 14?
Well, let's see. I was a junior in high school, and my friend that I made was already playing it before I was, and she kind of introduced it to me. It was something that I never ever played before. I never really played games as a kid, so I played ones that my cousins had. But once I found Final Fantasy 14, I had to start playing.
Ah, so, and what was there something that kind of like entranced? Was it just like maybe the graphical style, the music? Was there something that kind
The
of like stuck out?
graphics, the story, like the storyline is beautiful. Character creations are so well thought out. Uh, Compared to other games that I've seen over the years, the graphics were a whole lot better, and they're even a little better now. But they were good back then too.
Ah, yeah, especially considering the time period and all that. There definitely some improvement. I definitely agree with that. So the next thing I do want to ask is 14, from the sounds of things, I would assume that 14 happens to be your first MMO.
It is. It is my very first MMO.
How did it?
Uh,
Yeah, good.
it's actually my saving grace game. Uh, took me out of a dark spot, so it's actually my first MMO and my love for gaming.
That's awesome. But like, has it also led you into other MMOs by chance, or is it just like you just stuck with 14?
Well,
Like,
I mainly stuck with 14, but I've tried other MMOs, like I believe Once Human is technically one.
oh, okay.
Um, and I've spotted a little bit of WoW, but okay on WoW. I think I'd rather stick with the Final Fantasy 14.
That's absolutely fair. It's just like I said, all the MMOs out there, they're all different. So like, each one will always like pique an interest somewhere for someone, that kind of thing. So it's not everybody's like cup of tea. So next I have to ask is, um, what happens to be your favorite race in 14?
Oh gosh. Well, I've actually tried all of them, but I'd say higher already being a human. I would say that's not my top.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
God, who wants to
I'd
play
have
who many
to
games?
say Vieira would probably be my top pick because I was waiting for that race to come out so long.
Hmm. Okay. All right. Um. If you still, it looks like right now you play Aura. So if you swap back to Viera, would that be something you still continuously would play, or do you just like to
Oh
swap?
yeah, I like to swap. I am a Fantasia mess around kind of girl. I will spend money on Fantasias. I cannot. I'm
Yeah,
guilty.
yeah, I'm in the boat of I have loved my Aura and I cannot swap back ever since I gotten to the point that now it's like instilled with me. Um, you know, I've been like ever since I found the right thing for my Aura, I just played her since, and the only time I've changed is when I did giveaways and stuff like that. But for the most part, I've always went back to this immediately.
The main race I played before, like Auron, Vieira, and Rothgar were a thing,
Mm-hmm.
was probably Lalafell, honestly.
Okay.
I was a mini demon.
Ah, okay. You know, a lot of fells. I know I played that briefly, and well, I actually played that for quite a bit in Heaven's Ward, because I had a free company. It was a bunch of Lalafells. We were static as well, and so I just jumped in the fray. And guess what? You had like 8 Lalafells all raiding in Alexander.
It's a beautiful thing. We would even have Lalafell parades
Oh my,
all through Eorzea.
like hell yeah! Especially when I think they had one in Oceania a while back. I think it was Oceania. I could be
Yeah.
wrong. I know they had like a big Lalafell march, and I think it was on Oceania, but I could be wrong. So
They
next,
are
yeah,
drunk.
yeah, yes. I, thankfully though, I've been able to avoid that for now. For now. So next up on the list I have is, what job did you have to start off of in 14?
Well, okay. Hear me out. Since it's my first MMO, I didn't know what tanks were. I didn't know what DPS was. I didn't know what healing was. I saw a pretty sharp sword and shield, and I was like, I want that one. I want to be a knight.
Knight. Yes. Please, let me protect my friend. Or it's like, just more like, let me just... I might protect my friends at this, but this looks cool.
It was shiny. And so I chose Paladin to
Mm-hmm.
start off with. I switched immediately after first dungeon in Sastasha.
Okay.
I didn't realize the rules were that way.
Yeah, and you know, when the best thing I always say that kind of when it comes down to it is definitely learning and just having to adjust for next time, kind of thing. That's what I was doing when I was, because I also started off on Paladin, but I stuck with Paladin all the way through in a Rumbleborn.
For those who are listening and who's your first MMOs, if you ever play one, don't let people ruin your fun. I let somebody ruin my fun because they said I was a bad tank, and I changed from Paladin to Bard immediately.
Aww. It's like one of those, come on now. Look at, like, everyone's got to start somewhere. Yeah, to those people,
dungeon.
you know, some people have, you know, those people that were saying you were a bad tank had to start from somewhere. God. So obviously I would say the next question I actually had afterwards is, you still play the job or not? From the considerers, it sounds like you're not. What do you usually play nowadays?
I play Pictomancer.
No.
I tend to change with the times. I play almost all the new DPS for the majority parts, but I have my favorites.
Yeah. See, I was always a tank main throughout everything, and then at one point they showed Viper, and though I wanted Corsair secretly in Dawn Trail, having Viper was still like the best thing. After seeing what it could do, I was like, oh my god, Twin Blades, sign me up. It's my class now. Sign me up.
Well, back then, whenever I started first playing out, all right, so I lived out in the countryside, so my internet was not the best. So the reason why I chose Bard in the first place was to be out of range of a lot of the attacks. Because
yes.
my lag time was terrible, and I would end up getting hit even though it showed I was out of the AoE.
That never fun. Never fun. I think I played like on a laptop back in the day, and it struggled at times to do certain things. And I think at one point I did switch to PS4 because my laptop just couldn't keep up. So
I was on HughesNet on a PS3. Worst internet you could possibly get.
Ew my.
I was set up for a disaster.
Oh no, that would probably do it right there, huh? Yeah. When you have the bad internet, you're like, huh. So, so the next, yeah. So the next question I have for you is, uh, in content-wise, what do you tend to focus on? Like, let's say, for example, do you do all the raids? Do you do PvP? Triad?
Well, I love story. I focus. I have like two accounts. This is my main, which I mainly focus on story. I like the funny content too. So if y'all haven't played the Hildebrand story, please go play it. It is hilarious. Um, my other account is focused on PvP and just being a nuisance. I'm a little fill on that one, and I go and attack people's ankles.
That sounds great. Just go, alright, here we go. Do this now. Yeah, I pretty much do almost everything. Like, I would definitely say my least kind of favorite content, though it started to slowly grow on me, is crafting and gathering. It's slowly growing on me, and that's just more because I have friends that really love the crafting and gathering scene, so it's kind of pushed me a bit to start doing a little more crafting and gathering myself. But I am always a raider first and foremost.
I
But
don't
I
do
do
a
love
lot
my
of raiding
story.
because I don't have a raid group, sadly. So I haven't really done a lot of raiding.
Oh, yeah. I I always try to invite people want to jump in because I do it through, well, for nowadays I do it through Party Finder just because I find it more like my my pace and I just go kind of thing. So that's just why I could do all that. Um, but yeah, like I mean, I still love story. That's like the other thing. Like I love a lot about this game, but there are some things, of course, I go into detail about that I'm not a big fan of. But yeah,
I mean,
um,
there's always time for that. There's always
yeah,
time.
exactly. All right, so we are actually done with our little introductory section. Um, just because I know neither of us really played 1.0, we're gonna kind of just briefly talk about 1.0 with a couple things. I kind of want to know, do you remember, well, there we go. Hit the next little thing for 1.0 questions. Have you heard about anything in 1.0? Like, have you heard about any stories that you might have?
Well, I actually had some friends back then that were actually who did play 1.0.
Hmm.
Uh, so they were telling me about the stories, and they would even show me the scenes of the meteor actually coming down whenever they were getting ready for it. Uh, it was crazy. Actually seeing it happen in game was something because they said they taped the whole thing because they were already informed that it was just going to destroy the entire game. So they
Hmm.
were literally sitting on the rooftops and out there in the fields just watching this thing basically come barreling down at the whole entire game itself.
Oh.
And then
Oh.
once the meteor hit, blackout, and then Realm Reborn suddenly shows up on the screen.
Oh, wow. That must have been like, for them, that must have been like, whoa. Like, oh, dang.
They said it was terrible. They
It's
said
terrible?
it was a bad game.
I mean, I
Uh,
meant whoa as in like they saw the effect and all that towards the end, not the
well,
game
yes, they
itself.
saw.
Yeah.
Well, they saw it was a bad. Like they saw the effect happen, but they were saying that it needed the reboot because of how like bad the mechanics were and everything like that. Like some things they would like instantly like lag or like like things weren't connecting right. The
Hmm.
balance was off. They would tell me so many stories.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, like, I know one of the reasons also, like, I've heard, that basically with 1.0 as well is that, like, it took up a lot of GPU. Uh, it was very difficult to run. I remember playing on I played it briefly, and I played it on my dad's computer back then. And as I said I've kind of mentioned this, and I'll mention it a few times probably, is I played up to Lance to level 7, Black's at level 3, and then that was it. But of course, the time I was picking up and trying the game, I was already kind of dealing with stuff in high school, trying to focus on my career choices and whatnot. So I really didn't really have time to really like focus on another MMO. So if I really wanted to go back, I'll just go back to playing Final Fantasy 11 because I was really big into that. So, um, I definitely remember how slow it was, like clicking a button to like for my character to react. It felt like it was taking forever. I'm like, dude, I'm hitting this button like 10 times. Attack, hit, like do something, please.
That's what my friend was having such issue with. I was watching him try to play, and I was just like, I felt like I was grinding my teeth waiting for anticipation as they're fighting something, and I'm
And
like,
I was
I
like,
don't know what's going to happen.
is it gonna happen? Is the thing gonna do a thing? And doesn't. Um. So, but yeah, it's definitely one of those that experiences that I always want to bring up 1.0, and for people, the reason I'm bringing it up is because that's where the game did start. It started in 2010. We know that we did get a Realm Reborn, but it's very important to also acknowledge the game's big struggle point. And so that's why I bring up the questions and see who, you know, if people have heard the stories or have watched people play it. Um, so kind of wanted to get your thoughts and input on that.
Well, it is amazing to see where this game has come from, hearing
Oh,
all the stories, seeing it happen, and
yeah.
kind of getting a gist of where it was and now where it
Uh-huh.
is amazing to me, and it thrills me to see what is coming for the future.
Oh, it's so good. I'm really proud of what 14's become over the long period. All right.
It's probably my
Yeah.
favorite game in the whole world. I
Oh,
won't lie.
hell yeah. All right. Now, since we obviously didn't really have much about 1.0, we're going to be jumping into 2.0. Going to take a little bit of a breather, drink some water, stuff like that, before we begin, because we do have a bit ahead of us. And want you guys to watch a little thing while we're waiting for that. So, I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, you're on top of me. Hold on. Oh, no. I have to
Wait,
change this.
what happened? Oh
Uh,
gosh.
oh, God. I didn't
Oh,
switch the thing proper. So you were like, your fuse was on top. I was like, oh, we fused together. Oh, dear.
we're, we're hiding.
It's fine.
Speak
I
up.
know. This is great, dude. Yes, and we're probably going to have more of those now, because I think each slide is going to have the same exact problem. So congratulations, guys. Welcome to the scuff.
Yay, blue
I,
stuff.
of course,
Blue
I
stuff.
knew scuff was going to happen, but you know what? That's the important part. We fix it for next time. All right,
What's
so
funny is, well,
yeah,
but me and you have the same color palette.
yeah, we do. So,
Yay, blue stuff.
yep. All right, so we are now into a Rumble Born. Obviously, this is where me and Wiz both have begun. So for me, um, I played since Beta Phase 2. Just to give you guys an idea, like exactly when Beta Phase 2 came out, and that's when they were testing controller. And I just remember basically when you hit A, it acted like X, and if I hit B, it acted like Y. It was like, so the controls were inverted on my Xbox controller. So when I was trying to do things, I was literally hitting Y as A and X as B. Because it's for some reason the programming had it set up to where the controls were inverted. And I wasn't the only one with that problem, because like I say, there was a few people posting about that that said, yeah, inverted controls. Huh, how am I
Yeah.
playing this game, man? So, now let's go down that nice little rabbit hole. So we obviously heard that 1.0 was a nightmare. So,
Oh God.
uh, obviously you've heard about the game much later on. What were your expectations going to 2.0? I know we kind of probably touched about it earlier, but like, was there any kind of um, was there like excitement? Was there doubt because maybe there was something in 2.0 in that like you heard about what happened with 1.0 that might have got you skeptical of 2.0?
I was gonna say, I think I was nervous. Like I was nervous it was going to be a repeat, if anything. They said they were going to take, the knowledge they had from 1.0 and apply it to 2.0, Realm Reborn, but we weren't sure what that actually, meant. So once it actually came out, we were kind of like all blown away. It felt like a whole different kind of game. Like it wasn't the same thing.
Yeah, no, definitely it surprised me. Even though I was playing through the beta, because when I first got introduced to it with the beta, I was skeptical about it because I remember hearing a lot of bad things about 1.0. And when my ex brought up that they were doing a beta testing and wanted to jump on board with it, I wasn't sure if I really wanted to because I was like, I heard bad things about. I don't know what to expect for 2.0. And when I picked it up to do the beta test, I was surprised. It's like, you know what? This has got potential. This has got potential to be good. Obviously, let's try to help them get in that the right direction to be a good game. And that's why it was. And honestly, it was my very first beta test I've joined. I've never joined a beta test prior. That was my very first beta test. One day I wish I could join more beta tests, but that will be more of a future thing. If I can find a game I'm interested to do a beta test for.
Final Fantasy 14 definitely does have a strong part in your heart whenever it comes to being first betas.
Yeah, so oh yeah, like 14 there's a lot of things that through 14 I've like I can go on for days.
Oh yeah.
You know how that goes, So next on the list I have is basically so we know that you played Paladin, and I remember you saying you dropped it immediately afterwards. Whatever job you ended up picking up on, how did you feel about its storyline? Because obviously we got each class got a story to it from like class into the job.
Well, with before they started introducing, all the new jobs that basically already had their storylines kind of played out differently from the original set,
Hmm.
I picked up on Bard, and it was kind of whimsy. It was nice. It was uh, you get to meet magical people who play instruments, and you get to hear their stories and their tales, and it's pretty interesting to kind of like level up and figure out new moves and be introduced to certain things. So I think it like added so much whimsy, especially whenever you're in Gridania, the most part, because you're going through the woods and stuff.
Yes. That was definitely a fun storyline. I remember, like, I mean, I know I play through all the jobs. So, you know, I remember playing through all the storylines and such, because I actually got all my, yeah, I did. I got every job to level 50 during a Rumbleborn. Minus my Crafters and Gatherers, because I didn't really care for them back in the day. I just touched them for a bit, and I didn't touch it any further. But I did get all my battle classes to 50 because that was one of the big. I felt like it was one of my coolest achievements ever because I love the battle classes and learning all about the different ones. So Bar's a really fun one. Have you picked up any other lovely storylines that you do, or was it just mostly Bar during a Rumbleborn?
Well, it was mainly Bard during Rumbleborn because I had no idea what I was doing for the most part. As I said, it was very first game, very first MMO, and
Okay.
so I was trying to hang out with people and kind of like understand how to play games, how to do dungeons. Like Aurum Vale kept kicking my butt. I ain't gonna lie.
It's okay. Iron Vale is not my favorite dungeon. It can still go burn in hell.
I
I,
kept dying every time I went in there before it got nerfed.
I'm like, I mean, Iron Vale. God. So actually, speaking of which, the next part we did want to ask is, how did you feel about the grind in 2.0? So to me, I remember like, in 2.0 there was a lot more grinding you had to do versus currently in like today's. I mean, granted, there's a lot of story and stuff you have to go through today's like game, but back then I remember it being a bit of a grind just to get to like certain parts of the story. Um, what were your feelings on that? Like getting to when you were leveling up through the game?
Well, the thing is with today's version of Final Fantasy 14, a lot of people don't have to do what we had to do. We had to wait forever for the next few expansions and stuff like that. So for their like, how they have to do like those last like maybe I think it was like 60 different trials before they actually get to Heaven's Ward. Uh,
Yeah.
and we were just there for it. So every time it came out, we were just going with it. So we didn't have to like we were just waiting. So we didn't have to like be like, oh, we gotta do all this now. We have to go through this. This takes so long. No, we were just there and we're like, yay, new story, new piece. All right, cool.
Yeah. Oh, yep. I remember all those quests they did add on that. You reminded me. I'm like, oh, the pain. But I remember. At least, thankfully,
But
no
this
one has.
program was fun.
At least, thankfully, no one has to do that anymore. But I mean, it was some moments of fun. But we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh yeah.
um. So, I don't know how familiar you would be with the party finder system because we obviously it got added around 2.1. Um, did you used to like have to like because I remember this at least remembering that you had to like shout for people to do things and you had to sit in more donut to do shouting. Were you like part of
Yes.
that kind of thing? And when they added party finder, how did you feel about that?
It was kind of a blessing in disguise because well, with me and my FC, we would originally go do a lot of these things all together, but whenever we were short quite a few people, we would end up having to go and shout like through Limsa, through Ul'dah, through Redania, big heavy point areas to see if anybody was willing to, jump in and go have, go do trials and stuff. Especially for Crystal Tower, a pain in
Mm.
the butt.
Ah,
Uh,
yes.
but no, it was a blessing whenever it did come around because it got a lot easier for us to actually be like, hey, I need people for this thing. Now I just gotta wait instead of going around all of Eorzea to find somebody.
Like, hey, I'm looking for somebody to help me go through Coil. Because that was like a thing I remember doing.
With Tanya.
Especially, oh god, Titwani. Yeah. I actually do remember trying to do that fight on tank. I think I got past that fight finally when the second tier came out, and it was a very casual static, and I ended up playing Bard because nobody wanted to play Bard. I was like, well, I guess I'm Bard. I was Bard for that group the entire time because nobody wanted to play it.
It was so hard back then. The thing is like today, nowadays, the mechanics doesn't feel as bad as they used to be. It was so rough back then, and like I can't tell you how many times we died in Twin Tanya because we didn't hit a certain point
Yeah.
before everything was wiped.
Mm. Ah, yes. Now this one is gonna take a little bit more of a turn. We're gonna go back to some story stuff here. You're gonna have to definitely remember this. Remember the last two dungeons of Realmborn in the story. Our good old friends, Castor and Praetorium. And remember when you could skip cutscenes? And
Yeah.
basically, when you try to watch for the first time, people were getting pissed at you? Did you happen to deal with that kind of experience, or were you lucky enough to be able to avoid that?
Nope, I was not lucky enough to deal with that because I was in the middle of the story, and next thing I know is all I see is initiation of battle, and I'm like, hold on, what? And then I come back from the scene, my person's on the ground dead, and I'm like, what happened? What happened? What's going on?
Well, yeah, because for me, what happened is when I went through Castrum, it didn't happen with even Praetorium, but when I went through Castrum for the first time, people were skipping the cutscenes, and I was trying to watch them, and I remember somebody in the party chat like, "Go watch these at the end," and I'm like, "Can I just? I mean, you queued up for a duty, like, come on now." I want to be able to go through that, you know? Like, I
Yes.
just want to play my story. I want to hear the story, and then if I really want to go more detail, I'll go to the end and watch it. But I want to see the story right there and then. You know?
Exactly. Like we're
But
all in there to experience the
yeah,
story.
but thankfully in
We should-
Praetorium, I have FC members and my sister. They helped me actually get through. Let me get through that without people badgering me. I got really lucky with Praetorium, but Castrum not so much. Praetorium I had help to be able to get through that. So yeah, because that was a thing back in the day where I just remember people just, and it was 8-man obviously as well. So you know, eight
yeah.
people, and you had a few people trying to watch cutscenes, and people were getting mad about it. And you're like, dude, just let them watch the cutscenes. Like it's like come on.
Exactly. No. You'd be in the middle of that, and next thing you know, you have a big old titan coming at you, and you're like, well, okay.
Well then, dude, come on. Like I'm just doing my thing here. Come on.
Let me do the story.
Just let me do the story, please. For the love of God, please. I'll, you know, maybe when I go back to MSQ, maybe I'll see your feelings. But no, actually, I never felt that way because I know that people want to enjoy story. Let them do it.
And
Always will
nowadays,
tell that.
it's where it's basically burned into your soul because every time you play, you can't get through it now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You cannot. You get stuck with hearing La Habrea. I think my favorite still, and why I play it in German sometimes, is literally when I do the trial. Is to hear them go, "Oh, Ma!" Like the way he says it, it's great. It's fun to listen to in German. So it makes it so much easier to do MSQ with that because I literally put it in a different language, and then like I said, if I get the trial, just hear him go, "Oh, Ma!" is just great.
Oh my gosh.
It's
I actually have to probably go through it.
Yeah, you
With different languages.
Yeah, because I do actually going through. I've been going through the story in French, so I was actually interested to see how the French how it's done in French, and I've been liking it so far. It's a nice dialect. It seems more beginning obviously more is a little rough, but like Heaven's Word, it definitely is getting better because that's where I'm at right now on the character.
Okay.
Yeah, so now we're gonna go back to talking about the quotes normal raids at the time. Did you happen to do any of the Coils of Bahamut content?
Yes, I did, because Twintania was part of that, wasn't they?
Yes. Did you do the rest of it? Like, did you do
Yes.
Okay, Nero and Bahamut?
Yes.
Okay.
All
No.
that.
Yeah, especially I would say definitely with Nero Ravenspeak. Place of the Meteors, right?
Yes. Well, for me, like Nero didn't really bother me too much. As I said, it was mainly Twintania that basically made it hard for us because she was like the 7th coil.
Oh no, Coil. No, Titania is like the the turn 5. Right. It's right before. But I think I know what you're talking about for turn 7. It's the Medusa kind of fight where you have like that fight was Melusine. Thank you. Melusine was a pain in the ass. That fight took a while to get through. Having to get behind the rocks and from the shriek and stuff like that. Yeah, I can absolutely remember that.
But just like, well, nowadays it's so cut back and it's not as bad as it used to be.
Yeah.
But if y'all played it whenever it first came out, y'all would understand our frustrations.
Yeah, it was bad, dude. It was rough, especially like having like your ranged, like because back then I remember our static, we had to take our range, like our bard would be kiting the one of the things around, and you're like, why is the bard doing? It's like, well, bard had to do it because the tanks had to be very careful about their placement of like the ads and such. So like, unfortunately, bard was on kiting duty. Because that was a thing. There are times I do miss that
was
though.
Very a thing. Like I miss placement kind of stuff. Like I kind of miss the fact that you have to be in certain spots. It doesn't feel like it's like in that content nowadays.
Yeah, I remember. I'm just like, damn. Like just when you see it all now, just like all the current content right now, you know. Yes, Hoshi, that's absolutely true. But I do remember Melusine being a pain, but I don't also Nero. I think the worst in Nero. I think with Nero, I think I remember the lightning, the fire and ice and lightning mechanic being a little rough when you got to that point, because trying to get you had to like pay attention to what debuff you had and make sure you didn't like hit the party, or you know, because you didn't even there was no phase change either. So if you died during that moment, you went back all the way to phase 1 again.
Oh yeah.
So it was definitely one of those you had to really understand and had to pay attention to the die bombs and things like that. So,
If we're
yeah.
focusing on your monster, it really does come in help, honestly. I ain't going right, because you'll see the bar a little closer to everything else.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. And it definitely helps out a lot. Oh. Oh, boy. And I remember, so how was your experience of the final coil? Which had Bahamut and all them.
It was horrendous.
Horrendous?
It was horrendous. Well, as I said, PlayStation 3, mind you.
Yeah.
Bad internet.
Right.
I died so much.
Oh my
and
god.
Our healer was getting so upset with me.
Oh no.
I even gave him a warning ahead of time. I was like, I will be lagging. I am so sorry.
Sorry in advance, man. I'm gonna try. I was a leader of my own static.
I thought I'd make it through the rocks.
Yeah.
Before Bahamut came down completely.
Oh.
Right whenever I think I'm behind there, I'm not. I'm like on the outside of it, about to touch it, and then next thing you go, you see my body fall on the ground. I'm like, oh wow.
Oh, that definitely is oof. It is definitely oof. Yeah, because I think for me, so I led my own static at this point too. Like around the 2nd tier, I made my own group because I was kind of wanting to raid, but I never had a raid group. And then, my ex was raiding with a group, and I was like, I kind of want to raid, but I'm not gonna kind of wait for a spot to open somewhere. So I was like, I'll just make my own group. And I think I stuck with that group for 3 tiers because I ended up being the leader of it. And I think I remember definitely my T13. I remember being my T13 clear being my biggest issue back in the day, though, is I could have did a lot more studying to help, and I didn't really study guides more than I should have. So I felt like I definitely was holding the group back a bit. Even though for me, it always felt like a tank and spank. Because I was paladin, I was the main tank, so it was a tank and spank. And I remember getting hit by Flatten, it hit like a fucking truck. Even with probably that so-called extra parry that I used to have to put in my relic weapon.
Oh yeah.
You had to put parry and block because literally it was to help with the damage. You didn't have that stuff, it was brutal. You would get hit really hard. And then having to put like strength melds, use strength pots to like do damage. That was the thing I remember on Paladin, like having to do all that. I'm like, jeez.
Having to do like so much to actually be able to perform precisely.
Yeah.
Because like it's not all just about hitting buttons. There was so much more to it back then whenever we first started.
Yeah, because you definitely had to remember placement, what you needed to do, how you performed. Especially, I felt like back then too, like your role was, if you were a healer, you were definitely focused on the healing. Maybe with a chance to do some DPS, but you were definitely healing.
Well, back then also we had that stats thing.
Yes.
Where you had to put our points in stats.
Ah, yes.
So we were only able to really be one class because once we put our stats down, that was it.
Yep, that was a thing. Yep, and that was I still have that item to this day. I saved it in one of my retainers, and I still have it. I never got rid of it. So people are like, you haven't played since then. I said, well, I have this item. Can you get this item in the game anymore? Go look it up. Go Google it. It'll tell you when the item was and when it was gone. That's like I say, look at that item. You know? And that's that's the most common one, Scholar or Summoner. was literally just so people could swap between the two. Very
No,
commonly.
yeah, that was horrendous. For Arcanist, you didn't know which one you wanted to be, and you didn't know which one to put your stats in.
Yeah, it was brutal. Dude, man, I just thinking about that, I'm like, I think I just focused on, like, tanking. But I did play, like, I think my second job I picked up was Scholar. I tried, I think, one time to heal on Scholar in turn 9. I was like, nope, not doing that again. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I ain't touching, I'm not doing that again. I can do it in the casual content, but I ain't gonna do it in the regular content, you know?
Well, back then, you gotta remember, Scholar and Summoner actually had more control over their little pets than they do
Yes.
nowadays.
Yeah, so you kind of had, like, command your pet to do things. You could put, you could have them
had to tell
sick.
them.
Yeah. You could put them on sick, but, like, you wouldn't get the right... If you needed them to do a certain thing, you needed them on obey to make sure they were performing the right thing.
Like, now they auto-heal and an auto-attack, but
Yeah.
back then you actually had to make them heal.
Yep, exactly. So that, you know, that being a thing. Yep. So taking a little bit away from the actually the other question I did have, I know I didn't do it. Did you ever touch on current content the Savage version of the second tier?
No.
I saw that. I was like, you know, the second tier was kind of tough as it is. Doing the Savage version of it, I'm okay. Thanks. I'll maybe go.
Crystal power.
Yeah. I'll just go, yeah, and then I'll wait. I eventually end up obviously getting it later, and obviously now you could just probably, you know, go in as a level 100 and destroy it. But I remember that, like, yeah, I don't think I want to do that right now.
Exactly. I had my butt whipped in the first part of it. I really don't feel like having my butt whipped more.
I don't want to do the Savage part. Oh, did you enjoy the story from it though?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah. With,
yeah, like the very first like entry video scene that you see with Louis Suave and all that stuff.
Yeah.
With the meteor falling from the sky and Bahamut coming down.
Huh.
It was just beautiful. It was amazing. The music was beautiful, everything. And then, like, just meeting all the people that you're supposed to be with the Scions and, like, meeting enemies and seeing what, like, I'm still curious where we're from.
Right, yeah, that's a very good question. Like, you know, because we had, like, it feels, I mean, I feel like we're definitely the, we could potentially be from the, Mother Crystal, but, you know, as a chosen champion, that's kind of what I kind of got a feeling with. Obviously, you know, obviously we'll talk about it mostly later. We know that I no longer exist, but back when we first played through it, you know, we had Heidelin. We didn't really know for sure, like, you know, what our part with it. I mean, we always got called the Warrior of Light. We always got called the Warrior of Light. And, you know, we probably championed for, like, basically Heidelin. So something probably with Heidelin, but there's definitely more. But also we talk about Endwalkers such later. So when we get to there later on, they add a lot more depth to things and gets you thinking now too. Because people also
yeah. We choose our races, we choose our classes, and each class depends on what section we go to, like Ul'dah, Limsa, Gridania.
Yeah.
But we're coming from somewhere we don't even know. We're riding on a chocobo cart with people who are also residing with us, the Louis-Wa twins.
I just remember the big scene. You come down, and if you play like any of the other jobs, you got the sword. Like if you did Paladin, the sword, the shield, and you had it out, and you had like Laha Bray. Look like he's charging at you. Well, obviously we didn't know it was Laha Bray. We just knew it was an Ascian or something. It was some kind of mysterious figure was charging at you, and then you were like gonna hit it, and then it just like fades into you. No. And then you wake up going, what? What happened? What? You know, this is a dream. Oh, it was just a dream. Oh. Yeah, I definitely like to find out more because I said when we get to like the later expansions, I feel like when we talk about when we get closer to I say definitely like Endwalker and such, like a lot more opens and gets you thinking about it a lot more too. Because
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of the stuff in the story there. Uh but we'll continue on here because we're still in the Rumbleborn. Let's talk about the Crystal Tower raids.
Yeah.
What are your feelings on the Crystal Tower raids?
I actually really liked them. I think it was like so magical going into those raids. I wasn't knowing what to expect whenever they did come out, but as they came out in their tiers, but like just going into the first one, I was just like, shiny place, very pretty, gives me the labyrinth kind of feels right now.
I'm with you on that. I kind of didn't really. I mean, to be for myself, I didn't really play far in Final Fantasy 3. So hearing Crystal Tower raids and stuff like that, like I was like, oh, that sounds like a really cool raid thing. I didn't know like it was FF3 because I never really. I didn't really get far even the 3DS remake. And I don't remember much
Yeah.
of it either. So, but like watching that story unfold, I thought was really cool. Um, and everyone we could talk about Best Boy that everybody likes to say Best Boy is in that story. I guess where we say do we want to say pre Best Boy?
Very best boy.
You know, because of how he is, his attitude and such is in Crystal Tower. Um, you know, uh, so I definitely think I really is, and I personally thought they were fairly fun when they came out. I remember, actually, now thinking about it, remember when Labyrinth of the Ancients had 6 tanks?
Oh yeah.
And each tank was literally assigned to a tower. And your off tank, and the second, and one of the tanks had to grab the giant, while obviously you had the main tank be tanking spanking the main, the behemoth. And
Yes.
then
Oh
like,
my gosh.
yeah, there, if you didn't like do it just right, and if you didn't like turn off the towers and all that, um,
Like the towers, the bombs, and Behemoth all being like just too
yeah,
much.
all the chaos, all the shenanigans that was happening there, you know, like every. So there was all that going, you know, um, and I think later on, did they do it? No, I don't think they did it for the last two. I don't think Circus Tower or any of the.
Well,
Uh,
those mechanics are gone now.
yeah. You're like, hey, just want to let you know they're gone. They don't exist. But like, I remember them. They come back. I think it honestly, I think it's kind of what honestly maybe I might be yeah I think it was that and honestly a lot of times with alliance raids because I used to always like I didn't mind tanking alliance raids but so many times people always just fall for aggro. I'm like okay fuck it you can have it, you can have it, I don't care. I'm just gonna get through this. Here you can have the hate. I don't care. I'm not fighting you for it. I'm cooking the other
Well, I
way.
recently ran the Crystal Towers with my partner, and the mechanics had changed immensely.
Oh yeah they did.
It's
Oh
not the
absolutely.
same, and
Oh
my
it's
heart hurts. I'm like, oh, if only you
yeah.
knew.
Yeah, they definitely have changed dramatically what the mechanics used to be. But, you know, I definitely felt like it did definitely add a challenge to them. For sure when they did have like the 6 tanks.
Yes.
So, there was that. But yeah, I don't think there was like other than that, I think the other two were usually just kind of chill and not so bad. I don't remember having too
Well,
many memories that were terrible for the last two raid tiers, but I remember Crystal Tower, the whole 6-man thing.
I
Six
also
man things.
I like the later the dark wisp of
Oh,
darkness.
Cloud Darkness?
Um,
Yeah.
yes. And the thing is like I think my favorite mechanic from that version was the Cerberus, right?
Yeah. I will say that was as still a fun mechanic. Everyone still says it. A. A adds B belly C chain.
Uh,
That's the good.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so
Like I
Circus
always
Tower
loved
did
going
have
inside
6
the
tanks.
mountain.
Okay.
Yay.
That makes sense, yeah, yeah. I just have. It's been so long about Circus Tower. I don't remember what were the extra 3 tanks were for. Wait, was it for one of the mechanics later in the second fight? Because they had, you actually got to use those platforms. It was for Amon. Oh, okay. Yeah. It was for Amon. Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying. Yeah, because I thought it was for the other one.
Yeah, well, you also had to jump away from him because he was going to send out his like darkness under the ground and make the gravity happen.
Yes.
So
Yes, that was
platforms were
that was platforms. Yeah, and we don't use them anymore because we just zip through it nowadays. But that was a thing back then.
I don't even think Scylla's still a thing. I think they like kind of got rid of her.
No, Scylla's still there. Like, still a boss, but like she's just easy.
Like, she's not the same.
Yeah, definitely. You blitz through it. You can blitz through it. Like, you can literally blitz through all of Crystal Tower now. It used to be a lot more difficult. And then they
I'm sort of wishing they didn't make it so easy. That way, so people could actually see the horrendousness of what we had to go through.
Well, I would say, though, I understand probably also the direction they went with it, because they did make it now mandatory in order to continue on with the story. Like, you have to go through the Crystal Tower raids to do the story. So if they kept the difficulty they did, I think chances are you'd be kind of gatekeeping some people, because they wouldn't be wanting to deal with those added extra mechanics. But that's just a me thing, though. I think it would be gatekeeping.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, they don't have to go to all the villages anymore to... I don't think they do, at least. Be able to unlock all those floors.
You just have to do some, like... I think it's just some fates still. I think you still do... I kind of... Oh, no, that's right. You go around, you search for something, you click on it, you kill something, and boom, you get it. Instead of having to do fates. I think that's what they changed on that. It used to be fates. They changed that.
Because, like, a lot of the stuff that I've seen nowadays, I'm like, oh, they really did nerf it completely.
Yeah. Yep. I remember trying to do that for my alt, just kind of get through so I can get ready for Heaven's Word. Like, the first thing I did is just... Yeah. As soon as I finished Praetorium, the first thing I did when I hit level 50, immediately finished Crystal Tower raids. Because I know I was going to need them later. So I didn't have to do them. I didn't have to worry about it. I had to stop story just to go through the Crystal Tower. I was like, they're done now. Since I know I have the eye level and all that for it. So next up, before too much onto it, the extremes. Did you happen to do those on content?
Oh yeah.
Any particular one that sticks out to you?
Garuda and the Ice Queen.
Shiva. Shiva.
I want those weapons so bad.
Our weapons are cool. Shame that it's only the ARR jobs, but you know, it's okay. I think later on they added Heaven's Ward jobs to them, but yeah. But I'm like, man, but I would definitely say, I think definitely my memorable ones is Titan. Just because I remember Titan Horror Mode when that was like a freaking deal. Because I remember like when I finally got to the point where I could do those fights, when I got to the point of those fights, I had people already in my FC and such, or I did the fights or whatever, and so they would kind of like try to help us get to those points in the fights. But I remember always like the Tank Buster getting people, with the landslides getting to people.
Oh yeah.
And then when we finally got to see the extreme of Titan, I'm like, oh dear lord. Not only that, you get a smaller platform and all the bombs could go off, and you got so little space.
And somebody being trapped in rock.
Yep. You gotta burst it out and hope to gods they don't get pushed off. And by the way, if you got pushed off in this version, you were permanently dead.
You were gone. You
You
didn't
were
even
gone.
pop up on the platform.
Yeah,
You were gone.
you were gone. You couldn't even go about top platform. Nothing. You were gone. You were on the bottom of the map. You were like, they were like, bye bye. You sit there now.
You get to watch everybody else play, and you were lost in lava.
One of my favorite. I think I remember there was an 8-bit thing that like they did, Red Square did, and they did it where you like jump. They had everybody doing the fight, and then the Dragoon like backflipped off, and then the rest of the party ended up finishing the fight. The mount dropped, the Dragoon got it and ran. Like exactly, instant said bye. I was like, what the fuck?
Whenever I would die in that extreme.
Yeah.
Okay, may I add? Remember, PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
Very bad internet.
Yeah.
I was running on the bottom before I even died. Before I even registered I was dead. I was running on the floor.
Oh
below everybody.
Oh my god. Man, they must have said like, hey Wisp, did you happen to find a new like little glitch there? That sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds phenomenal. Oh shit.
I do know more, but it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. Oh. Damn ass, how dare you? It's okay. Well, that sucks. Adding time, of course, is bad. Damn ads. Well, I'll go ahead and we'll just go ahead and ask the next one. The Hildebrand storyline. We've talked about this earlier, but let's go into more detail now about it. How did you feel about the 2.0 portion of it? We're only going to go up to the 2. Like at the end of 2.55.
Well, like I say, I wasn't expecting any of the Hildebrand story. I was, you know how emotional Final Fantasy Realm Reborn story was. It was very like heart-wrenching. There was a lot of stuff that was going on. There was a lot of underneath like stuff happening. There was a lot of, you know, unaliving also happening.
Yeah.
So once you get to the Hildebrand story, you're not sure what to expect. You just see, you know, a gentleman and then a kitty girl, and you're like, all right, let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
When they broke graphics just to make faces, it threw me for a whirlwind. I was laughing so hard to where I was in tears. I was like, they're really just doing this just for the heck of it.
It is literally just for the. I think it's just literally just for the humor. It's great. I definitely would say hand down, it's fantastic. Because I just actually went. Well, I never finished it. I need to go back and finish the Realm Reborn portion of it. But I do. Oh, I might have finished it. I can't remember now. But going through it again, and just for all the little scenes, probably one of the favorite moments is the girl like accidentally breaks the vase, and we try basically at one point Gobbert shows up and fixes it, and it fixes the vase, goes back, and the kid, the daughter, gives it to her mom. The mom's pissed that it looks worse, and then Gobbert shows up and says, what did you say? And then they're like, she just realized, wait, oh, it looks great! It looks great!
Yeah, it's like master craftsman right there, and it's like, you fixed it? It's like, oh no, it looks amazing!
It wasn't even just that, because they probably know he's part of the syndicate, but it was so funny. Just because.
And I also love the relationship between Hildebrand and his dad, Godbert. It's like, every time Hildebrand sees his dad, he just goes into immediate fear for his life.
Like that big gate that drops and goes, oh, and then and then books, but the dad's just faster. He catches up.
Just, like, jumps up and just like power drives his son to give him some lovin's, and it's just Hildebrand is like in the ground always, head in ground.
Head in the ground, his legs up, and then just you know, moving his legs around about.
Don't even get me started on the mom.
Oh, we're not even there where we talked about her yet, because I think she's introduced later.
She is, but I love her so much.
How about Gilgamesh? We
God,
gotta
for
talk about
being
Greg.
scared of her.
Oh, we gotta talk about Greg.
Greg!
We gotta talk about Greg. Greg at this
Oh
point.
yeah.
I
Oh my
love
gosh.
him.
He
He's
is amazing. I just don't. I like with the energy of, as I said, how the story goes with the energy from that expanse. It's crazy.
yeah. Oh, dude. All right. Yeah. He's something else. That's definitely for sure. Like the energy he gives, especially later on in the series, uh, when he shows up again, it's just it's great. It's a great time. I'm really glad that he added him to the game and very comedic right too. So
I don't remember his chicken's name.
Enkidu,
Brain. Yes,
Enkidu, yes.
the freaking green chicken. I don't know if that's like a poke at like Cat in a Hat or what, like green eggs and ham type ordeal. But I know for sure they would be laying green eggs.
Probably. Would be surprised. It's my bird, Enkidu. And it was a chicken, and then like we have another version of him later on in like the final fight with him, the second fight. And he's there, and then we beat him up, and then Gilgamesh we have to beat up again. Man, those were some good times. All right, so we do have we're gonna talk about actually for a moment. Remember when Ninja was released, and Ninja happened to be released during the Aroma Board cycle. How did you?
It was very late on though.
Yeah, late on. Yep, around 2.4, I think, or something like that. What were your feelings on that? Like, kind of getting like a new job in the middle of like a Realm Reborn before obviously we got to Heaven's Word.
I guess it kind of threw me off, honestly. I ain't gonna lie there. Because like you basically start off your story choosing your own, class and everything like that, and kind of like growing with it.
Mm-hmm.
So for suddenly like a new class to be suddenly thrown in there all of a sudden and started off from also level 1, it was like, but people can't access that right off the bat like the other ones. Like you're introducing this class that probably should be implemented as a starter class, considering it is in Limsa Lominsa and it's starting also at level 1. But they never did that. They never implemented it in the very first beginnings of like that you wanted to start off as a rogue.
Yeah, I remember what they did with that though is what threw me off a little bit about it too is that like now back in the day I was really big into the story lore wise. Remember that's actually one of the conversations I actually had with Happy on stream, funny enough. So I kind of remember that you don't really get introduced to like Yugiri and all them till like obviously around halfway through like 2.3 to 2.4, and you do find out that they like some really cool, or no, so 2.2 something like that. I was like I know it's like it's either early or late, and I remember that they she would use obviously like things we haven't seen before. And so I kind of had the question I asked is like, why did, now this is kind of me, like back in the day, my brain was fogged and I don't know why I thought this, but my logic was, we didn't see ninjas to 2.2. How come people can play ninja as soon as they go get rogue as soon as they hit level 10 and then go unlock the class, not knowing how it implemented the story? Because you didn't really see ninjas to literally, because granted, when they had like Thancred, yes, Thancred in a sense they kind of made him like a rogue, but he kind of had most of the gladiator / paladin kind of animation, so you wouldn't have known that at the time until like obviously later on, where he starts having a second dagger and such, and you kind of see him pull off his cool looking moves, as a rogue. So to me, that was kind of like my weird thing, but like I remember when we had that discussion, he brought up a good point about like being able to make sure the class was accessible enough to like if people wanted to really play like a ninja, they wanted that accessibility a little bit sooner than having to wait till much later to get it. Plus, if you had to wait to get to 2.2 to get Ninja, kind of weird.
Yeah. Plus,
Nowadays,
it
you
was
know?
like, for instance, like you did say earlier, it was weird how it was implemented into the story
Hmm.
because, as you said, Yuguri didn't come out till 2.2,
Hmm.
and it was the start of like Avra actually starting to show itself as well. But Avra wasn't around just yet.
Yeah, it was mostly covered up. You didn't even, and that's the thing, like, we didn't even know. Um, if you look at the files, they kind of made her a Miko, but during that point. But yeah, you basically saw covered up, and just to kind of give the like the illusion of a new race, like something she's a new race. We wouldn't know what it would be called yet, obviously, till we got to Heavensward.
Oh yeah.
So, um, here's another little fun question here, since I know you said you were part of an FC of sorts. 2.0 introduced housing for FCs. Did your if were you still part of your FC at that time?
Oh yeah, we were all together. Yeah, we were like jumping on that as soon as we could. Only being because like I think you have to be level 8 to even get it. So
Hmm.
yeah, we were already level 8, so we already like dived down into the
Okay, so
house immediately.
you're like, get it now. And have
We
you?
got it our
Yeah.
Verdania.
And have you? By the time that was what 2.38, they introduced their personal housing. Did you happen to try to get your own home as soon as that came out?
No, I was not a rich being. I was a tiny little player who was just having fun. I didn't think houses were really necessary back then.
Mm,
But once they started coming out with more like implementations of actual like housing and stuff like that, because there wasn't a lot to begin with at all.
right.
It was a lot of basic stuff. So it wasn't really, it didn't feel like really worthwhile just yet. So I think that was like the same with like a lot of people with like the mist and stuff like that. A lot of people didn't really immediately jump on personal housing.
Ah,
It was more for FCs at the time.
gotcha. Um, then we have here, yeah, because I think obviously for me at the time, I don't remember. I don't think I still part of FC or not. I don't recall because I jumped FC to FC at the time during a Rumble Born, and I'll be honest, it's literally because the person I was with at the time kind of kept constantly getting into issues and problems with people in like FCs. So we would be jumping FC to FC to FC without like, because I think that like I was part of one, drama broke out, jumped into a second one, drama broke out again, jumped into one of the ones that used to be actually our at the time when it came to rating. They were a second world, not world, I should say, their second server, um, clear group when it came to like rating and such. Um, and I don't really think I even remember even having a house or anything like that. And I never got into housing either. I was in the same boat. Like I kind of didn't really care for it. Um, and I don't really have much memory of like housing at all because I don't think if we did, it was like maybe one time we did I was part of FC House, but eh. Then my
Yeah.
memory is very foggy because I think, as I said, my problem was back in the day was I was constantly jumping FC to FC. I never felt like I was ever stable, and it was because the person I was with kept jumping around, and kind of like obligation I had is like I gotta jump around with them.
Yeah.
So,
We
yeah,
had our FC house, and I think that was mainly like we would go there and hang out for a little bit, but we mainly all hung out in Mordona and sat on top of the rooftops and talked. And if we were ready to go for like a raid or something, we would all do it together.
okay, gotcha. All right,
It's fun
uh,
socialization.
yeah. All right, next up we got is have you been around? This is kind of a oddball question here. Have you
Okay.
ever hosted community events or been part of any kind of community events during the 2.x series? Things simple as like role playing. Maybe somebody was like maybe they were streaming and maybe you were one part of it, DJing, venues, stuff like that.
Does a mass server raid count? We were all part of a big parade where we literally walked like area to area with
That's
everybody.
the that's a community event. Yeah, that's a community event. I mean, that's a community event of sorts, you know? There are people who just play the game and don't get involved, but there's some people that do. Hey, that's
We
an
had a
event.
bunch of little like starter people who were wanting to get to Aetherites and stuff, so we literally defended them while they were getting their Aetherite connections.
Aw, that's sweet. That's awesome. That sounds like something really, really cool. I think if other fun ones
It was fun.
I've seen is like towers, like the Fat Chocobo towers.
Oh yeah.
Those were always fun. Seeing those and everybody just jumped in, or the Fat Chocobo parades on the ground. Oh, sorry, can't do the towers yet because no flying existed. But we're talking about the Fat Chocobo parades, which literally was a big, or was just like a big gathering of them. It was a big line, and everybody on the Fat Chocobo, and people just walking by, going, "What the fuck is this? What am I walking into?"
We also had like the Lalafell and Moogle thing. We'd be all being Lominza, and we all had Moogles, but they were all dancing around while we were all doing the shuffles.
That sounds great. Oh man, I need to do more community events. It's been a while. The last one I went to was in Endwalker, and it was for a friend I recently met at the time. But I definitely need to jump and do more of those things again. I miss doing those.
We also had events where, like, like if a fellow person, like, passed away or something like that, we would all sit in like Mordona and kind of like get together and kind of like, mourn the loss and stuff like that. That was
Yeah.
also something we would do too.
I do remember one that was it's later on in like Shadowbringers that I did. That was really it was actually it was about, I think it was the Arth Guts, I think it was. And the author that passed away, and everybody went Dark Knight and just like had their wandering wanderers campfires out.
Yeah.
I'll probably bring that up again later, but I was like, that was one of the few things I remember. And I was like, that's a very sweet, sweet thing to do. Alright. Hey, so, remember we talked about all those fun things?
Oh, Lord.
So, Relic Grind. Did you do the Relic Grind?
I did.
So...
The very first implementation of Relic Grind.
Yeah.
The drop rate was so bad, guys. Compared to it is nowadays, drop rate was so bad back then. I spent weeks trying to do a Relic Grind. Weeks.
Just to get... It was get your materials, and you had to either get someone to craft it or buy it, which was expensive. And then remembering to fight Chimera back in the day. Then we fought Hydra.
Yep.
And then you had to do all the hard mode trials again. And they were not, and back then it was definitely a little hard. Like people were still not able to do certain mechanics, so you'd probably be stuck for a while. You do all the hard mode ones. You upgraded the Zenith, in a way. Then you had the Atma farming, which was, brutal. That was brutal.
Was probably the worst part about it.
Then we had to complete the books.
Oh god.
All the different books. You gotta complete the book and all the objectives in it. There are different types: slay, fates, dungeons, and they were not all the same for each class. Each class did have different things to do. Some of them did like line up. Like some of the classes, I believe, did line up on some things. But if you did like one class and another, you could probably tell a difference between the two. Unless you happen to choose the two classes that had the same.
You're giving me such drastic flashbacks.
You're...
PTSD right now, Abba.
Yep. I'm not even done yet. I have the list. I have the list. Actually, collecting the ink wasn't terrible. The light farming phase. The first part of the light farming phase. And then my absolute favorite, the dungeon farming. And I don't mean that literal. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the reason why I hate Aurum Vale. I have grinded Aurum Vale. It took me 50 runs of that dungeon to get my drop. And I did everything, and I mean everything. I tanked it. I did DPS. I healed it on White Mage, on Scholar. This is the old Armvale. I was getting tired of that dungeon because literally I was getting nothing out of it. All my jobs were level 50 at this point. So literally I wasn't getting EXP. I wasn't getting... There was nothing for it. It was bad. That is a reason why I hate Armvale. That is the reason. I've mentioned this a lot in my stream sometimes when I get it. But it is the reason I hate it so much. Because it was so many times I've had to run it, and I was getting tired. I was exhausted. And when it finally dropped, I was like, whew. Yeah,
it was like a relief, but it was just like,
yeah.
I have to do all that to get this.
Yeah, and yes, it was the last leveling dungeon, but never synced at 50. You were synced at 49. So you literally didn't have all your level 50 abilities. So if I was playing Paladin, guess what? Hollow Ground didn't exist for me. It was brutal. That's why I always will say, like, now you guys really understand when I say AV is my least favorite dungeon. That's why.
Oh yeah, and like compared to nowadays with the relics, they're not as bad as they used to be.
Oh yeah. No, they're definitely over time. Yeah, it definitely gotten easier. But definitely that was brutal. Because especially the, because I looked up the drop rate back in the day. It was 1.4%.
It was bad.
It was bad.
It
was real bad. Yeah. And then you had more light farming.
Yeah.
Which was kind of last part of the stage. And you kind of had to find a way to do it. And it was not easy. Because you had to, like, farm for, like, I think it was, like, was it the 12 zodiac signs or something like that? Like each zodiac sign you had to do, or it was like, yeah. So, yippee! Long grind for that.
And it's like, as I said, it didn't just take days. It didn't take a day. It took weeks.
Yeah, that's what it is. The Atmos, yeah. But yeah, it's still just. Alright, now. Next part is, have you done any PvP in 2.0? Like the Feast?
I didn't really do a lot of PvP back then. Because honestly, I was focusing on story and kind of just getting to know how the mechanics of the actual game itself worked.
Okay.
So back then, no, I didn't really touch PvP back then. I guess I was more scared of, like, what would my abilities be against an actual gamer?
Yeah, no, that's fair. And you actually had all your abilities back then, too, because PvP actions didn't exist yet. You actually had all your, like, normal abilities. And I think one of the other ones, part of it is the, there was, when Frontlines was introduced around the same time, it was Slaughter.
Oh, yeah. I did Frontlines when it did drop.
Yeah.
Like, I tried. But I was murdered.
I will not lie, I do miss Slaughter. That's like the team deathmatch, man. And they removed that. It was Slaughter. Kill your enemies. Just kept killing people to whoever won.
Yeah, you did have all your abilities back then. They didn't have those pre-made abilities.
Yeah, you had you kind of had everything like back then. All your level 50 abilities that you used, you could use in the actual like thing. And I do.
I tell you how many backflips I used to get away from people.
Jeez, right? Next up we have is, have you done any of the Allied Society stuff back in the day? We're talking about Amalja, Ixali, Shahagan.
Oh yeah, all the Beast Clan stuff.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they call it Allied Society.
Well, I did the Amalja and the Sylphs.
Okay.
Back then, I don't think the Azalja. I'm going to butcher that one.
The Ixali?
Yeah. Didn't do them.
Okay.
But I did the two, I guess, that drew my attention the most. So.
Okay. Because I know for me, I think I touched on most of them. I know Malja, I maxed out, and actually Ixali, I maxed out on because it was easy enough for crafters to level. Because you could just go over there, start your crafting. You can level up by basically doing like dailies and like your stuff for them, and it helped me boost levels on my crafters. So I go, oh, I can do this for crafting. Okay, I can do this. Is easy.
Well,
Um,
like, I think the reason why I chose sylphs and emollients is because, like, it just drew my attention. Like, it was for no specific reason or anything like that. It was just like, oh, you're cute little fairy things. I guess I'll do stuff with you. All right, cool.
right?
You're
Yeah.
big, beefy sand people. I'll do stuff with you. Okay.
Okay, I have interest in you. Okay, these are these tries. What's their story? And I think that's what unique about them too is that like all of them don't like because most of the stories they don't really believe it. Or they don't really do the whole thing with the primal. They actually are against their primal, which is always a very interesting take to show that not all the beastmen are necessarily involved with their primal that are supposed to be involved with, like the
Well,
Ixali with Garuda.
I think I found the sylphs interesting because of the dark sylphs and just the regular sylphs, and the dark
Yeah,
sylphs were all for their primal, but
yep.
the other sylphs are just looking for peace and they're just wanting to coexist with everybody. And I was just like, oh,
Just
that's really sweet.
Yeah, and just as long as you don't disrupt their peace, that's what it came down to, is what they discussed. Where basically the Dark Cells wanted it regardless. The regular cells were just like, yeah, as long as you don't hurt us or anything like that, we won't call the primal on you.
Mhm.
That was their story. Um, so since we know you indeed played during a Rumbleborn, if you remember exactly how 2.55 worked out, what were your emotions going into ev- uh, after it all happened? The last part of the story before we got to Heavensward. What were just like your emotions at that time with the banquet, and see Raban get his arm chopped off and all that?
And with the betrayals and everything like that.
Yes.
I was in tears. Um, to see what happened with Nanamo and everything to happen like it did, my heart got distraught with like getting separated from Papa Limo and everybody else. It was just I didn't know what was going to happen. Everything was turning upside down. Everything you knew that you thought you had found, like sitting and standing with, it suddenly decided to just flip itself completely 360. And
Yeah.
you didn't know where you stood at the time. You were like, one second you're the warrior of light, and the next thing you know, you're an outcast, and it's like, uh, what?
What now? Yeah, it was. That's what threw me off. I was pissed though too. Cause like, you really are doing to this to me after all I've done for you. You're gonna do this to me now? Like, I was really upset. And it seemed what happened with Raban and everything just falling apart. I'm like, dude,
Oh yeah,
come
no,
on
and I felt
now.
for Raban. I felt for Raban because he
Yeah.
lost the one person he grounded himself with, and he just
Uh-huh.
lost it.
Yeah, it was so. Oh, I
My
mean,
heart just
it.
sunk.
Hmm. Definitely, for sure, dude. It was definitely one of the. It was a really, real. It really. I think like everyone who's has experienced it has probably felt that way because at the end of the day, obviously now if you played later on, you got into the game later, you'll see those things. You're still gonna feel those emotions, but you're gonna see how it resolves sooner. When we had to wait, and we had to wait until 3.x came out, the wait to find out how this was going to resolve itself, it just
Yeah,
was
you're
like.
like we had to actually coexist as outcast for a while before those actual things dropped.
Yeah, right. It's like, damn, dude. Uh,
I was like, I don't know if I'm safe to go here. I don't know if
right.
I'm allowed to go here.
Where am I allowed to go these areas safely? Question mark.
I know, right? I was actually scared they were going to implement something like that into the game. Like they were actually going to be like, "You're not allowed here. Everybody's going to think you're an enemy now." And it's like, okay, all
Okay.
right.
I think if you go talk to people during that time of the story, though, they do kind of like, oh, as long as you don't call us or whatever. Like, I think that kind of has like a casual thing they did with it to kind of ease that, if I remember right. But
I think they had people that's like something happened, people were being chased, this was
yeah,
going on, and like people like NPCs and bystanders were all saying stuff like along the lines of like, oh the uh the bull of the sands had gone crazy or something like that. I'm just like, what?
yeah,
I was
right.
like, really?
All right,
You're doing
now
insane.
we're actually at the final part of the Realm-Born questions here. How did you feel about having to level multiple jobs to get abilities? So remember back when you wanted to get something like a bloodbath, or you wanted to get like cure on paladin, you had to level like conjure and all those jobs in order to get said abilities.
Oh yeah, like second wind and stuff like that. Oh my
Yep.
gosh, that was terrible.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh
Terrible.
Like as I said, I don't do tank for the reasons I was on PlayStation 3 and I can't get up close, but I got that for Bloodbath. I did it for Second Wind.
Mm,
Uh, I even did it for healing and stuff like that. I'm just like, I'm going to be the worst player in the world because I keep dying due to lag. But I'll
oh,
try.
yeah. No, I just remember I did a lot for paladin because I leveled conjure just so I get cure and stone skin, and I think at the time raise as well because paladin could raise. But they could raise. I had to write it outside of combat though. They couldn't do it in combat
Actually, well, I
because they
think I have a
did.
question for you. I'm curious.
Yeah, go ahead.
From the basic classes, what is the last one, like the very low tier class that you would never touch whenever you first started?
A job I wouldn't touch. Hmm. Um. That's a good question. Bows were fine. I think if anything though, I'm not usually big into healing. So I think, even though funny enough, I did play Scholar later on, I liked Scholar healing. I wasn't a fan of White Mage healing or Conjurer at the time. So I gotta say Conjurer actually is probably my least out of all of
Okay.
them. But I loved everything else. I mean, I still love, and I love White Mage now to this day. But back then, when I was choosing classes between, because I wanted to play tank, because I was like, I'm always playing DPS in other MMOs, so I was like, oh, I'll play a tank for this MMO. Why not? So
Mine was Thaumaturgy.
I believe that. Oh yeah, Thaumaturge, yeah, Black Mage, yippers. I
I
remember
didn't want
Black
to touch
Mage.
that back then.
It's like that's scary. Don't tell me about it again. Yeah. Well, we are actually now finally on to the next expansion. Um,
Yeah.
gonna use the restroom real quick, and we will go on to Heaven's Ward.
All right.
I'll be right back. Okay, this one worked out. Okay. How did I not do that for Heaven's? I did it for didn't do it for Realm Board, but I did it for Heaven's Word. How did I do that? I don't know. You know what? I go with it. Awesome. Assuming Wisp would be RB real quick too. But yeah. Hope you guys, everybody is hanging out. You guys are all having a good night. I hope you guys are enjoying our conversations. Bring back the good, the bad, and maybe somehow the ugly. But yeah, as a reminder, you guys are definitely welcome to join us here in the ward. I have the idle camera, but I don't think the idle camera has went beyond the downstairs, as I'm learning how it works. So, you know. Ah. Hot water. Does make me think about what question you might ask me. Yeah. Yeah. And then it takes some time. Sometimes I'll come back. Some things that like when you kind of sit down, if I like probe your brain a bit, sometimes you'll find the answer. But I'm gonna wait for Wisp to get back, so I'm gonna put ourselves in the Heavensward screen until they are ready to go.
Grabbing another Gatorade.
Ah, no, that's good timing, you know. I just came back and I was like, huh. I was like, wait a minute. There's something. Alright, now we are into Heavensward 3.0.
Yes.
Alright, so obviously now we're to a point that we'll get more fun stuff that we have we have passed the decade, the year that 14 was reborn, and now it got its very first expansion after it's been reborn. Now, my first question the first question I have for you is, when you heard about the new jobs, probably during, the Fans Fest and stuff like that, there was Dark Knight Astro Machinist when the expansion launched. Did you happen to try those as soon as possible?
I tried Astro. Actually.
Okay.
When it originally had its like full card throwouts and stuff like that compared to what it does now.
Yeah.
But I love astrology. I mess with tarot cards myself, so of course I had to touch it.
You gotta give it a go, give it a whirl. Yeah, so me, I did not. I still focused on Paladin at the time, but she just seemed like it'd be a fun thing to pick up, but I mostly still stuck with playing the tank, and I just stuck with Paladin when I first started playing. Actually,
Well, I kept with Bard, but I grabbed Astro. Because I didn't leave Bard until Red Mage became a thing, I believe. So.
Scuff, it's fine. Continue.
But let me ask you something.
Sure.
The very first scene entering Heavensward, the very first dungeon you had to enter.
Oh. I'll say for the very first, for the itch card, it was like, whoa. This song, I will say this right now, Dragon Song is still one of my favorite songs from all of the 14 titles right now. And the reason I'm explaining this is because it actually struck a chord with me at the time. The song really rang out to something I was dealing with, funny enough, where I was part of a cult for almost 6 years of my life. And when I finally left, it was more it kind of in the song, it's questioning the truth and what everything that kind of was coexisting if you kind of listen to the lyrics. And it hit me because I was like, damn, I just got out of this situation I'm in. What is the truth now? Do I even know what's going on here? And Dragon Song just sang that into me. So if anyone ever asks me what my favorite song is, it is Dragon Song. And Heavensward has that impact for that reason. It was a weird time in my life, but it just hit me whoa. It was holy crap. But it was still, I love all the other songs. Answers is great, Revolution is great, the Shadow, One Brings Shadow, One Brings the Light, all of them are great, but Dragon Song always has a place in my heart.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, but
See
the
that
scene,
big dragon.
yeah, the
Oh
big
my
dragon
god.
was like, oh god, and I love dragons, so I was like, holy hell. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be fun. The dragon expansion.
Just watching all the people run across the bridge as you're going towards this thing, and it's like
Yeah.
massive, and your heart
eh,
is dropping,
Yeah,
and
and you're trying to like, in yourself, you're like, as you're fighting it, is, and you have to kind of get on. I remember when you had to climb the towers, and you had to drop the big, well, back in 2.55, you dropped the big jump,
yes.
fucking harpoo, and I dropped the big spear on it, and if you didn't time it right, he just flew up in the air, like, oh, bye, buddy. Okay, bye, buddy.
Yeah, no, it was like I can't tell you how many times I died in that first part, but I was so flabbergasted by how massive that thing was.
And now
I was overwhelmed.
and now it's a solo instance.
Yes.
It used to be an 8-man instance. Now it's a solo instance.
Yep.
um.
I had no idea what I was doing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Right. So next on the list, I kind of accidentally somehow my questions got a little mixed up. I'll mix with this a bit. So I guess I should ask: did you still continue playing Bard in Heaven's Ward?
I did. I kept up with Bard because I saw the new classes, but I wasn't really too interested in them at the time because Machinist was just another fleshed out version of Bard, except more futuristic. So I was just like, I'll just stick with my backflips and my death rain, and you know,
Yeah. How did you feel about storyline?
I loved it.
If we in the Heaven's Ward portion of it.
The thing is like as like getting to see how dragons and humans basically, or dragons and normals used to walk side by side basically with each other, and how things suddenly turned for the worst and made a like divide between the races and everything like that, the species and all that kind of stuff. But yet like there was also some like tragic forbidden love as well in there.
Yeah.
My favorite person ended up passing away in the storyline.
Oh yeah.
So my heart hurt super bad, especially with how he left us and he wouldn't let us stay.
Oh yeah.
He forced me into the ship, even though I said, no, I'm going to stay here and fight with you. And he's like, no, whoosh. And I'm like, no, please.
Aw.
I cried for days after that scene.
Oh. I bet. Because like I said, I did Paladin for that. And I remember it mostly being simply a mission to find our, like, the man who made us a free Paladin and his story. I gotta go back, and I've been playing a little bit back in Heaven's Ward again because it has been some time since I played that story. But I do remember not a lot of people were necessarily enjoying it. I thought it was okay. Like, I thought it was a little. It was definitely got you in some moments. The feels. But
Yeah.
I know a lot of people weren't like super resonating with that story, and I get that.
Well, like I think it's like the thing is like with how we were introduced to dragons is that they were basically there to hurt us right off the bat,
Mhm.
but you find out there was other ones who weren't really there to harm you, and you were trying to find alliance with those, and slowly as you made alliances with those, you slowly got to meet some of the other ones and
Yeah.
quell their anger.
Mm-hmm.
Not Nidhogg though.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, well, I'll say that the storyline for Paladin. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about MSQ yet, but I'm talking about Paladin's
Oh,
storyline,
okay.
which was more like about the, our free Paladin and all that. And I don't remember too much on it, but I do like think it didn't really focus too much on like dragons and stuff like that as much as I can recall. So I know a lot of it was
Yeah,
mostly
I needed
about
the
the.
Bard story.
So, but we will get into the MSQ here in a bit. Before I forget, because there was another thing that came out, the Aura. Did you immediately become an Aura as soon as it was announced, or did you kind of still stick with your race you were playing with?
I did immediately switch to Agra. I actually have some of the pictures from my original set. when I changed to Aura.
Oh, very nice. Yeah,
Because I used to draw.
yeah, I actually I didn't change at all when Aura came out.
Really?
Because at the time, so fun fact for those who know about Wobble Line actually became a name from a Tauren I made back in World of Warcraft. And it was a Tauren male. And so I translated that to 14 as a male row. And, but eventually I kind of got bored being a male row. So I went male Elizin, and I played that for a time. I never really actually touched Ra to the end at Heaven's Ward. Is when I, well, not sorry, not the end of Heaven's, end of Stormblood, is when I actually changed fully into an Ra. That was the time I actually changed fully to an Ra. But beforehand, I was a row, I was Elizin, I was a higher, I was everything else but Ra. Until literally the end of Stormblood. Yeah. And I think at that point is because I finally broke up with my ex, who really didn't like me playing a female character anyway. And so I was like, well, I wanted to try out female Ra. Really loved it. I enjoyed it. And now I remember at first they got very people just hated their rock, so people didn't want to play them right away. They were complaining about the all Ra rock, and I was like, and unfortunately with all the people I was playing with, I was, oh, okay, I see. I'll just be on the side corner here. It's fine. Smile.
Oh, I love their individuality.
Yeah.
I know Yoshi P is feeling something for like, because this does have to pertain to the original like set of species, like with the Mikote, like their hunting marks, their clan marks. He's a little sad that he's doing the toggle, but he's doing it so people can toggle it off and on and be more unique. But those markings actually stand for their tribes.
Yeah.
And back then in Realm Reborn, depending on which one you choose between the species, because there's 2 for each species, your stats are different.
Yeah.
And you actually had buffs for certain things back then. So I can understand, like, with the different changes and stuff, it does tend to take away from, like, the story aspect a little bit. But I know people are really wanting to get into their customization and make their people their own.
Yeah. I mean, for now, though, like I said, well, before we got, this stuff would definitely discuss more in Evercold. Because that's going to be one of the big topics towards the end. But, like, definitely, like, story-wise, everything worked out for what it needed to do story-wise. I just remember back, we're talking like now, the current spate at that time that Heaven's Word came out. I just remember a lot of people back in the day when it first was announced, and they saw the animations, people weren't a fan of it at the time. And unfortunately, I kind of followed suit a little bit. But later on, when I finally got the chance, I tried it. I was like, I love this. I can't change back. I can't change anything else now. I am an all Ra now. I am all Ra. This is what I am, one with the all Ra. Yes. So with that out of the way, now, we're gonna ask, because you did play Bard, so how did caster range feel?
It felt great, actually. I was actually able to reach for a good point.
Oh, okay. I know
well, mind you, back then, I also, was PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
With really bad internet, so reaching a little bit farther was a really a bit of a niceness, and not being up in the AOE. So.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, I know a lot of people who aren't a fan of it. I mean, you could switch it off, but you wouldn't do as much damage if you didn't have it your little stance say turned on. Because I know that's what Machinist had. Machinist had a stance. Gauze, I think it was a Gauze barrel or Gauze something like that. And I remember if you had that turned off, you could shoot normally, but you turn that on, you were caster mode. I remember back when I remember when I was doing those raids too, and especially I was doing it on a warrior. Somehow in some way, people would start telling me, you're doing more DPS than our Bard. And I'm like, what? That's kind of scary, and I'm playing tank. Triple fell cleave, and especially if you hit 10k fell cleave, that felt fucking great. Because fell cleave, man, that was great. But if once your berserk ran out, though, guess what? You were pacified.
Oh, yeah.
because I did
But
raiding
no,
on
like
warrior.
implementing a lot of that casting and actually being able to like support a lot better was actually really nice. Whenever the bard actually kind of got its little buff right there, so it was not so bad for me, I guess, because I felt a little more helpful compared to me just constantly dying due to lag.
Gotcha. Okay, okay. No, that's absolutely a fair deal. Because at the end of the day, everyone's gonna have different experiences. Some people love it, some people hate it,
Oh yeah.
or some people feel in between. Just really how they feel. Um, so it's just what it really comes down to. Um, now next, I have here is now we're gonna actually go ahead. We'll talk about the Alexander raids first. So when the Alexander raids were announced, we got two versions of that. How did you feel that we got a normal version and a savage version of the fights?
I think I only ever played the normal version of the Alexanders.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but they were interesting. I liked how they implemented a lot of different it was like mechanics in the game in the actual like dungeon part of it, but the actual like traversing the dungeon just to get to those areas was interesting. I liked the sledding by the feet type ordeal,
I
just to get to certain spots, and I'm like, this is actually pretty cool.
Yeah. So what I'm kind of mentioning about that too is that what's very nice is that like if someone just wanted to do story, you did a normal version of the fights. But if you wanted a challenge, you would have the savage fights. So because you know how back in the regular coils, there was no such thing as a normal and savage. There was only just coil. That was it.
Oh
So
yeah.
when Heaven's Ward was introduced, they added a new version of the fights. So that was kind of my question. Is more like, did that really feel nice? That like, if you didn't really want to fight a very hard version of the fight to do the story, because the coils weren't easy to do back in the day. Back in
Well, honestly, to be truthful, I don't think I ever really like noticed the difference, like if there was like the savage versus the normal, because I thought, it was just gonna be the same butt hurt that I got
I gotcha.
before. So I was just like, well, let's see how many times I can,
Yeah.
fall down during this race.
That's fair. Well, the reason I mentioned that is because definitely like I said, someone who's been raiding, I definitely felt that difference. Like the normal raids in Alexander definitely felt easier than when you were doing normal coil. Because coil at the time was like, because I also remember at this point though is when they did the coils, they weren't sure how they were going to go around with the difficulty. I think for raiding in
Yeah.
general for the 8-man stuff. So that's probably why like when they put the story in there and doing these fights, uh it was hard because people wanted to hear the story in coil, but they couldn't because in order to do it they actually had to pass through mechanics that actually were like in a rating tier level. But when you now got to Alexander, you had the normal ones, so you could focus on just enjoying this, like do the mechanic. You gotta do the fights, but you didn't have to worry about the harder mechanics like you did in coil.
Oh yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah, so
It's just
definitely.
I guess like the thing is like you weren't wrong. It did feel a lot easier to get through those dungeons, and I did not pass away as hard, I guess you could say.
Right.
But like I never went back for like the savage part. Honestly, I might actually give that a shot and see what the difference was compared to what it was back then. But it's probably so much easier now.
Oh yeah,
I ain't
because
gonna lie.
yeah, Savage content you can honestly go in as level 100 and probably just you could just burst through it if you want to get the mounts and such. Because that's what I would like one point would do my alt actually. My alt will go through. I go through. I did all the coils and I did it all on like a level. Actually, honestly, a fresh level 80 Viper because I was level 100 on White Mage and I didn't even finish a Rumble board yet.
Oh,
Because
dang.
yeah yeah, I found ways to level really fast during the cycle of things. So I just level
Wow.
Paladin as the job through Heaven's Ward right now on that character. But yeah, so that's kind of what I was looking at more like, you see, isn't it nice to have that feature and option? Like, oh hey, I don't really
Oh
care
yeah.
for the story, but I want to do the harder content. You had that option available to you. And so
Well,
as
you have
opposed
those.
to
You also have your elitists and your like in-game people though.
yeah.
Like,
Hmm.
so they're definitely aiming for that like harder like burn. They're aiming for that like nice gaming high, I guess you could say.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. Next on here, we're going to talk about now. We're going to get into the MSQ of the 3.x
Yeah.
series. What are your feelings on the MSQ?
As I said, I had lost somebody who was very important to me, and that MSQ. Um, Temptation was really a thing in this part of the story. Um, there was a lot of betrayal. There was a lot of uh, like trying to recover what was lost. Um, as I said, there was a lot of temptation with like Nidhogg, Estinian, and all them. Uh, Y'shtola and Thancred finding their ways back to us, and just being betrayed by people you thought you could trust at the end there.
Oh, of course. I mean, we will go. I have a specific question here, and I think where people might be know where this is going. I have one word.
Oh gosh.
Vault. The vault. 2 words. Your feelings on the vault. I feel like that. I mean,
just Orm Bell, basically ×2.
Damn! Holy shit! I honestly, I feel like this is absolutely valid, considering what happens in the vault. So honestly, understandable. It's always just because that is like the most common thing we always hear about Heavensward is the vault, and so it's that was the question of like feelings, and that's why I'm trying to be very like vault is that one word, vault.
Yes. Nope. I felt a sense of dread just rush over me when she said that word. I was just like, yeah.
Dude, that's still really, and I mean that scene is very impactful because what you went through with the character, we went through we'll say Hoshifant, we'll say good boy Hoshifant. We went through a lot with that character. He's helped us in so many ways during our time between a Rumble board and to help us get like the trust of Ishgard, and then seeing that happen to him pretty close to the end of the game is really, really sad. And it sucks because like he was such a motivational person, and you still hear him say, "Smile better suits a hero."
I still go visit him every now and then.
I did when I did one of my first thank yous, I actually used one of my thank you like videos. I actually walked up his grave, did a pray, and I actually had the scene play out with the thing, and I just like, it's just because I feel like he's so important, and it's like very impactful for the things to come, because you hear more reference of him later on. He's such a great character.
And you see his spirit later on too, which killed me once he came back, and I was like, please, no.
Don't bring back the memories, no.
So,
I just feel like
Elbrid's betrayal is what really destroyed me as well.
Okay.
Because I can never forget Papa Limo and what he did.
Oh, and that's funny you asked that, because that was later as a question I had later on, was about what's about the last dungeon. But before we get there, I want to ask about the trials that we went through. Ravana, Bismarck, Thornton, the fight with Nidhogg. The story.
Honestly, they were all really pretty cool. I thought Thornton's thing was pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I like the fact that it kind of gave like King Arthur and the Round Table kind of vibes.
Yep.
So that was pretty interesting for me. I actually really liked how they did the mechanics there, and how like each person had their own like certain attack. Nidhogg was a pain in the butt with the platforms and stuff. I ain't gonna lie there. Trying to figure out where he's gonna fly to next.
Oh yeah, and you have to make sure not to be standing in the way, or his hot wings, hot tail, hot wing.
Yes.
Yeah, the mechanic too, you know.
If I remember, this is when like Sophia and all of them came out, right?
Yeah, that's actually the next part. I have because the Warring Triad wasn't necessarily part of the MSQ. They were in their own. They had their own side story to them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the some of the earlier expansions, there is like some of the stuff is like side story like content as opposed to being part of the MSQ.
But like it, I technically count it as it because you technically had to go off with the scions to do something right there.
You
So, I mean,
do, yeah.
in a way, it kind of has its hold on the story, but it's like a strong version, apart from like a small little tiny side quest.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying these are tiny. I mean, they were still, like, really cool. Like, the whole story
Oh
is
yeah.
really cool. But when you
Plus,
lie
it's
and
where you
look
go
at
feed
it,
your mouth.
yeah, because you should. Well, yeah. You gotta get all your, you gotta get all your clears in, you know. Um, but yeah, like, I think one of the cool ones was definitely Thornton. I definitely agree with. Thornton is definitely a lot of fun. Considering Thornton, definitely the Knights of the Round Table. I believe that's obviously what they were aiming for.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to because that story and the way they were going about it.
Ravana was a pain in my butt.
Yes, Ravana. I mean, gotta watch out for the parry. Gotta hit the right. You can't be behind the boss. He's got that spot covered.
Oh yeah.
He's
And
got it.
like
He's
whenever
got.
they take the gates away, you're flying off the ends. I'm like, okay, bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Bye. um, but yeah. So like, I mean, that's each of them really like. Bismarck was definitely interesting too, having the fact that it was a normal raid that you could absolutely fail even with everybody alive if
Oh
you
yeah,
didn't do the mechanic.
yeah, the harpoons. Oh my gosh, and the mech machine that causes the shield. If you didn't throw
Yeah.
that sucker up in time, you were gone.
Yep. Yeah, you're not careful. Yep. It was brutal. And I remember I think I remember watching that cutscene at least once or twice because people were not sure what to do. You just see yourself just fly. This is mission failed. And you just kind of say, why? And you fly off. And the Warrior of
The
Light
original Bismarck,
yeah.
they had it to where you didn't have to be on the back to hit Bismarck's spot.
Right.
And then they eventually made it to where you actually have to climb onto Bismarck to hit his spot. And I'm like,
gotta climb on the Bismarck's back. Instead of the Hydra's back, it's Bismarck's back. But yeah. Now, since we're kind of talking about the topic about the Warring Triad, what were your feelings of the Warring Triad?
I thought it was a interesting implementation of like, as we said, it was like bringing a side story into a main story basically, because they were technically part of your primals. So it was interesting to see like primals kind of being carbonited in a way and then summoned.
Okay.
And it was like alien tech, like you were implementing like extraterrestrial sci-fi-ish type ordeals into like a fantasy-based like dragons and all kinds of stuff. And I was just like, well, that's an interesting take.
Uh-huh.
And for some reason, my brain, whenever I first fought Sophie,
Sophia, yeah.
Yeah. She gave me Libra vibes instantly.
Oh, yeah.
And her mechanic was, I think, the most interesting because the whole field would move with her. And I'm like, I'm going this way. Oh, no,
I'm going the wrong way. Playing with the wrong way. Crap!
Yeah.
Yep, that one, yes. That always would get people. It's not exactly easy, but yeah.
And it was the funnest thing, but it was like, okay, being a person who, as I said, had very terrible internet and who was lagging like crazy, I had to memorize what she was doing and when to implement it before she started moving the field entirely. So I was going in the right direction before it happened, because usually if I didn't, I'd have to end up falling off.
Okay.
So it was fun to kind of predate movement before you actually did the movement,
Think-
and learn the
yeah.
mechanics as thoroughly as I had to whenever it came to stuff.
Oh, definitely for sure. Because a lot of those, I remember back doing a lot of extreme farming. Because I know all of my FC at the time wanted all the birds. Because we would do like a bit of savage, and then we would jump away and do all the new extremes as they came out as a group, and then we would just kind of farm them until everybody got weapons or until people got their or until they pretty much got like their bird, and then kind of just moved
yeah.
on. So that was like a nice little thing I had with them. But yeah, out of all of them, obviously Sephiroth is like,
Yes.
I mean, come on now, Sephiroth.
Well, plus, like, I loved how they implemented that. He was so little, then you kicked his butt, and then he literally falls off the platform, and then he
Yeah.
just gets massive.
He's very massive. He just goes, yeah, now mess with me.
And now his lantern is gorgeous because it's like that azure blue with
Yeah.
like leaves going around it. And I'm just like, gorgeous.
It's so good. So now we'll go back to the story. We talked about it briefly about the last dungeon of the of it. Feelings.
I bawled my eyes out. I couldn't play the game for days. I couldn't even look at the game.
It was really sad what happened with, and it sucked. But like the impact it had. Again, he did something very impactful and did something that was insane. Which, by the way, I remember watching a video. I watched a video a while back of Sonic Scry and Joe Cat, and they were rating the Scion's powers. And I remember it being like basically that potentially Papa Lima was a lot stronger than Louis Swab because he literally was able to have so much power to do what he did, which is insane. It was probably one of the
his teacher.
Yeah, he really surpassed his teacher, and just the atmosphere when it all happened, it sucked because like, damn, I just lost we just lost another Scion. And
yeah, and then not to mention like the area where you're at whenever this is all going down, you have Elise who has been around him for years.
Yeah.
You've gotten to know these Scions as your friends and everything like that, and got to know story and hear their wisdom and everything like that. And then you're trying to stay. That gives you an option to say you want to stay and you want to fight with them, you want to protect him. And he just pushes you into the blimp, and you were taken away as you're watching him smile up at you, and then he's turning back towards the action, and you just see the same thing that happened to Louis Wall happened to him. And your heart just shatters, and you hear Lise basically screaming Papa Limo as you're flying away.
Yeah, and it sucks because it's definitely still one of it's another, again, one of those emotional things, especially when you played the game from the beginning for so long, because you wouldn't know what happens to these characters right away, you know? Like, you don't know the anticipation to that point. You didn't know that it was going to happen to them. You know, you were trying to find ways to stop. I think it was that point, it was like Shiryu and Omega, and just he had to do. And they had to do this crazy plan, and you're just like, why? Dude, no, please. And did it anyway.
Yeah, Heaven's Ward definitely pulled on a lot of heartstrings.
Oh, for sure. I mean, definitely I definitely would agree. It definitely was pulling you left and right. It did not, like, keep you steady. It just said, nope, we're pulling your emotional strings now. Come here. Yoshi P said, come here with those strings. Come here.
You're going from Realm Reborn, where your heart was already basically broken. You're not sure what's happening as you're going into Heaven's Ward.
Yep.
All the craziness and everything that's going down, and it's just like, oh, you're recovering here. Let me fix that real quick.
Right.
Pulls the rug right underneath your feet, and you're like,
oh. So now I do have another. So speaking of the story and whatnot, we obviously got to fight Sloppy. Obviously about, so we obviously know for a long time, we've heard about the story between Ironborn even in Heaven's Word. There is the fight against Garlemald. What were your feelings about that when we were finally starting to see that we were going to start to be able to finally go and bring the fight to them. Like, get finally ready to take back Alamigo, at least with Alamigo and Doma.
Well, honestly, with like Garlemald and all that stuff that was going on, is because we know Sid.
Yeah.
Um, and it's like there is good people, but we don't exactly know where we're like what it's going to be. Like, is it just going to be straight up, evil, or is it going to be like a mix of like, lower class versus higher upper military class type ordeal?
Right.
And it was just very like, because I didn't know what their stakes were going to be, because you see Garlemald people throughout different parts of the regions in Heaven's Ward. Like, we know one who stands beside Amric.
Yeah.
Um, so it was like, what is your life like back there? How
Right.
bad is it?
Yeah. Right. I remember good old UCA. Yeah. Um. All right. And the next part is we're kind of stuff with story stuff, so we're gonna go back to more of like the game mechanics and stuff like that, more like community event stuff. Um, did you anything interesting that happened in 3.0, like community wise? Were you part of anything, or is it just like was there nothing really special? Like, did you participate in any kind of community event? Again, same thing like 2.0.
Uh, I'm trying to think, honestly. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say yes or no right now. So
Okay, we'll move on. So we do know, obviously, we talked about Party Finder earlier in the Realm of Born about 2.1, and when it came out, the relief that, obviously, in a sense, it was only, like, world only. But now, in 3.5, they introduced Crossworld. So when that came out, did you feel more relief that now you can reach out to more people? Or did you have fears that some people might have where they're like, oh, maybe I'm going to get more elitists joining my party or more toxic people to join the party? What were your feelings when Crossworld Party Finder was released?
felt like times were shortened, like for queuing and stuff like that. Party Finder, you had more um, people who were allegedly like available. Like,
Okay.
it gave more opportunity, because people play at different times of the day. They have work, they have school, they have all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
sometimes you just have those down times, and it's good to have people from different parts of the states um, who are, available. So with them opening that up, it actually offered a lot more people to be able to do certain things on their time.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of nice.
That's a good, that's a good, honestly, outlook of it. Because I know it said some people commonly do get kind of scared. And it's like, oh, now there's more people out. I don't know how it's going to happen, you know? So that's a really good outlook, because it is the truth. Like, Party Finder, having that ability to have it be cross-server, cross-server, because obviously within your own data center, is a nice touch, because now you could join up with people in your data center that are looking to do the same content as you, but obviously you're not part of your world. And I definitely feel like it's definitely a nice touch. Alright, next up, Relic Grind of the Heavens Ward. What were your feelings on that?
It wasn't as bad as Realm Reborn.
Honestly, that's a fair deal. Especially, like, we had the different ones. Like, Fate Farming, if you didn't have a Zodiac weapon. Because, obviously, if you... So that is a fun fact. So if you ever completed a Zodiac weapon from a Realm Reborn, you could use that as to go get further in the Heavens Ward relic. Otherwise, you would have to go back and you would have to Fate Farm again, and then go ahead and do the next set of steps, which is like dungeon grind in order. You have the item grind, which is your bone, shell, or seeds, and company items. Tombstone grind for the Aether Oil, Umbrite and Crystal Sand grind, which literally was you had to get pieces to get your sand and your Umbrite, and then put in the stats that you want your weapon to have. Your Single Cluster Glide, and then it was basically just like light farm, like dungeons into light farming, and then just finished off with the ink. From basic, that's what I have written down in my notes here. because I went through and just kind of wrote notes down that kind of were important about that grind, each step.
But yeah, like I had my zodiac weapon, thankfully, so I didn't have to do
Yeah,
too much of that grinding.
yeah, that's what helped me too a lot, having my paladin weapon already. I was like, okay, cool. And I just used that for my warrior instead, because basically my I wasn't playing paladin for at that point. I started playing warrior as my main, so I just took the paladin relic. I was like, okay, take my paladin relic, make it into a warrior relic. Did you actually have a favorite like weapon from that series?
Uh, well, I didn't really do too much outside the actual like bard stuff because I was still playing bard at the time, and I'd say because I didn't really try for any other classes whenever I was doing Heaven's Or, and I just stick with Bard. So I guess I'd have to say the one I knew and the one I loved the most was Bard because the fact that it's a pretty bow.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. I mean, for me, I did warrior and I was working on scholar at one point because I finished my warrior one, and then I wanted to start up scholar because my raid group wanted me to play scholar, and then a few moments later they said switch back to warrior, and so I went back to warrior and finished. But I will say the warrior weapon was I loved it, but I will say I wasn't a fan of the ending result of it. But I love the axe of the emperor, which was
Yeah.
really sick looking. I really liked the look of it. The Minas locks and the Minas was okay. Like it looked like a basic axe, but it glue, which is fine. But it had like runic stuff. When I looked at it further, I was like, oh, that looks cool. But I definitely was more of a fan of the axe of the emperor. It was more of a
Yeah, I feel like with some of the relics, like they'll make them glowy or give them some kind of like nice little design, and then they'll take it away, and then they'll
yeah,
give them a bigger design, and it's just like, why don't you save the glowy, pretty aspects for the end result?
right. Please. All right. Oh, this is another fun one.
Okay.
Original diadem. Did you ever touch it?
I did. I did touch the original diadem.
Ah, yes, the memories. They must be flowing back
Oh boy.
now.
Uh, um, I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Because I think I remember. I'm trying to remember whenever the PS4 eventually did come out for Final Fantasy's version. Because that's whenever I was starting to be able to actually, play more appropriately, and I actually switched to AT&T internet eventually.
Ah,
Uh,
okay. Gotcha.
so I was trying to I'm trying to remember easier parts of things.
Like, there was times you could go out and farm, or you just go out and mine. You would have to, like, if I remember right, I think it was definitely you had to have your free company or a workshop with your AFC, and you take an airship and you would go out to to Diadem. And I remember we would do that a few times with my FC, and we would actually get little. It's just so funny thinking about the items you got at the time. It was a pink, like 265 item you could get. It was gear. You get some like random gear from it, or it's just like out there to like mine, or my case it was always mining. I was okay with botanist and fishing, but I really liked I liked mining the most.
Well, the
So
original diadem, for me, I always usually went solo with myself. I didn't go with my FC a lot, so I would always queue up with a bunch of randos, and I just go off.
that's
And
fair.
I actually have the Pegasus mount from Diadem.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
So I actually did all the requirements needed to get those like 99 shards or whatever it was for
Okay.
the Pegasus.
Okay. Nice. All right. Yeah.
And I think that's when I did start having, proper graphics and being able to actually, move around and not lag as bad.
Okay.
But mining and fishing and all that stuff was a lot different back then compared to what it is now. So,
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And it's changed. It's
yeah.
definitely everything in the game has definitely changed since the past.
You can't auto wrap no more. Back then you have to like hit the button.
Yep. Hit button. You have to keep hitting button.
Yep. There's no
Um, But yeah, like at the end of the day, I mean, it's nice that changes like this did happen, though. Like when we're saying things like this, guys, by the way, we're mostly just acknowledging that like we did have these things back then. But honestly, for me, I'll be honest, it's glad that these things are coming to light to make it easier for players to get into things like crafting and gathering. Especially myself, who wasn't a big crafter and gatherer. I've been able to get into it a little more easily now. And I think also, Villa brought up a point a while back about probably the reason I got into it more is because of the fact that I've been doing my own Iron Man challenge, where I basically need to craft and gather my own stuff to make my own gear. Because I made a rule where I can't use the auction, I can't use the market board, I can't buy from vendors, I have to craft and gather everything myself. So, it might have been something that might have
Like,
sparked.
a lot of stuff has changed for the better. The reason why we're talking about a lot of the stuff that happened in the past is because that's basically what we were going on.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff has changed for the better nowadays. For the reason why a lot of the dungeons have changed, the reason a lot of the story somewhat has changed in certain ways, is to make it easier on the people to digest and actually be able to, reach further heights and further levels a lot faster than what we were back then.
Yes, definitely for sure. Definitely for sure.
So we're just bringing up a lot of points from our past and what we had to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So did you, I mean, from the sound of things, you sounded you mostly queued on your own. If you were still part of your FC, did you guys make airships by chance?
They did. They made airships and eventually the submarine.
Yeah, nice. Good old airships. I said my FC, I know definitely was making to make the airships, and we definitely did D&M quite a bit when it came out.
It took a lot of crafting.
Yeah.
I was in that crafting room for hours.
Oh my. Oh, speaking of crafting, what is your feelings about specialization crafting system? When they added the ability to kind of get you to be specialized in a craft.
I was glad I was able to finally make dyes.
Oh yeah. Hey, I mean, there you go. Make those dyes.
Oh yeah. And then actually like start being able to like own your craft and stuff like that and be like an actual craftsman of like with the petition and all that stuff. I'm like, heck yeah.
Let's go, because you'll be you're that special crafter for that thing. They're like, oh, I need this thing. Okay, I have to go ask this person for it.
Oh yeah.
Because
I actually make money.
Yeah, for me, I didn't really get. I said I wasn't really still big into crafting at the time, so I think if I did anything crafting wise, it was literally probably just so I could repair my own gear, at most. And I was just, but that because I was a raider, I wanted easy access to be able to just repair my own stuff, so I didn't have to ask someone to do it for me all the time, or go to the NPC and keep spending money that way, because they only repair your stuff to 100%, where you can repair your stuff up to 200%. Or, well, sorry, 199%, specifically. Not 200%, 199%.
Plus making your own glamour,
Prisms? Yeah, good old prisms. Alright. And this is actually the final question I have for Heavensward. The Weeping City of Mock series. Your feelings on it.
Weeping City.
That would be basically the Weeping City itself. You have Dunscape, and then Void Ark. Sorry, the order is Void Ark, Weeping City, and Dunscape. I was saying it kind of backwards.
Ozma is a pain in my butt.
Yeah. Yes. We're remembering, Mock City itself.
Yes.
I mean, come on, I had to make it. I had to make it hard because Ozma from Final Fantasy IX. You know? FF9
I did not
Ozma.
know what to expect with that creature.
I mean, I guess to be fair, I'd be the same way because I didn't really touch 9 till like. Actually, I think I only touched 9 right before Dawn. No, I played it actually like years ago, but like I think I didn't play. I think I played it after Heavensward.
When Ozma came to be, like the very first few days it actually came out, because I always hit content right when it comes out.
Yeah.
So whenever we went into that thing, we had no idea, no expectations. I kid you not. We were down to like the 30-minute mark before we actually passed that dungeon.
Oh, I believe it. God.
Like, we died so many times, so many party wipes, so many wipes. it was just difficult.
Yeah, Ozma's wasn't really easy. I do remember that, and especially with some of the mechanics it had. Now it's easier nowadays, but back then definitely was there definitely was some difficulty to it. So definitely agree with that. I remember Diabolos from Dunscathe. Actually, sorry, the first ball from Dunscathe was great. It's always the one that's, oh, you guys can't pass the mechanic. I'm gonna leave. Bye. Because literally it'd be the one that, like, you know, lights up all the death traps if you stand in them. If you die if you stand in all the purple squares. And then getting hit.
Oh, yeah.
And then having to be careful which way you push, just so you didn't accidentally get swiped by them. By another mechanic. Yeah. At least with the first boss. And then, like, the final boss having that, with the Ebolas having two forms. His first form pretty much doing a fucking DBZ moment of, like, fighting him and just, like, you're shooting, like, a like a little Kamehameha back at him.
That's right. Yeah, now I got it. Yeah, no.
Yep. And then having to do the door, and then you have to do the door mechanic. God. Door mechanics with Diabolos.
Skathish? Is that her name?
Yeah, I know you're talking. Yep. Skatha. Yeah, that one. Oh yeah, with the twists, and if you weren't careful, you could, like, she does her mechanics so quick. Like, you would see the AOE, like, in a flash, and she already be doing it. Like, wait, what?
Oh yeah. No, I always, okay, the thing is like with those AoE type of AoEs, I see them for a split second and I just don't know how to react because I'm just like, oh, they're there, now they're gone. Oh god, here we go.
Here we go. Okay. Oh god, here we go again. Alright, I did have one more question before we move on to Stormblood. The Ally Society quests in Heaven's Ward. Obviously got Vanu Vanu, the Vath, and the Moogle. What are your feelings on those?
I actually, well, I did the Moogle, and I also did the Dragon one for the crafting.
Okay.
Because, one little known fact, whenever you do crafters and, like, you know, like land miners and stuff like that, they have specific, beast tribe stuff for those people specifically, and I like doing those because like compared to what other people see, I see something completely different because I built the area up. The area looks completely different because I fixed the area.
Yeah.
So like seeing like the dragons and their like tribe and their living area, something grow and prosper, that was fun for me. I enjoyed seeing the change of scenery because people see like broken down pillars and stuff like that. I see like a mausoleum.
Oh my, yeah. That's crazy. That sounds amazing though at the same time. Because unfortunately for me, what kind of stopped me from doing any of the other, I think I've done the Vanu Vanu and the Va for sure, but the other, obviously because I wasn't big into crafting and gathering again, I kind of skipped over the other two. I think honestly with the Boogles though, because like, I remember the Boogle was a long quest chain before you even got them as a daily, just, yeah.
I think I actually have the Moogle dance.
Yeah, the Moogle dance?
Yes, I know the Moogle. Find her real quick.
I got you. We'll show that off, and then we'll actually go ahead and get ready for Stormblood.
Oh, here it goes.
There you go.
This was worth it to me.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, there you go. Nice little Moogle dance. Woohoo! Kaboom! I got the perfect angle for that, too. That's funny.
Yeah.
That works. There you go. And now it's just a back shot of it. Woohoo! All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get ready for Stormblood. So, give me just about a couple of seconds here. I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy the little, like, animation I'll be showing.
And then
Yeah, there we go.
Odin, whenever like you see the suddenly.
Now, Wisp, I know as much as we let me cuss together, I gotta put you back to the other side. There we go.
Ah,
It happened again. So this one
but the
didn't.
closeness.
I know. So close.
I'm so far now.
Nice so far. Alright, so we are now in Stormblood. So a little fun fact for those who've not been around this. Stormblood is actually where I played the least. So my memory of Stormblood is very little because I kind of stopped playing around this time. I kind of got on and did MSQ stuff, but I didn't do as much. But there are some things I did kind of go back to later on and checked out. So my memory of Stormblood is going to be a bit iffy. Because this is about the time I kind of slowly stopped playing for a bit. But let's get started. First things first, we're going to talk about this, actually. All I have is one question. This is basically about the Ultimate. Have you tried the Ultimate when it came out? Unending Coil of Bahamut, specifically.
Oh, the coil?
Yeah, the Ultimate Raid.
Oh, the ultimate. Yeah, I did try the ultimate raid actually.
You did? Okay. So when going through it, when you were going through it, did you kind of get the feel of, remember back when you were doing when you did it back in Aroma Born? Did like some of the mechanics kind of match up to what you did in Aroma Born, or did it feel like it was different?
It yes and no. It kind of like they took mechanics from it, but they didn't actually like implement a lot of the original mechanics. I felt like they gave it a whole new kind of turn.
Okay.
Where it was like where you couldn't, like where you expected it, but they wanted to show something different.
Okay.
Instead, like show more of the abilities that it had compared to what we actually dealt with originally.
Okay. Okay. So for me, I never touched it at all. Again, this is kind of the time was my little content goal. So I really don't really actually have any knowledge of it. I mean, I've seen like gameplay and people have done the fight, but I personally haven't ever stepped into it myself. So,
Okay.
Next up, did you try Red Mage and Samurai when they were available to play?
Well, I didn't try for Samurai. I switched to Red Mage. This is when I went from Bard to Red Mage, actually.
Okay. Okay.
I enjoyed the fact that this was like a healer / DPS / tank. I would tank as a Red Mage.
Believable.
So I was stronger than the tank themselves to where I would grab aggro constantly. I would heal the party and I'd still be kicking butt. I was like, this is like an amazing OP class right here.
Okay, I see. So did you take Red Mage? I assume you took Red Mage all the way to 71st?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, so since we now know you played Red Mage, how did you feel about your class's storyline with Red Mage?
It was interesting. Kind of being kind of like a old Red Mage kind of getting his like moxie back in a way.
Okay.
Because it seemed like he kind of like lost himself sort of in the ways of his like things, but then he like there was another person that came into the story and he was trying so hard to protect her, and then he just slowly started getting his moxie back, like his Red Mage flair.
Okay. Yeah,
We just got to be there for the journey, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, I think for me, I definitely picked up Samurai, but I didn't focus on it. I was still back on Warrior when it first came out. I definitely did play a bit when it first came out. For me, I just stuck with Warrior, just because Unga the Bunga at that point, and I was still like really big into tanking. So I was, at least for the beginning. Things changed later on for me, of course. I changed to Machinist towards the end of Stormblood. Just because I was really excited for Big Robot they revealed in for Shadowbringers.
Well, if I remember, for Heaven's Ward, it was Dragoon who had got a lot of spotlight.
Yep.
For Realm Reborn, it was Marauder who got a lot of spotlight.
It was Warrior, yeah. Because 1.0 was Archer. It
And
was
then for Stormblood, it was Monk.
yeah,
Monk
it
got a
was
lot of
Monk.
spotlight.
It was Monk and Samurai both. We went between both jobs. He focused a lot. Like there was Monk when he was like an Alamigo, and then he was a Samurai while in the Doma.
Mhm.
So he kind of played between both during Stormblood. Next up here, so there were some UI changes. Just kind of as the stuff I kind of read up on a little bit to kind of remind. That basically made some UI changes to they made to combat classes in regards to gaining skills. I'm trying to remember what exactly I read up on that. I mean, I don't know if that was what they changed on that. I might skip that question for now because I don't remember why I wrote that question in. What it was.
It's all good.
I'm trying to remember like what were the UI changes they were talking about.
I know they
It'll
did
come back.
class changes, and I think that was
Yeah.
the one reason why I left Bard. Is because
Oh
like they
yeah.
kind of like destroyed my backflip of Rain of Death away from me.
Oh
I was so
yeah.
sad. But
Yeah.
like Red Mage it is.
Red Mage it is this job now. Nothing else. Bye. Yeah, that's what it regards to gaining skills. I think I gotta remember what I'm gonna relook at that one. But we will go ahead and talk about the next part. Raiding in 4.x. Did you happen to raid during that time?
For the raids then. I
There were
probably did.
it's the Omega raid. So it was you had Delta Scape, Sigma Scape, Alpha Scape.
Actually, no, I did not. I didn't touch those.
So you didn't okay, so did you touch normal modes or did you touch normal modes at least or no?
No, I couldn't find people at the time to run those with, so I didn't try.
Okay. Yeah, so kind of like
It was more storyline for me this time around.
Okay, so yeah, kind of in a similar boat than I was, because I mean, I did do the normal raids, but like I didn't really like push hardcore for those normal raids. I did the normal raids. I think I tried the Savage 01S briefly. I think I got to like 49% in Party Finder, just because it's memory that I have, and I never went back in and did anything again. I decided to completely just drop the game and play probably like for story and never looked back. So I feel you on that one.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I don't think I've touched any of the real big raids. I think I touched like the 24-man raids every now and then.
Okay.
Like with the Sky Pirates and stuff like that. I touched those.
Evilise raids, okay. Because Evilise is the one that's got, yeah. So we're gonna go into story first. We're gonna talk about the MSQ. So what were your feelings of the 4.x series?
Well, I was happy for Lise that she kind of took her own.
Mhm.
And it was kind of nice to see her kind of like suddenly stand on her own and actually be like, I don't need to no longer like hide behind in Papalymo's shadow. I can be my own woman type ordeal. It was good to see like Raban and stuff like that start building himself back up from where he was, because we did find him at a low. And him getting his like moxie back was really nice.
Okay.
This was Stormblood was the implementation of a certain man with long flowing locks.
Yeah. Uh-huh. He's actually he is on the list to talk about, so.
Yep. And apparently they're talking about butt sliders because this dude.
Yes. Of course. Yeah, of course. Of course. So let's talk. Okay, so I guess a couple things we could talk about since we're like, what were your feelings about, like, I will say this much: you reiterated Doma and Alamiga during just 4.0. What were your feelings on both, like being able to liberate both in that time frame? Like basically all that story.
That whole story was definitely about trying to find. Well, I'd say it's less of trying to find peace, and it's just more trying to see from different people's point of views and why they're doing the things they're doing. Because you had like members trying to go underneath other members, trying to gain salvation or gain power. And it was like we had to be like a mediator in some ways for certain reasons and certain parts of it.
Hmm.
Um, and then going and actually seeing Dolma and all that was like you're going from like sandy, dusty areas to vast, watery, lush, like bamboo-ish kind of areas, and you're just like, okay, this is definitely a big step. Then the Griffin being like one of your like big boys that you're trying to be like, all right, calm down, everybody.
All right. Okay.
It was just a lot, yes, to say, but it was like there's so many scenarios that were going on.
Right. So for me, I'll kind of just. So to me, my biggest problem definitely with Stormblood is the writing did feel like it was kind of everywhere. We were kind of we were kind of moving too fast. I was feeling like we weren't getting a chance to grow and get to know like the areas we were exploring. We were trying so hard to basically just like, all right, here you go, Doma Castle. You liberated Doma, congrats. All right, and a few more later. All right, you're Alamigo, congrats. I'm like, wait, what? That quick? So to me, my biggest problem was they didn't really give the areas time to develop. They didn't give the feel of like each area that we went and explored. They were trying to write. I mean, I said like that was like probably one of the biggest problems with the story writing at this point. I think they were trying to do something new, and they were trying to wrap up probably something a little too fast. So to me, that was my biggest issue with the Stormblood story. Is definitely they kind of rushed the actual Point for X series. Now,
because you're not wrong, because like Lisa's storyline kind of just got cut abruptly.
Yeah.
And she's like, all right, I don't want to be part of the Scions anymore. Bye, guys. It was like, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're just like, what? And it just doesn't feel, there was no kind of like a lot, and that was a lot of the big problems with that story. It's just everything was like everywhere. But I will admit, however, during the 4.x series later on, after 4.0, things definitely got interesting, and I was really looking forward to things. But we will get there. Because before I forget, we do gotta talk about the trials. We had Susanoo and Lakshmi, and then we had Tsukiyomi, who was during the 4.0 series. I'm not going to talk about we have the four lords as well, but we're going to focus on the story ones for the moment.
Okay. Can I say the person behind Tsukiyomi is a B word?
I got it. I got you. It's fine. I got you. I mean, I probably cursed a few times. It's fine. I cursed a few times.
Oops. Don't like her guts.
I don't think anybody. I don't think I know anybody who really does like Tsukiyomi. Let's be real.
I liked her better when her memory was zapped.
Her memory. Oh, she was. Oh, like her character altogether was like, wow, you just wanted to punch her, like so bad. And then like
meet her brother. Oh.
And then her brother's worse. Oh God, our brother, God. And then what they did to him in later on. So, but yeah, dude, it was just like, oh, just remembering those two all together. And so, but like, I will definitely say one thing. Singing into chaos. Come on, that is like that most amazing line from Susanoo. Susanoo is fun. Yeah. I love Susanoo. He was fun.
Susanoo was fun. Lakshmi, oh my gosh, I had to get the charmed emote because of Lakshmi.
Yes.
Like she was so gorgeous, and I love that she was basically over the Gorgons.
Yeah. Yeah, Lakshmi was really cool. Like all the really neat. But obviously we know we talked about Tsukiyomi already, which we know we'll just say we'll reserve the B word.
Yes.
Um, and now we'll talk about, before we get into the Four Lords, Xenos, our butt slider guy.
Ah, yep. Xenos, beautiful, beautiful weirdo.
Beautiful, beautiful weirdo, man.
Well, the thing is like he's been like he seems like a sheltered child that doesn't know the difference between like what a friend should be and what a friend shouldn't be, or what an enemy should be and what an enemy shouldn't be. And he
Yeah.
condones enemies as friends, and he thinks we're like his best friend, and it hurts my heart that I'm like, why do you think this? He basically loves you because you're his best friend, and he only knows you, and he wants to see your face and kick your butt because you're kicking his butt and he's enjoying it. I'm like, what is this sadistic nature that you have made for
What is
yourself, sir?
wrong? What is wrong with you?
We're the only person he ever thinks about, and I'm like, I don't know whether to feel flattered or scared.
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm gonna go to the right now. I'm going to another direction. Okay, thanks, buddy.
And he
Especially
hates
later on.
everybody else. Oh my god,
It's
he hates everybody else.
it's like he's definitely something else. Definitely a very interesting written character.
He is, and he like still haunts us in today's story, and it's
It
so
does.
freaking weird.
Like, bruh, back off, Lays. I thought we were done with you. Bye.
I know. I was just like, I thought we're completely done with you now.
He
He wants to be a power
Power
bottom.
bottom. I mean, I guess after looking at his bottom, it makes sense. I mean, come on now.
I mean, that's why we're getting the bottom slider.
Yeah.
Shh, Yoshi P says we can't talk about it. Shh.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh crap. I forgot Yoshi P sent me an email about that. Oh, oops. Next up.
I'm gonna be a Lala fell with a thick pooch.
Right. Just damn. All right. So our feelings about the Four Lords. So we have Byaku, Suzaku, and Seiryu, because they're the ones that we got in a trial format.
Yes. Genbu was one of our mediators.
Yeah,
But no,
he was a dungeon
I'm
boss. But yes.
a big, big, big lover of the Four Winds. Ever since I was little, whenever I would read like manga and stuff like that, they would always suddenly be implemented, like the Black Tortoise, the Firebird, Dragon, and the Tiger. It was always so beautiful to see, and then they actually implemented it into Final Fantasy XIV. And I was just like, I get to fight the Four Lord. I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah,
But the story is so tragic.
Ah, yes. Especially Suzaku, who keeps calling out to you, Tenzin, my love!
I know, and I was just like, oh no.
Oh no. Because they were Tenzin, I was like, Tenzin, my love! Like Suzaku.
But I enjoy the tinier versions of themselves as well.
Oh, they're very cute. Yeah, we had a little area. Yeah, they're very cute. Definitely, I think for me, I think all of them were really cool. Each of them did. And that was like the few things I did start liking about more with like Stormblood is like kind of got me back into things with some of the other stories. I mean, for me, the reason I really never really knew about like the tales beforehand. I only knew like about the Four Lords, honestly, even through 11, because even Final Fantasy 11 had that kind of tale. Because you also could fight Genbu, Byaku, Suzaku, and Seiryu in order to basically you get those seals in order to fight a boss, Kirin. And, you know, there was summon Kirin. But I was just like, you know, I was like, oh, this is a little cool thing. In my brain, I'm thinking FF11 reference. Because in my brain, I didn't really know more about the story. I just thought, oh, this is a nice little reference here. So I now learned something new. Like, I never knew that was like a really, you know, the little more of the story to it in other areas. I might have to research that more.
Oh yeah, like the Four Winds are implemented throughout a lot of stuff. For instance, one of the actual original Inuyasha movies has the Four Winds actually implemented it. There's actually some manga that are actually literally based around it. And whenever I was younger, I'm going to admit I used to condone myself with the Black Tortoise. a lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And, you know, sometimes you feel attraction to that particular, like, you know, or the person that's in the story. So it makes sense, because you kind of have that relation with them. I know.
Well, that's also why my model also has two heads, technically, the mimic
Ah,
and the wisp.
makes okay, cool. That's really cool. I'm learning Wisp lore. I love it. All right. Next up on the list is, what were your feelings about Blue Mage when it came to 14?
I was excited for it, but I didn't know it was going to be limited to level 50.
Right. I
I was
mean,
so sad.
yeah. And at the time, like, yeah, I'd be like, damn, I really wish you could do something really cool, make Blue Mage a tank, or because I actually remember back in Heaven's Word, the theory was Blue Mage was going to be a new tank for the next expansion, and I was ready to I made a Blue Mage glam just to ready up for it, because I tried to make it
Aw.
similarly to Final Fantasy 11. So I was like, okay, I have the turban, I have the body piece, let's just go ahead and make this happen. And well, we got Blue Mage, but it was much later, and it became a limited job. But I understand why.
Yes.
When you look at the job, it'd be really hard. I mean, it's kind of like Red Mage was really hard to Trinity, but the way they performed Red Mage is actually really good. They gave it the balance between being using white and black magic, and that was basically just focused on DPS, but it could also help heal and raise as needed. So I think like they did Red Mage, when I look at it more, a pretty good job with it in 14. Blue Mage would definitely be a lot harder to implement as an actual, like, just a DPS or otherwise, because you would lose an element to Blue Mage, which was learning spells from monsters. You would have to lose that element because they would have to learn abilities and such to level up. Like, they would have to, like, learn certain things, and that's all they'll learn. So the fact that it kind of came limited job made sense. Is it sad? Is only in that, well, now it's level 80, but it only came as a job level 50? Yeah. But is it understandable? It is. Like, if we kind of look at the broader stand of things. So I always kind of bring up that point of Blue Mage is definitely fine for what it is. It does suck that you can't use it in actual content, but hey, at least it exists if people want it.
And it does exist. I kind of wish they implemented it in a way like, say, like as you were saying earlier with the levels. I wish they like say, hey, like you're able to learn this monster's ability now. You just need to go fight it. All this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like going to different regions, going to different level areas to be able to actually access those monsters in ways. Because as I've noticed that they've implemented a lot of new monsters for Beastmaster coming up.
Yeah. Beastmaster's gonna be
Which is
fun.
also limited.
Yeah, I mean, it's I kind of never expected thing. I'll be real. Like any job that requires like like some of these things, like especially being a pet job, some things I'm kind of expecting. Does it suck? Yeah. Kind of wish we could get the things, but eh.
I like how they did the whole like 3 slot thing going in. Like you have like many monsters, but you're only able to slide 3 going into certain areas.
Right. Yeah.
I wish they kind of just kept that and implemented it throughout. Like it would be
Yeah.
nice for like people to be able to just go access whatever monsters they kind of want to.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to necessarily get the same monsters. But it's
Right.
kind of like a learning experience in its way.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we're gonna talk about the relic grind. Did you touch it at all, Eureka?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
So I'm in the same boat. I have not either. All I remember though is I heard people talk about it was similar to Final Fantasy XI leveling, which was really painful. And I was like, as an 11 player, that sounds god awful and painful.
Oh god.
Because back
I
then
know.
you lost EXP, and if you lost enough EXP, you could de-level.
I
Because that was a
think
thing.
after with Heaven's Ward, and I realized how like outdated the relics get so fast. I guess my brain instantly turned off and said, I don't really want to try out for relics anymore because they're just gonna get outdated by other weapons.
Just use it for glam. That's all. Smile. That's what I do. Honestly, my paladin had the glam of my Zeta weapon. I was like, okay, can't use it. It's not compatible in actual combat anymore, but at least it's like, hey, here's a glam piece.
I know. I was like, I don't even think the effort for clan. That's like
That's valid.
torture.
The torture is valid. All right. So next up, we have is what are your feelings about swimming and diving when it was introduced?
I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Um, I was going to laugh because I know it was like Alize and one more person who was with us whenever we did get the breathing underwater and swimming thing. I was going to laugh if any of the other Scions tried to do it and they just couldn't breathe.
All right, damn. Did you do spearfishing?
No, I never took up fishing, believe it or not.
Ah, yes, Lise. Ah. Okay.
I only ever took up mining and a little bit of botany, but not. I'm bigger miner than anything.
Gotcha. That's fair. Totally valid. Yeah, I know that was that was a thing. I didn't touch it too much later, but I do remember when it came out that people were excited for it. Go into the water, go spearfishing. Hit your.
And I told my partner about that, and he's like, "Oh, I can go underwater," and I'm like, "Yes, you just gotta do story."
Right, just go do the story. It's fine. All right. Next up, we talked about this earlier. We talked about the Evilus raids. What were your thoughts on them? Sky Pirates.
Yeah, the Sky Pirates. Well, that was interesting, honestly. Like, just like coming into it, not exactly sure, because like I found these raids by chance. I was just looking around. I'm like, all right, what raids can I possibly touch?
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of. I remember there was like a lot of water mechanics that I was running into during those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought at one point we were gonna drown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yes. I was just like,
that raid. I know we talked about. Yeah. I think it's one of the first bosses in one of the raids. Can't remember which one, because my brain just goes.
We're having to go down like different channels, and then we all like fall, and then we just meet up.
Okay. I think I talk. Yeah. I think I have an. I think I have an idea where.
Like all the like sea creatures and implementations and all that kind of stuff was pretty interesting. That was actually not a bad like a raid that wasn't totally terrible, and then I enjoyed all the sharks as well. So.
Okay. All right. Then, for me, I thought they were really cool. Basically finding out they were based off of tactics in FF12. Basically kind of combined the two was a really nice touch. Especially meeting some of the characters, like obviously Fran, which was again a very nice touch to the story. So that's kind of like my feelings over it overall. Even though I never, unfortunately, with FF12, I only ever got to like one judge fight, never went back to it, and then I remember tactics barely touching it. But I've seen like gameplay and stuff, and I researched some stuff, so I kind of have an idea, but like not the full picture.
Well, once I saw Fran, I was having more hopes for Viera.
Yeah. All right.
Like, please, let me
All right. God. All right. All right. Here we go. So this one, I think is going to be a very, very interesting discussion. I think a lot of people are going to have with this. So Stormblood indeed introduced a new way for players to jump into newer content sooner than, has never been a thing before till Stormblood. The story skip and level boosts. What are your feelings when they did decide to add it during the Stormblood period? What were going through your mind?
I get that people want to skip to get to certain parts or skip to get to current content, but I tell you from the bottom of my heart and from a person who played from the original based content of Realm Reborn, it's worth it to listen to the story. It is worth it to go through those hours. I understand that there's some people with multiple accounts, and sure they're going to want to use those to skip up to, current content, which is totally understandable.
Mhm.
But if you're joining the game fresh, brand new, that stuff, please get into the nitty gritty of the beautiful story they have created for us over the years. It is beautiful. It is constantly, it is basically being fed to you compared to what we had to wait for years.
Yeah.
So it is worth all that beautiful time.
Yeah, so for me, I'm in the same. My same exact thoughts is that literally is very much if you're playing a game for the very first time, don't do it. Focus on learning how the game works and mechanically, so you when you get to that point, you can know what to do. My biggest thing is saying at hey, if you played the game before, you've beaten the story, you might have leveled all your jobs previously on your main job, and you're trying to use an alt to try and get that caught up to do current content, maybe for like a rating alt and stuff like that. That's understandable. I'll get that. Like you want to buy that story skip, buy that level boost, so you can get into the rating content on an alt character. That's fine. But when you're playing through for the first time, I'm definitely one of those people who say don't. Do not do that because you actually ruin that experience. I made that a mistake with Guild Wars 2. I bought a I actually was given a free level 80 boost on Guild Wars 2 and I used it so I could get my character to level 80 and do all the other content, which was a mistake because I didn't know what I was doing. So that was one of the biggest things I learned quickly from my own personal experience. But something I would say in general is, please go through the story, enjoy it at the pace go through the story, and enjoy it at the pace too. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a video game, right? That's the way to look at it.
Yes. And also, like, be warned that if you do skip and it's your first time, you're going to miss so much content, like leveling. Each class has their only like level 5 caps every now and then, like level 5, level 10, level 15.
Yeah.
Those are little side stories that you can go and enjoy for your class that are suited just for you. Um,
Mm.
Believe it or not, if you become white mage, you get a free unicorn.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, by the end of it all, that's like the biggest thing to me is that what really kind of rubs me the wrong is like I get people want to jump in and want to play with their friends, but like we need to be like there's gotta be that line of enjoy the game for what it is. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to get through. MMOs in general are like this, so you need to take your time and enjoy it by step by step by step, and then get to where you want to be. And when you're there, you could then go, you know what? Hey, I want to now tackle this new content or tackle this and that. That's like I said, that's one of the biggest. When I see people do it right away, and I'm like, you just regret it and made a mistake because now you're gonna walk in, you're not gonna know what you're doing, and people are gonna yell at you because that's what's gonna happen, and then you're gonna get discouraged and then walk away from the game. You didn't take the time to do what you need to do first to make it easier. So when you get to that point, and you decide, hey, I'm going to level a second character, but I don't want to go through the story again. I just want to level boost and get to where I can do the raid content a second time during the week. That's what you should do. Do it to where in which is for an alt character. Don't do it for a main character. At least your first run through.
Enjoy the story and meet people, fall in love with it because I mean it's a great community to kind of meet with. And if you're just jumping over content and not understanding, you're gonna have people who are gonna talk about these certain things, and you're just gonna be like, "What? Did this happen? What's going on?
What happened there? What are you talking about? Were you talking about little son?
Who died?
Wait. Were you talking about being this person calling the other person little son? That scene's now stuck back in my head.
Oh,
Little
no.
son. Oh yeah. Tell me when you become a man, little son. And then some dude just laughs. Laughs in his face, and I love it. Oh man. I had to bring that up. That is one. It's a like in storyboard. I'll admit that was always something funny. I've seen it in a few shorts, and I'm like, I saw Vic Full Pixie's reaction to it, and a few others, and I'm like, yep, that is the right reaction to have. That is hilarious.
Oh my god.
All right, so we still got a bit going on. We still got a lot of expansions to get through. So next up, just a simple question of, do you remember any community events you might have been a part of during 4.0?
Let's see. remember there was one,
Okay.
but it was like it was currently going on in oh my gosh, I can't even remember the area. Lisa's
Is it Rogar's Reach?
campsite. Yeah, Robert's.
Yeah.
And it was just like a big community that like there was Twitch people there. They were
Mm-hmm.
all playing like Final Fantasy. It was just a big old group of people. We were all talking and sharing stuff and giving hints online for new players, and it was just fun.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right. Now, I'm not sure. I know we talked about you didn't really do PvP back in the day. Did you try PvP in Stormblood?
I did a lot of front lines. I did a lot of like Shatter. I've done like I did a lot of that stuff at the time because I was trying. I think it was like the Cerberus mount came out, and I was trying for it, but I didn't exactly know how to get it. So I was just trying and seeing if I could get it, and I never got it.
Gotcha. Yeah, because now the system was overhauled during 4.x, which is why I was wondering how did you feel about the changes? Because remember, I don't know if we recall from earlier, we had it where we had all our abilities, especially even Heavens, where we had all our abilities. Like we had everything that we would usually use in PvE content. I believe this is when they changed it over. They started to, at least.
Yeah, they started to change it over, and plus, I think it was also they started doing the reward system for what's that anime called? The
Oh, I know what you talk about because like as you talk about the three, is it for the three horses? Did you get?
yes,
I forget. I know what you talk. It starts with a G,
because they started bringing that out because I got a lot of the stuff
I think.
for those things specifically.
I know I went ham for those mounts. I got all three of them, but I think I got that back in Heaven's Ward. I don't think I got. I think the event might have been re-released later. Garo? That might be Garo. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. That was the Garo event. Yeah. I do remember doing that actually in Heaven's Ward. I did a lot of it in Heaven's Ward. Because I had friends at the time that wanted to do it, get it too.
Yeah. Because like I was trying to remember if it was coming out like late Heaven's Ward, early Stormblood. I can't remember.
It was
but
late.
It was around that time.
Yeah, it was late Heaven's Ward for sure. Because that's why I remember that. Yep, the Makai mounts. Yeah. All right. Did you try out Rival Wings? That's when a new PvP mode came out.
Oh, you mean like
it's like the Alexander, robots. The robots, yes.
Yeah, I tried it once. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like,
hey, at least you tried it once. I tried to queue for it one time, like very recently, and no one ever. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna touch it then. Okay, never mind. I'd like to try it at least once if I get people for it. I'd love to do it at least one time. Because I've never done it.
But I have no idea what I'm doing.
It's fine. I don't know what I'll be doing either. I'll be looking, oh, pretty robots. Fine. Shiny. Alright. Next up. Did you do any of the Allied Society quests in Stormblood? Kojin, Anata, Namazu.
Namazu. I did Namazu.
All I can think about is every time I hear Namazu now, I keep thinking of demo and go, Papa! And I'm like, damn it, man. Papa! I'm like, damn it.
Okay, because like the Namazu, they also had like the crafting thing as well.
Yeah.
So, and I actually have the mount from that one too.
Oh, okay.
It's like the crafting, the hand, the jobs. I got a dandelion from the other one, and I have the Namazu parade mount from the Namazu. So that was nice.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I still, I didn't really do many of them. I think the only one I did, but I did it much later, is the Kojin. Is like the only one I actually end up doing. And I think, because I completed their quest line to be able to unlock their Allied Society quests. And I think I was doing it just level jobs. And so I was just like, alright, we'll use this to level. It's fine. And it worked out.
I think, yeah, Namazu, I think, were the only ones I touched.
Okay. Okay. Alright, next up, we got... Did you do Rathalos, the Monster Hunter World collab stuff?
Yes, I did actually.
Ah, man, did you enjoy it?
Oh, well, I love Monster Hunter, so yes, I enjoyed
Oh,
it very
that's
much.
hell yeah. There we go. Hell yeah. So I'm assuming you did the EX version of the fight too, right?
Oh yeah.
Man, that was a.
I had like whenever we went into it, I didn't know what to expect because
Mhm.
they said they were going to implement a lot of like some of the fighting styles from Monster Hunter compared to what they usually do with Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, so what does that entail exactly? Oh, I found out real quick.
Yep. You found out real fast. You're like, oh shit.
Like, I'm
We-
danger.
Yep. I'm in danger. All right. Then we have the other one, which would basically be, did you do any of the Extreme Zone content?
Oh, I did. I did.
All right. And how'd that go? Did you have fun with them or?
Ah, well, I mean, Yoshi P and everybody who makes the games do freaking amazing jobs because there's always different AoEs, there's always different mechanics, there's always different things that you never would think you would expect coming from different bosses,
Yeah.
primals. And just seeing how much they've changed or how much they adapt the way of playing
Mm-hmm.
made things so much freaking fun.
Yeah.
And going from like just your normal trial then to your extremes, it was just like you have that up ante and you're just like, okay, this is actually a lot more intense than I thought. So yeah, like if y'all ever like play the primals, go for the extremes afterwards because you'll see what the difference between normality and extremes are, and it makes it a lot worth it. Plus the drops are fun.
Yes, especially since you want mounts, aka, hi, if you guys saw the last little interlude into Stormblood, I got all those mounts. Though I didn't get it on content. I will say that. I think I got it towards Shadowbringers, though, but I didn't get it on content.
I don't have all those mounts, but I have some of them, so yay!
I can always help people get old mounts, because they could be fun. Just easily killed now.
Oh yeah.
So next up, the last thing I'm going to talk about from Stormblood is they decided at one point to start the support of PS5. Any feelings on that?
Beautiful thing.
Yes.
But at the time, finding one of those little suckers was impossible.
Yeah.
I had to headhunt my PS5, and I had to beg somebody for me to have the PS5s because they were grabbing two of the last ones. And I said, please, I've been searching for months. Let me have this.
Yeah, see, for me, I actually stopped getting into consoles after the PS4. Because that's where I was to a point of, the game's too expensive, I could probably just build a better PC rig, and I'll just play on my PC. And plus, I have controller in hand. I'm like, I can play with the controller and on my PC, so you know what? I'll take that. That's a win for me.
Well, so I guess for me, just like evolving with the PlayStation, I guess it was just always a thing, and I always I had a bond with it. And with Final Fantasy 14 basically being from my childhood in a way, I was like, PlayStation, Final Fantasy 14, I can't go without either one of them. Plus the immersion that they brought with PS5, with the constant rumbling whenever you're getting attacked or whenever you're actually moving and you feel the every time you walk around now.
Yeah.
It adds so much immersion into the game that it brings me so much freaking joy.
So that's really good because, like, since for me, I kind of got out of the consoles at that point. But definitely is nice to hear when people are like, being able to play this and it's much improvement. It's amazing. Definitely we're gonna be talking about it later. We're gonna see how this answer goes about what they're gonna eventually do for PS4 support. Because we know like around Stormblood they kind of started like phasing out the PS3. So I think it was around Stormblood. Because then eventually Shadowbringers brings us some stuff. But yeah, we're now getting into Shadowbringers. Before we continue, I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom. So we'll be back, guys.
Alrighty.
man. All right, Wisp. Look, I know. Back over there.
But we were so close.
I know we're so close, man. But I have to do my. It has to be done.
Whoa, grab my strong hand.
Strong hand, get it back. I'll bring it back, babe. Oh shit, that's funny. All right, here we go. Now
I can't
into.
help it, I'm sorry.
The cat. All right, and we are now in Shadowbringers territory. I will tell you guys, this happens to be my second favorite expansion. So, the one that kind of really brought me back into 14, into the full, to keep the train rolling, so to speak. Now I keep constantly playing this game. All right. So the first question I have for you is, they announced the release of Hrothgar males and female Viera. When you heard about it, did you immediately want to change race?
Oh, heck yes.
Have you
Once
figured?
I heard the V word, my brain went blitzo.
You're like, yes, come to me.
First thing I did once I logged on.
Nice. I was like, I figured that we were gonna say yes, but I was like, gotta ask anyway, cause you know, gotta go through my list. So next up is, Gunbreaker and Dancer also were released around this time. Did you like to try out? Did you end up trying out those classes, or did you just kind
I
of?
actually took up the mantle of Dancer
Okay.
after it came out.
Oh, okay. Okay. Go. Now this is the other fun question, because this is the time that we basically got, they basically actually did some combat changes, and this is one of them.
Yes.
What were your feelings when they finally removed TP from the game, and then decided to set the mana points MP at a base of 10k?
I didn't know what to think, honestly.
Mm.
It was just like whenever they took the stats away from us in Realm Reborn. So I was like, but we've known TP MP all our gaming lives.
Yeah.
Why would you do such a thing?
Alright. Just like, huh? Why would you do this to me? Don't do this to me. You did it to me. Damn it, man.
And
Yeah.
it's like whenever they change things, you never know what's happening until you actually like have to deal with it, and you're like, why is this going down so much? Whenever I actually have TP instead of MP. Wait, TP's gone.
Yeah, so
Where'd
like,
TP go?
yeah, right. So like, but like for me, I think it was actually a really nice removal from the game. I think it made it more approachable for new players. Because the way I always think is I try to not think about my own feelings, and especially when it comes to it. I think about, well, you know what? I could get more people to play this now. It's more accessible. Because I remember when I had a friend of mine I've known for many, many years, I tried to get him into the game, and he started off in Heavensward, and he got like to level like 20, I think, or 10 to 20, and then he stopped playing. I think after a while, because I just guess we couldn't, he couldn't keep up the sub, or something was going on that we were trying to figure out. And then later on, we'll talk about later, but later on he did try the game again after many years, and he wanted to do the same thing like he did before, and he was still doing a pretty good job with it. So, but unfortunately, haven't seen him around as much these days. But I think that's like one of the coolest things to remove, because that makes it easier, more accessible, without having to go, shit, I only have 100 TP.
Oh, yeah.
I can't hit my move. I can't do my combo. The hell? You know?
Yeah, no, like making it easier for people to understand. Like that's why I understood like the stats were gone, is because like whenever I first did the stats, I didn't understand anything. But then they took away the stats and made it to where like every class has its own like thing. So I was like, okay, so now I don't have to worry about that. That's nice.
Right. Yeah.
Whenever they took the TP, I was surprised because I was missing a third bar.
You're like, huh?
And I was like, huh, that's gone now. Where'd that go? I'm looking all over my HUD trying to see where it flew off to. So it's a different corner of my screen.
Oh
And
boy.
TP's gone, and I'm like, oh.
Oh. Okay. All right, it's gone now. Okay, thanks for letting me know. All right, next up. So, when you didn't feel like using Duty Fighter, the ability to use Trust to help you through most of the game's dungeons became available. What are your feelings about Trust being used for the game, for like progression, slash just a new thing to add in general?
Um, Honestly, I thought trusts were actually really nice. Um, because I know there's some people out there that have like social anxiety and stuff like that. They have issues of going into certain things. Um, so I totally understand from being an introvert myself that it was always scary to game with people. So having those trust and actually having like the NPCs that you're so used to and kind of gamed with the majority of this entire game uh was kind of nice. It kind of like made it to where like, hey, I can go in this dungeon, learn this dungeon, and then if I feel confident enough, I know this dungeon to where I can go with other people now. Because I know that performance issue of going into dungeons and not exactly knowing what you're doing until you've actually gone through it can be a little anxiety riding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things is though sadly they didn't implement it yet for earlier dungeons at the time. But at
Yeah.
least it was a nice way from the start a system that will allow people to have that option. So people didn't want to wait in Duty Finder but wanted to play their own job. They could be able to go ahead and use Trusted Queue so they can and so they can kind of still play their story and then go call it a day after they're done with whatever they got going on.
Mm.
So I think definitely Trust was definitely I definitely will say it was a nice addition. Scary at first because it's like, oh no, don't tell me you're trying to like remove a reason to use the Duty Fighter. But
Oh yeah.
I think now with the more as we kind of look on progression, what they're trying to do, it makes the most sense. And considering, it's a lot of content in the game right now to get through and try to Duty Finder it, like it's a lot. It's a lot of dungeons and stuff you have to get through. So, I think honestly having Trust has been I definitely will agree, a nice addition to the game, especially getting the start of the system. Now, this is where things did transfer from your class quest. You no longer had class quests, you started having what's called your role quest. Each
Yes.
individual type of role had their own. You had a tank, you had a melee, a ranged, and healers. Because I don't think they separated caster and fizz range till later. Because I think
Yeah,
caster
they
was
started doing it later.
they kept caster and fizz range in the same quest.
I was gonna say, was it Dawn Trail whenever they started doing that?
No, it was Endwalker, but we'll get
Yeah.
there. Yeah. So what were your feelings when they decided to lump all that?
Uh, well, I mean, it was sad to see those like special quests go for the actual certain classes and everything, but I completely understand that there it was somewhat kind of necessary with how times are kind of going and like how many people actually do their content and do their side quests. Because as I said, as like with the implementation of skipping,
Hmm?
it made it to where like those little tiny job side quests weren't really too much needed, but now you need those role quests to actually continue on with story.
Hmm.
So I'm guessing it was a way to kind of counterbalance that skip in a way.
Well, I think another
Uh,
thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
and plus, you would have more people who would understand those quests. Like, you might not have a lot of bards, or you might not have a lot of black mages, but it's like if you're a range DPS or a melee DPS, you have a lot more people to talk to about certain things. Like, say, hey, I'm having an issue trying to do this part. Do you know? And it's like, yeah, I do know.
Okay. I think definitely was great implementation, and I'm also gonna kind of think from a dev standpoint. Imagine if they had to start doing all new quests for Gunbreaker, and they had to do all new quests for Dancer, on top of already a lot of jobs on top of it. That'd be a lot of
Yeah.
story to try and continue on their own. But I will say, there was a nice tidbit when you did hit level 80 and you did your role quest and such. you did get like your own little endings to like the there is each class did well yeah each class kind of got their own little nice little ending quest that you would do. Actually, one of my favorite scenes is the one with Dancer, where you actually dance with the person you started out the quest. Well, you dance with the person that was like your partner throughout, and you both just
Oh
go to
yeah.
outside Limsa and just dance together. Like that was probably one of the coolest things to still see. You still kind of got some individuality with your class, but you weren't necessarily like, but now you didn't have to worry about doing like, you know, a level 72, 74, 76, 78 for Dancer, or
Yeah.
72, 74, 76, 78, 80 for like any of the other jobs, because that's a lot of quests to do. But in a way, this is kind of like the best way they definitely implement it. I think it's really good. And I really do look forward to what they plan to do with more of these role quests, because so far all of them have been pretty good, because I've done them all in every expansion.
Oh yeah, no, they've been great. Well, you kind of have to do them to continue story, but you know, hey.
Well, you only have to do at least one. You only have to do one set. You don't have to do all 5, just one set.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's do one
just
set.
the one.
Just the one. If you had to do all 5, I'd be concerned. You know, I'd be very concerned.
If you want to do all 5, feel free.
Oh yeah.
Just have fun.
Yeah. Well, you do. If you do all 5, you do get a nice little story at the end. If you do all 5, so it's a reward for finishing it all. No, you must do all 5. That's the only way to do it. No, you can.
Looks like I have to go back and do all 5.
Shoot, man. I guess oh, man. If you didn't do it in Shadowbringers, you gotta go back to Shadowbringers and catch up with that, and go to Endwalker. Man.
Fine.
But nah. No, if you guys actually want more story stuff, you definitely want to do all the role quests, because you get some really cool story at the end. Yeah. Definitely for sure. I will say also in Dawn Trail, because I did all of them in Dawn Trail too, because you get some nice little cool dialogue and lore. Yeah. Alright, next up. Basically, we're gonna start talking about the Shadowbringers story. What are your feelings on the story?
Well, I have taken a new role.
Right?
As the bringer of darkness. Yay! I'm no longer the warrior of light.
I am now the warrior of darkness. I'm sorry, warrior of dankness. But anyway.
Warrior of dankness. But no, very interesting. Actually, I really enjoyed kind of going and seeing a fragment of the source. So it was kind of nice to actually just go to a different area, but it was also like, oh god, my friends are not here. My friends' souls are off subjected to the world somewhere else. And it could only be me that brings them back, because apparently I am walking with my body instead of my soul just leaving my body and going somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yes. It was interesting seeing a lot of the characters take different roles. Like with Yustola becoming like this like freaking like shaman woman of a tribe. Which she kind of has a love interest. Oh my god. I ship them so hard. But going in there and taking on a whole different role and stopping like a monarchy type ordeal thing was interesting and nice at the same time, and trying to prevent like light poisoning, which was interesting. I know, I love his little minion. But like going in there, instead of, you know, protecting the world through light and doing the right thing, there was a lot of things we had to like go under the radar and, you know, sneak around and like take down the hierarchy of like this dude who's like kind of gives me Jabba the Hutt vibes. And then like trying to save people who were getting literally poisoned by the light, which was something completely out of context that I could never ever think about.
Mm-hmm.
And they were turning to these monsters, and like you had families who were being ruined by this. You had friends who were like watching their best friends turn into these things. And it's like, how the heck am I supposed to stop this? What's
Right.
gonna happen?
That's going on here. Yeah, because, like, I know for when I mean, I kind of thought I should have made mentions in Stormblood, but, like, seeing the 4.55 and leading up to this point was insane. Just watching everything kind of fall into place like it did. Like, wait, what the hell is going on? And then we get the Shadowbringers, and we get into this whole new, like, world, and it's a whole new shard. So it's like we're in a whole new area. And it's like, whoa. You know, and I walked in, and just all the sights, all the, seeing that we are no longer the warrior of light, but the warrior of darkness. And I was like, wondering how that was going to be. I thought personally we might have been like, when I heard the name, I was like, oh, are we going to be like, kinda evil? You know, are we going to start, I was going to start being a little more evil. And then just, but when we kind of go through, you realize you're bringing darkness because the whole world is flooded with light. Like, you would think, oh, wouldn't you want that? But, like, that makes questions, like, more questions, like, is light, all so much light, really good? You know? So, you kind of need that. You need that darkness to mellow out the light. There's a balance. Kind of like the Grey Jedi Code.
And like the funny part is that there's multiple shards, so you never know what those shards of the source are currently going through.
Yes.
So it makes you wonder for future content. All right, so if this place is being flooded by complete light, and people are like, you know, losing themselves to like insanity and all this stuff, what are the other worlds going through? Because
Right.
apparently every time those worlds fail or fall apart, they come back to the source and end up affecting the source. Like there's so many. I think there's like 4 umbral calamities,
Yes.
and it was like each of those worlds ended up coming back and slamming back into the source, causing some kind of like catastrophe to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it just makes you wonder what other catastrophes could possibly happen that could make everything come back towards us and destroy
Right.
our world.
Like, what the hell, dude? What?
Like what would have happened if the light
What
destroyed the world?
happened? What happened, man?
Like if we didn't prevent it, like if we didn't like destroy that possibility, what would have happened to us?
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course. But definitely, like, the moments with, I would definitely say some moments with Hades was, a very interesting, just seeing, like, he's like, what are you? When you at the end of Amarat, he's talking over, like, this is the final days.
Oh no.
The final days. And then you get to the end, and you have this really cool cutscene, and your character just spurts out, like, you got your choices, so you spurt it out. Which is still really cool, by the way. Like, the game gives you options. You kind of, your character gets to spurt out, and then, you know, the character reacts to you based on what you said. You know.
Yes.
So definitely, a lot of fun, and then eventually being the Warrior of Light, in an instance, the normal Warrior of Light instance.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude. The brutality of everybody need to make sure they know how to mash buttons. One person didn't do it.
Wrong.
One person didn't do it. Y'all wiped.
Yep.
It was pressure. You were pressured. But definitely a really cool concept on how that came to be and everything that kind of like wrapping up that area. Like, it's a really, like, all together, I think one of the coolest things about Shadowbringers is definitely the whole, I said, everything with that, like, storyline. It's just everything that kind of plays out. I will say this is kind of where more of your content lull did kind of happen, though, because this is around time COVID was happening as such, so you didn't have as much content going around, but what they could do for the time, I would say it was really good.
It was really good, and then like meeting a lot of like, because like you get to see like a fragment of Minfilia,
Yeah.
which was very interesting because the fact that you know that she disappeared into the aether somewhere, and suddenly you're seeing a fragmentation of her, and it's like, how many fragmentations are of everybody?
Right?
Like, is there fragmentations of us in different instances, possibly.
Yeah, different aspects as such. Yeah, gets you thinking.
Oh yeah.
Um, but with that though, next question I do have: how are your feelings about the weapons? Ruby, Emerald, Diamond, and we're even gonna talk about Sapphire.
Ah, I thought they were pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Like, wow, I lose my brain here.
You're good. we've been at it for a bit. You're good. With it,
But like the different weapons that were kind of like implemented in this kind of like made it. I can't really find my words right here because like my brain's instant like I'm thinking of Graha because I'm sorry. I'm
Graha.
thinking of Graha
I
because how
love
he
him.
came back from the Crystal Tower series. I was
Yeah.
so ecstatic.
Oh
But
yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, we can talk about that for a bit about Graha and like how all that, like just, but like when we got to see what he was doing for the whole Elizabeth thing slash Warrior of Light, how
yeah,
sad that was, dude, because we thought that we're not sure if we got to ever see him again.
I know. I was
It
so
was
sad.
it was so sad. But glad to know we're glad to know at least he's alive and well. And he joins us in our adventures now, so it's all good.
Yes,
But
he goes back
just
to his original body that was in the Crystal Tower.
yeah, he has all his knowledge though from like his time and whatnot though as well. So uh he's not as powerful as his Exarch form, but he's definitely still pretty strong. But yeah, it just gets you. It's just like, damn. Oh, Crystal Exarch, Nina. Quite a few characters I'm starting to think about. Our lovely sprites and Meg, Tanya. Bigger is better. That's a line that as you get old, you hear that pretty often. Especially, it's still to this day, I think Titania Normal is still obviously a lot harder than Titania EX. Get at me.
Oh yeah.
But no, so back to the weapons on hand. If to kind of maybe help with memory a little bit, each weapon kind of had a, one of Gaius's children in them, and they, would do overdrives, and when they go through said overdrive, they would actually become, one of the, like, a different type, like one of the, Garleans, like Ruby weapon, becoming like basically Nail, Vondarnis, and then you had Emerald, who became Gaius, like kind of like their glory forms in Garlean. And I think Diamond
For
was
some
just his
reason,
own
that's
thing.
just not hit my brain like it should.
Um, yeah, because they hit overdrive. They do end up being unalive, basically through this whole thing, and then at the end, you find the madman that was Oversoul rather. Yeah. The Oversoul, yeah. And you get to the end, and you finally find the guy who was behind all these weapons and how disgusting he was and how he was so like. The guy was pretty fucked up. The guy like you find out at the end that's like done all this is fucked up. You get to finally kick his ass.
Ah, I just for some reason this is just not tapping my brain memory at all.
Did you ever remember piloting a Gundam? Warrior Z? When you fought Sapphire on the sea, you were on the sea and you got to swipe with them and shoot, kind of do that kind of thing.
Sadly not. I don't. I
Ah,
don't think I ever.
ah, that's okay. Um, if you have, maybe just check your net log and see if you've done them before or not. But yeah, they're a fun series, and the story is actually really sad. I actually have
Let's
the
go back and look.
yeah, but yeah. I mean, it's all good though. Sometimes some things you might have missed because just what happens.
Well, I know some content doesn't get touched in some ways unless you're like really thoroughly looking for it. Because whenever those like patches do tend to come out, they give those contents, but it's like there's no like true like finding path to them unless you're really looking for it.
Yeah,
Like I would have never known about the Hildebrand series unless I didn't go look for it,
yeah, that's fair. All right,
or the
here's
God series.
oh yeah. All right, next up we got is you might have they added New Game Plus as a feature. So you go back to watch story. Maybe perhaps you missed you watch a scene and you missed something in that scene. You wanted to go back and see if you could see it again. Uh, did you feel like it was a really good addition to have New Game Plus available?
Are you talking about like the journal?
Yeah, like
Um,
well, if you go through the journal, you can just you hit New Game Plus, and you could start like from the very beginning. You could start like in the raid series. You want to go back and start the first quest. So it's literally a feature that lets you go back and replay quests you've done already.
okay. Well, no, I haven't actually tried it, but I've heard good things about it.
You could.
I haven't tried it myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that's an easy thing you can unlock in. I think you can unlock it in near the Waking Sands. There's an NPC that you can talk to and unlocks it, and you could basically go around. And again, if you want to see a certain scene you missed out on, you can go back and rewatch. That kind of thing.
It's the fun part about figuring things out because we all have information to share.
Yeah, that's what we do here. We share things. We have information
Oh,
to
yeah.
share. Yeah. Because even things I've learned, like I learned about the Four Winds today. Didn't even know that was. I didn't even know what. I just kept remembering seeing that same four things over the Four Lords over and over again in other areas. Just didn't know it was called the Four Winds. So I learned something new. So we're all learning things. Next up, did you do the Near Alliance rates?
Yes, I actually did the near ones because I actually like near.
Yeah.
So yes, I did.
You enjoyed the story of it?
It was actually pretty interesting. I love how they implemented the gnomes.
Yeah, the dwarves. Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
they got the dwarves and implemented. Yeah. They're
but like some of those raids were so interesting. Like I think the one that like kind of freaked me out the most is whenever they like fused together, make one being. Like it was a bunch of little ones and they just all formed together to make one massive being. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how to feel about this. My body dysmorphia is tending to go off the edge.
Oh, are you talking about the final boss in
Yes.
Yeah, the final boss in I think it was Bunker. Yeah, it was Puppet's Bunker, final boss. Yeah, it was like, what the fuck, dude? What kind of like messed up shit am I watching?
I had no
But it was
idea
like,
how I was feeling about it.
and
Oh
I'm
my
like,
gosh, I was.
huh? But this is near. It makes sense though.
It does. It does. It really
Like,
does.
for-
But I was just like,
Yeah. Because I remember playing it before it came out. I was like, damn, Nier, you're fucked up. I don't have that anymore, but I remember a scene from Nier, and I remember watching it, and I'm just like, the fuck?
oh yeah.
Yeah, Nier's fucked.
And just the way it ended, my heart hurt.
Yeah. Considering it, when you go through, like, the 3 endings, there's, like what, 24, 26 endings or something like that? It was, like, a lot of endings you can get, but there's, like, the main 3 that probably people all go through and play. Damn.
Yeah, no. And then once it was just over with, I was just like, wait, hold on. No, wait, hold.
But what?
No.
The fuck? Nani? Nani was ka? Yeah, that's Nier. That's Nier for you. That's Nier.
Definitely knows how to pull my heartstrings.
Yes.
Can we talk about how Lullafells can get in certain areas that tall people can't?
Oh yeah. Yep. You can yeah. When you go to the dwarven areas, there is an area that Lalafels could just go into, and the big people are just like, nope, not allowed. Go the other way.
Not allowed.
You're too tall. Goodbye.
They might have implemented that also in recent stuff too.
Maybe. Okay. We'll have to. Because I'm actually not sure on that one.
Because
Um.
remember the Lalafell village that's currently, or I'd say Lalafell city, not village.
Oh. Are you talking about in Trena?
I think so.
Ninth Shard? Because
Yeah,
that had.
with all those tiny little people.
Okay. Yeah, that was Lalafells. Yeah, there was a lot of Lalafells in that area. So okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Mhm.
They might implement it there too. I haven't tried it yet because I haven't walked around with anybody small.
Gotcha. To look at it or whatnot.
If you find little
Oh,
holes in Lalafells, go to them. You might fit.
you might fit in there. But yeah, before we get lost track here, we do have a few more questions here. The Eden normal raids. What were your feelings on them?
Let's see. Let me.
So there was it was basically about Gaia and Reed were like the main protagonists, we'll say, in it. You dealt with the prime. You rebuilt your memory of the primals, so you had Titan built, put in the damn car, a two-headed Leviathan.
I didn't do those
Oh, okay. Okay.
because I think didn't that have to do with the girl with the hammer?
Yes, that'd be with yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I hadn't touched those though. That was one. I think it was a set of ones that I did not touch yet.
Okay. Gotcha. So you would yeah, that would be a. So I can already skip that next question because the next one would be if you did the Savage version. If you have done the normal, you definitely have to touch the Savage versions.
Yeah.
Which means therefore.
I was looking for it. As I said, some the content doesn't actually show itself until I actually really go look for it. But I didn't know what I was looking for until
Yeah.
now. Now I know
Gotcha.
it's the Eden race.
Yeah, there should be an NPC you could talk to and to get you started and rolling. I think they're in I think in Amarang. I just forget where in Amarang. I think it's the first area you go into Amarang.
Put that on my list for later.
All right, next up. Well, I can't ask this question because in order to do the ultimate at the time, you had to beat E4S. So we'll have to skip that one because it was T, the Epic of Alexander. In order to do that one, you had to beat E4S, which is which would be the Savage fight of E4 normal, obviously. So you had to beat Titan the car. Because that's how you unlock T.
Okay. Yeah, no, never touched it.
Oh, there you go. Something to look at, maybe look into.
Yeah.
And if you're there, you go, all the content. And I'm around, I'm always willing to help. I think I got a lot of friends also that are willing to say, hey, we'll jump in and help you. Because we know that's how it goes. Alright. Next up, they introduced the ability to travel between worlds in the same data center. How did you feel about it? Did you use the system?
I still do use the system, and I currently kind of did use the system today. Hi, guys.
There
I'm
you
from
go.
Golem server.
And that's data center travel, which we haven't got into yet. Because we're talking about, they didn't do it yet. They didn't do data center transfers yet. They only did same, you could transfer worlds, but not in, words. You could travel worlds within your same data center. You just couldn't transfer to a different data center yet at the time. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember this because I had to build. I had two characters I was playing at the same exact time in Shadowbringers. One on Aether, one on Primal. So because I was running two statics at the same time for mount farming. That's why. Yeah.
I like the fact that they implemented it to where, like,
Now it's like,
if you pay for it, you get to transfer multiple from
yeah,
the same place to a different place. And I was like, okay, go.
yeah.
Each one.
I will get a discount. Yeah.
And then you
Alright.
connect them. Valid.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And now I'm on Cactar Aether for like ever. All right. Next up we have is with the release and restoration of Ishgard. Did you think it helped folks who didn't have interest in crafting help them get into it? There was the hey.
Yeah. I think honestly, it probably brought Like as I said, I love the restoration stuff because it does make it interesting for people who do crafting and gathering.
Mhm.
Like it's a nice touch because only they can see what happened.
Mm,
I
okay.
think it's worth it.
Worth it? Yeah. Totally. All right. Because I think I will say I agree with that statement too. Definitely the restoration of Ishgard is indeed, I think, definitely helped out with people getting to crafting. I got into it for a little bit, but it wasn't still enough of a budge for me to say, yeah, let's do more of it. You know?
And plus,
So,
now we got housing.
yeah, we got the Ishgard housing area. All right.
Oh, win-win.
Yes. All right, next up is have you touched any of the Allied Society quests? The Pixies, Dwarves, and the Qatari.
I did the dwarves because I enjoyed their little houses so much, even though I couldn't walk into them.
Yes.
Plus, I mean, I was over there all the time anyway because near. So I mean, might as well. When in Rome,
Yeah, they were
just do it.
fun. Definitely a lot of fun. Definitely, for sure.
They were some hairy potatoes.
So, yeah. Oh my goodness. Hey, friendo. Alright, next up on the list is, we're gonna go ahead, we'll go before I'm gonna ask this one, I'll ask this final question. The one we're gonna ask after is the relic grind. Did you touch the relic grind? It was Baja.
Did not touch that.
Okay.
I haven't touched relics since Heaven's War.
That's fair. Okay. That makes things a little easier to go
Yes.
through. Okay. And I'm assuming because you didn't do, it sounds like you didn't do the weapons storyline. I guess you didn't do, did you do the EXs of any of the story ones? The extremes?
Believe I did. I try to touch all the extremes whenever I can.
Okay. Yeah, so but if you didn't do weapons, you'll be missing 3 of them.
Yeah.
So, and they dropped dragons.
Hey, I don't have all the dragon.
Okay. Another thing we can do all the things help friendos with, because, you know, at the end of the day, I actually don't mind doing the mount farming. I said, I pretty much have all the mounts at this point, from every extreme, so I'm just like, alright, you need help? Okay, you have one less person to roll against. Or I'll just make it easy to kill.
I'm trying to, like, work on the wolves right now, as far as more, because I finished the lanners, like, a few months ago.
Okay, nice. Yes, the next is definitely the wolves, the good old doggos. Doggos! Yes, the doggos.
Oh my gosh, my brain is blinking. The dragons.
Yeah, dragons. Dragons is it'll be the next one, which will basically be your Shadowbringers. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen your little points,
Yes.
and I was like, ah.
Yeah. Alright, now the final part I'm going to ask, because this kind of will I think this will wrap up the expansion a little nicely. Because the expansion hit around the time that COVID hit. So when we came to content, obviously content was much lower than we expected it to be. Did you think that basically the content that the game came up with in the story really made up for the lack of content they were getting during that time?
Honestly, to be truthful, I found Shadowbringers to be a really roundabout game, even with the times of how, like, with COVID and all the sickness and everything that was going around and the preventativities of people like actors being able to be in the same spots, people who are working on the thing to be in the same area. It was a really good expansion, and I wouldn't honestly change a thing. I honestly think they really thought this one out, and it was very beautiful and life-changing, and it was actually a really nice refresh on the game.
Okay, yeah. I think that's actually a really good point, and I like that. Because that's the same thing that I kind of feel when it comes to this as well. I definitely think for what they could do with the restrictions they had, they did a really good job, and it was a really nice touch to things. Because I know there were some people who were disappointed that they because they got 2 ultimates in Stormblood, so they don't have an extra ultimate in Shadowbringers. But obviously we know the reasons behind it. It's just because of the time cycle, and they had COVID, so of course they're not gonna be able to work on a lot more content than they would like to, because we had to, people had to stay in distance, people had to work from home, so it was a lot harder for them to all keep up their communication and whatnot. So.
Plus, the online fan fest for that year was nice.
Yeah, definitely. I will say that was definitely a nice touch. All right, so we're almost there. We got 2 more expansions, and then we still got Evercold to talk about. We got ways to go. I'm gonna go ahead and swap over because ads I think should be playing soon. I have a feeling as soon as I start. I'm gonna go ahead and get us swapped over to Endwalker. We're gonna go ahead and take a moment to. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, there we go again, Wisp. We talked about this. God, Wisp, we talked about it.
I'm trying to be good, okay? The mimic's hungry.
It's the mimic side of you that's talking, huh? Alright, so we still got a bit to go, but I'm still willing to keep going, guys, because this has been a lot of fun. I love the discussions we're having so far. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I have been putting this together. Alright. Now, Endwalker. The time that basically this is the end of the God Saga. The end of the Hydaelyn and Zodiark arc. Arc? So, the first question I have, because we usually talk about things that get released with the new content. Male Viera were revealed as a playable race. Did you want to become a male Viera immediately, or were you like, nah, I'm good?
Well, I have an alt account, so I did immediately change them to a male Viera. It was definitely fun to see how different the male Viera was from the females, because in Final Fantasy folklore, female Vieras are very independent of themselves. They take care of everything. They take care of the hunting, the living, the survival, that kind of ordeal.
Mm-hmm.
And males are completely segregated from their females completely.
Okay.
And the males are off on their own, doing their own thing in their part of the village, and then, like, of course, females are separated from them. And it was very interesting to see how they were going to make male Viera, because I don't think I've ever like truly seen, but I don't think this is what they actually are meant to look like. I think they're more bestial in context. So I was thinking like a big old bestial bunny.
Oh.
Like, I wasn't thinking like a cute little bunny boy. So when they actually brought their version, Final Fantasy XIV's version of male Viera, I was like, oh, okay. Because when you look up, I think male Viera from other like ideas that were represented, they're literally a big werewolf-like bunny.
Oh my god. Okay. I see. Gotcha.
So when they did that, I was just like, okay, well, they look handsome, they're cute, they're adorable. They kind of seem more like I guess I was expecting a little bit more like bravado, kind of like how Avra males are to female.
Oh, okay.
But I was like, maybe the opposite, like being like a little more like kind of like anglerfish, where the male's like tiny and the female's like massive and strong looking.
Oh yeah.
I guess.
Huh. Well, you know, they gotta make it stunning. They gotta look nice and pretty.
Oh, trust me, they look nice and pretty.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Reaper and Sage came out during Endwalker. Did you try out those jobs when they were released?
No, I did not try either of them.
Okay. Sometimes it's not for everybody's cup of tea.
Well, I was looking at them and like I was still enjoying Dancer. Still enjoying spinning around, twirling, and being silly.
That's
So
fair.
I was just like, I'd rather keep dancing and have a dance partner.
And I was pretty much Gunbreaker, so I get you, because I still play Gunbreaker throughout. That was just I just loved the job way too much, because ever Shadowbringers it brought, I was like, damn, I can't stop playing this class, so here we go. Playing Gunbreaker. Alright, next up we do have is, what were your thoughts on the 6.X story?
Um, and,
So Zodiark, Heidelin, we did Tower of Babel.
honestly, it was interesting to see where kind of like everything spawned from. Kind of getting to know the history of before we were even brought in as the Warrior Light. We were seeing how um like the different like the Heidelin and Zodiark were like close in being, but then they like went opposite ways and like their own people formed underneath them and primals became a thing, and like the difference in height between us and the original walkers
Yeah.
was something as well, because I'm like looking all the way up and I'm like, I'm the size of a tiny flea.
I know, right? What the fuck? Hi. You're
I'm like, I
very
don't want to be that tall. Where's my tall slider?
And then all of a sudden, zoop! Oh, we're now the same height. I see.
We were suddenly brought forward.
We were brought up. We became large.
And then just seeing where Heidelin and Zodiark even came from originally, being one of the original walkers, and it was just like, man, like, well, like, because like at the point whenever you were seeing all that basically break down, you were wondering what the heck happened. How do you even become a crystal, a being of crystal, or a being of darkness? Like, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah. What is this evolution?
Right.
And then Emmett Selch is also in this, and I'm just like, why are you here?
Because the good part thing about that was definitely you felt like you definitely went back in the past for it, and I was so obviously at the time, you know, all the stuff that happened back then with La Habrea obviously making it spoken about, if not, and just like, you know, seeing how everything began, even with the whole Meteon thing, and basically how they became like, you know, pretty much despair. We travel to the end of the universe to basically take down a sad, depressed, and some people used to call it Twitter.
Yeah, sadly,
I mean,
but
yeah,
it also shows how much of an influence we have on the past.
Yeah, we do. And just seeing everything kind of like fall into place, and you just see, why is his name escaping me? It starts with H. Hermes. Is it Hermes? I think it's Hermes. I think it's coming back
Hermes.
to me. Hermes, yeah. Hermes, you know, kind of seeing his, you know, his ride, and you know his how everything kind of played into place, and now, you know, his fall during like the level 87 dungeon, and just kind of watching all that unfold, and learning that like how Meteon really came to be, and it's just like, no, you need to stop this now, and he's like, no, I have a mission I must complete. I'm like, ah, man, you can't complete that mission. Don't stop. And then Emmett just saves us.
Yes, Emmett always saves.
Just saves
But
the day, dude.
it also makes me think, like, what if we never went there? What would have changed?
Ah, I guess you're thinking. That's a good question. That's something I'm uncertain on.
'Cause I felt like we added to that story. I felt like we were also a cause of that sudden casualty.
I think we were done. I think it was mostly to learn more about like well, because granted we saw the final days in Shadowbringers and in Amarat. And I think we were just kind of trying to figure out how it was coming to be for the final days. And I think it's just why we got sent back in time to look into that. But I'm not exactly.
What were your cause of that?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. We cause problems. What do you mean? Like, I mean, everything burns later on, so you know, it's fine.
You're wrong.
Everything
we're either
burns.
saving things. Apparently, we also shatter the worlds.
We do many things. We're a chaotic being. That's what we are. Warriors of Light are chaotic.
Oh yeah, you ain't wrong. There's so many of us.
I mean, that's just what it is.
Like a plague on the world.
Yeah. So when we got to visit the 13th Shard, because that's actually part of our story, the Four Fiends. What are your feelings on them? Barbara Alicia, Rubicante, we have Scarlet Meg, who we met first, and then we beat Carnago on a dungeon.
I'm gonna say Barbarisha. I fell in love with her design, and I thought she was hot as heck.
Oh hell yeah!
So I was just like, I don't mind being wrapped up like by this lady. I was like, you
Yeah.
wrap me up. Every time I fought her, I was just like, coon me.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Barb is really, really nice.
Also, meeting Zero was also interesting from that line as well.
Zero is definitely interesting, considering that Zero was like used to be attached to Xenos.
Yeah.
And they separated.
His Reaper.
Yep. And then they separated.
I could see her confusion. Because
Yep.
she took Xenos' way of life and his weird friendship that he had for us, and this is his weird sadistic, masochistic manner.
Yep.
And she was like, did you see him as a friend? And we're like, what?
What?
He saw you as a friend. And I'm like, did he?
I don't know.
What?
He always wanted to challenge us, man. He was always like, I want to try. You're the real challenge I have. And that fucking ending scene. Let's be me though. That's another thing I didn't really think about. The ending scene when we fought him. And we just did this big ass punch. He's got the red glowing fist and we got the blue glowing fist. It just goes whew, and we just beat him down.
Weird sadistic smile as he died.
Yeah.
And I'm
he's
like, what?
Ah, yes. Yeah, I'm like, brah,
Oh
you
my
good?
God. I've been beat by nothing.
By
And
my
I'm like,
friend. By my friend. Yeah.
and when he's smiling about it, he's so happy, and I'm like, why does this bring you joy?
What's wrong with you, man?
They're my friend. And I'm like, oh.
What? What friend? What, dude? What? Dude, oh my god. That was
I didn't know how to
insane.
feel about that relationship. I really just didn't. And I think Zero also was suffering from that relationship too, because
Yeah.
we had a like weird like threesome going on, and it's like Xenos was getting everything out of it, and me and Zero are just like,
Right? Huh. But it was really cool when you get later on with well, later on she like becomes like a paladin later on, which was a really nice touch, a nice Cecil touch, so to speak.
yeah.
I think it was a
Well,
really
the thing is like, she's coming from a different shard, so it's like, that's what darkness does. Whenever darkness takes over, it makes the void happen, basically.
yeah.
And she was originally human, And I was just like, dang, so it makes you think what the other worlds are currently going through. Like
Yeah.
with the current expansion that's about to come out, we know ice has to do with it, but what the
Yeah.
other ones?
Right. There's a lot that has been used. It's gonna be crazy. We figure it all out. Then obviously we got Gobez and we got Rubicon. Sorry, and Zeromus.
Yep.
And that was a. I really liked the way they brought Zeromus in now. Like I thought that was a really nice touch to how.
It's Golbez.
Was that?
I said Golbez as well. That was pretty cool that
Yeah.
they brought him in because I remember him from what was that?
Cool.
Well, it was like a battling version of Final Fantasy where they would fight each other and you'd have different.
Oh, Final Fantasy
people-
Dissidia?
Yeah.
Dissidia. Okay. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. That guy. I've loved playing it more, but I'm like I don't play it anymore right now.
I haven't touched it in a few years, but
Yeah.
that was one of the games I did play.
Yeah. All right.
So once I saw Golbez, I was like, I know him.
I know you. I know you.
Like, but you're a bad guy. Why?
Right. Oh, so another thing to talk about here, I guess how my questions are. How'd you feel about the relic grind? Basically, it was just Vanderbilt tombstone grinding. How'd you feel?
Well, I didn't do this one either.
Alright, that's fair enough. You did say you stopped after Heaven's Word, but I'm like, I'll ask anyway, because maybe there's some memory that hits back. You're like, oh, wait.
Well, the thing is like after, as I said, like whenever it like after the realization after Heaven's Ward, because like of course they did implement that you could go from the Zodiac to the next stage without doing a lot of stuff. They really stopped implementing a lot of that, and it was just like, do I really want to do this grind to get a weapon that's only good for like maybe a little while, or I have to go to like another weapon?
Alright, so at least I could glab it for a while.
Yeah, but honestly, for me, I don't think glams are worth that kind of grind, and I think from Realm Reborn, I was so bad grindy scarred, so I was just like,
Yeah.
I already try anymore.
That's fair. That's completely fair and valid. I guess next up is, did you try out the Pandemonium raids? The normal raids, at least. WP1 through P4? No?
Didn't try out any of those.
Okay. Alrighty. Have you been to the Myth of the Realms Alliance raids? They deal with the gods.
Yes, actually, I did do those because I love the gods. Actually,
Yeah. Alright, what were your feelings on the Alliance raid?
I got to meet my beautiful goddess Navika.
Yeah, hell
and I didn't
yeah.
regret it. I loved
Yeah,
everything that she was when she appeared before me, and I was like, oh, I wanted the right woman.
You're like, yes, excellent.
And then slowly figuring out the dude right next to you is actually God too, and you're like, what?
What? Yeah, I had, well, Thalic was mine, and so meeting Thalic in the final tier was really nice. It's like, oh, he's the first boss, and I'm like, oh my god, he's so intelligent and smart, holy shit. But then it's like, oh, we killed him.
I can't wait for us to, like, actually, like, because I know they're starting to slowly implement their outfits and stuff into the Mog Station.
Okay.
I'm hoping for further love
There you
for
go.
those gods.
Yeah, hell yeah, there you go. So also with this expansion, they came with a stat squish. Stat squish came down by 80%. How did you feel when when that went live?
Honestly, it was like, I can't say it was good or bad. I was kind of had like very mixed feelings about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just like from, just coming from where we came from. We it's just the small little changes like that, or the big changes that happen. Is like you got things that tend to come and go as fast as they do come. But the stat squish, I probably wasn't the biggest fan of.
Okay. That's fair.
When they were also talking at the time when Endwalker was being announced, they were talking about uh, possibly like with us being like at level like 100 right now, where we are right now, they were talking about possibly implementing where we go back down to 0 and doing something different with that, and it was just like you didn't know how to feel what was going to come, like once you get
Yeah.
past that certain point.
Yeah, because remember when they did say when we hit level 100, they were thinking about a mastery system. Like, Final Fantasy 11
Yeah.
started implementing something like that. So that was something that we're thinking about doing. But I guess they decided against it. Now, I understand why the stat squish was necessary is because the numbers were getting out of control for their systems. Because apparently, it was just the number crunching was getting really bad. And so if the game just, you were like, all these numbers, it was just insane.
Yeah,
Which is
I think that was the mixed feelings. It's because you're so
yeah,
used to seeing those big numbers, and it's like
yeah,
uh, being trying to think of the words, and I'm trying to think of properly here. Invalidated that you've done so much work to get those numbers, but
mm-hmm,
then you're just suddenly seeing those numbers just shoot down, and you're like, whoop.
yeah. And a lot of it too is that that's why you kind of know some of the instances give you like echo and stuff like that these days too, because it makes up for that difference that you're
Mm.
missing. But yeah, I definitely will say. I mean, I think I could see why the necessity of it is, but I know like everyone loves big numbers. Big number go boom, go oh my god, that's a big number, big number. But you know, the stat squish is necessary to try and keep things in proportion, which I understand.
All right. This is from way back, but I have 2 words: Raban Extreme.
I face palmed because I know exactly what you're talking about. God damn it. Robot Extreme. I remember my server waiting in line. Is it my turn? Okay. Okay. And we did that just because. Because you just couldn't get into the fight. And later on, there was apparently Pippin Extreme. You reminded me. Thanks. I'm like, damn. Yes. Yep. That was real. Alrighty. Yeah, my god. I'm like, damn it, man.
Because I was thinking about it, and I was just like, oh no. I was like, yeah, no. I sat there for like 7 hours trying to get into that sucker.
Yeah, it was brutal. So you go out, go do some fates, and try to come back and try to pop. It's like, nope. Like, damn, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I gotta remember to ask that question to the next person. They're gonna be excited to answer that. Alright.
Take notes.
Take notes, exactly. I'm like, oh yeah, these are some things I didn't think about. That's why I like to do the show. I learn new things.
Yeah.
Alright, I can ask. Alright, next up, let's keep going a little bit. Did you try out the variant dungeons? Which was, I think it was, I'm not going to pull it up right now through the menu, but it's the ones you go through, choose your path, and you fight different bosses, you can do different things, get notes. Thank you, Nilla.
Actually, I think I did. Wasn't it like the variant and criterion dungeons?
Yeah, variant continue. Yep.
Yes, I did do those.
What were your feelings on those?
I was honestly following for the most part, but it was very interesting.
Okay.
I think like very colorful, very like I felt like I was kind of like what's the term for it, honestly? Like I kind of felt like I was sort of in Kingdom Hearts. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of gave me Kingdom Hearts vibe with how colorful and like weird that it was.
Yes, Merchant's Tale. Merchant's Tale, I know, has definitely that more color and vibrant. Still Down Subterrane is the one that you do with Nanamo. Alo Island is with... Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
I think
Merchant's Tale.
you're thinking Merchant's Tale, which is a Dawn Trail. The ones I'm talking about are definitely Still Down Subterrane, which is Nanamo, Alo Island, which is with one of the elephant people. His name just escapes me. And Mount Rokan is with our lovely guy with sunglasses from Stormblood. And I can't remember his name. So you might not touch those, but you did touch Merchant's Tail from the sounds of it, though.
Yeah, I think I touched Merchant's Tail. I
Okay.
didn't touch the other one.
Okay, that's fine. Did you try out Crystalline Conflict when it was released?
See. No, I don't
CC.
think I touched that one either.
Okay. It's the new thing that's out now. That basically goes to 5v5, gotta push your crystal to the other side. That's pretty much what that is.
Okay. Oh, wait. That's the PvP thingy. I've
Yes.
seen people play it, but I've not tried it myself.
Gotcha.
What about you? Have you tried it?
Oh, I have. I pretty much, I played that a lot when it first came out, and then I was also pushing pretty hard to do rank when it first came out.
Okay. No, I've seen competitions recently with it.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, because they had like a competition recently that happened during the Fan Fest.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. What was your opinion about the removable belts? Because they removed belts in Endwalker.
Well, the thing is like belts were like, I mean, it's a good thing because belts were never really a thing. Like you would put them on, but you wouldn't see them, and I'm like, well,
But the
this is gonna use
stats!
one.
They're just there for the
It's there for stats.
I was just there for the stat boost, that's all. That's all the belts were. They're
Yeah.
just there for stats.
I'd rather see it like, hey, give me a fanny pack any day. I'd rather have like a fanny pack and walk around all happy and giddy and all that stuff and actually get a stat boost. But you're not giving me anything.
Right? Like, yeah, it was the point of them. Yeah, those things
Apparently,
I...
you can still retain them. You can actually go back to the people who give you those little like
Yeah.
buybacks, and then you can actually buy your belts back.
Yep, that's the thing, but you don't need them. It's just funny to have if you want them.
The remembrance.
Now we talked about this a while back. We talked about how we had same world transfers. DC travel was introduced here in Endwalker. I think I could definitely tell how you feel about that. I think the feelings are the same, but you still feel good about it.
Yep, I can say hi to you across the room. Hello.
Hi, bonjour, shalom. All the different openings of hello. Well, there you go, like that. Love it. All right. I think we talked about this as well, so real quick. What are your feelings about Ishgard being open for housing during Endwalker?
I love the sauna.
Yes.
Just the big old bathhouse. You literally go over there and they have like a spa and a bar, and like you even have like NPCs that come and like talk just because you walk in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the implementation of cold air, kind of snowy, subterranean type ordeal, and it's like you get a big bit of regalness, and it's like I built this. I helped build this.
Hell yeah, right? Like, let's go. That's a nice little feeling to have. Have you touched any of the Ally Society quests in Endwalker? Like Loporets, Omnicrons, and Arxadora.
Loporets. I messed with Loporets.
Okay.
The bunnies.
The bunnies! Get rid of the bunnies!
Would you be Wobbleway and I'd be Wispyway?
Yes. I have to write that down. Gotta have that nice they're like, wait, Wisp and Waba doing another collab? What? Wait, why is their names different? Hello? Alright. Alrighty. Next up. This is more about the beginning of the game. If you remember the Magnus Sisters and Anima. So Magnus Sisters were in the first dungeon, and Anima being the second dungeon as final bosses. What were your feelings going through that? If they ring a bell, if you play like FF10 or anything else in them?
Let me see. The Magnus sisters?
Yeah, so they're like the three sisters that you fight in the first dungeon. So you fight the first one. She shoots out all the shoots out the thunder, does all the casting. The second one has a lance. That you have to be careful to know which one is
Oh
that real.
yeah,
Yeah.
them. For some reason in Final Fantasy, the other one, they have them as bugs, but they're yeah, that's right. They're like these
Yeah.
the
They're-
mask girls.
Yes, because that's what the Oxadora worship.
Uh, it was like I mean they're very freaking colorful and their different like AoEs and stuff were pretty interesting. Uh, like just like honestly, as I was said earlier, like literally them uh making to where mechanics are so different from each other, and it's kind of just nice to like try different things out and different fighting styles. So it's just nice to see kind of like differentiation and like how they all befell each other and how they all make each other better.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I like boss fights with multiple bosses in it.
Yeah.
Makes it interesting.
Yeah, and then we have Anima from the second dungeon. If it kind of helps, the reason I brought it up is people were like spectating at one point. They were going to be trials because they loved it because they were summons in 10. So they figured maybe we'd get trials of them in 14. So seeing them as dungeon
Okay.
bosses were more like, what were your feelings on that?
How would I feel?
Like, did you think they were fine as the bosses as they are? Did you really wish they were trials?
I
That's-
honestly wish they were trials. Like I kind of wish they were, because like I feel like they were kind of like based off of. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Three Sisters. Um, it's a lot of D&D lore as well. Like the past, present, future type ordeal. Each sister has her own condolences towards each. It's kind of like the three fates, basically, in the way.
Okay.
So it's kind of like interesting to see how they work. But I think I would have liked them as different, separate, so you could flesh out more of their abilities as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
What were your thoughts on it?
For me, I did kind of was like in the back of my mind, like, oh, it would be really cool if these were a trial. But like at the end of the day, when seeing them as a dungeon boss, I was like, oh, these were interestingly fine. Like I was like, okay, I can see it being fine for a dungeon. But I did hope to have them as like a trial when we first heard about it. I was like, oh damn, Anima and the Magnus sisters, shit, that's some Final Fantasy X shit there. As I said again, that's kind of where more of my references are. Because I
Yeah.
played a lot of 10. I played, actually played 10 and finished it, like, many years ago. When I first...
I
When
never really played, as I said, I never really played any of the Final Fantasies until uh, like the 13 and all that stuff actually came out. But that was just because I went over to friends' places and actually played their games. I didn't have my.
I mean, for me, it was basically... My first Final Fantasy was actually Final Fantasy 11 that I actually played. I watched other people play other Final Fantasies, but, like, I actually officially played 11 as my first one. So, when I went to go play it,
Okay.
I literally was like, huh. So, like, I didn't know much about the other Final Fantasies, and I started delving into them after playing a lot of 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Not sure about how you feel with the gathering stuff, but we're going to kind of ask this question here. All your materials will no longer need to be HQ, you just gather more NQ. Any feelings about that? Like the ability to no longer get HQ items while gathering?
It honestly, I ain't gonna lie, it made me sad.
Okay.
The reason why is because I was using a lot of my gathering to even get a little bit of sum of money because I wasn't like heavy on crafting like other people were.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of my resource money and gil and stuff like that came from literal gathering for people who did craft. So getting the higher quality stuff did bring in a bit of gil, And then once it went down, it was like everybody could do it, and I'm like, well,
Well, damn, right?
but that was my
Shit.
only ways of getting actual guild. But
I
okay.
curse you!
So no, that took a hard hit for me because
Mm-hmm.
other than main story, I wasn't really bringing in any cash unless we did maps. Then I was bringing in money.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Next up is Island Sanctuary. Have you tried that out?
I started working on it. I didn't get too far into it, but once it was announced, I was so excited for it.
Okay. Next one on the list would be actually Fall Guy is coming to Gold Saucer for a while. Did you try it out when it came around? Blunderville?
Oh, you bet your booty I did. I love Fall Guys. I couldn't help but get the Rhino mount. I had to.
Damn. I still haven't. I mean, what I've done, I still haven't gotten first place. I try to get close enough, but I was like, damn, nope. I've seen other people hit first. I'm like, great for you. And I think I've gotten like second. And I'm like, damn it, man. I get
I got that
first.
beautiful crown. I snatched it out of the Lord's both hands.
Right? Damn, dude. I'm like, I wish. I wish I could. One day when it returns, I'll try again. One day. Until.
I hope it returns again. I know they tend to bring a lot of events back, like Yokai Watch, like
Yeah.
that's currently going on right now. I
Mhm.
just kind of wish they would implement the newer job stuff. They had a chance to, but it's not there right now.
Yeah. The next question I would ask, I believe you said you didn't do the raids, so it would have been talking about Dragon Song Reprisal and the Omega Protocol, which is top, and DSR for short. Oh.
No, I did not.
Yeah. But we are now actually onto Dawn Trail. We're almost to Evercold. We're getting there. I've been really, like I said, a lot of good questions, though. This has been a lot of fun, the exchanges back and forth. We're going to keep going. But let me go ahead and get us ready for the Dawn Trail portion. So be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Alright, Wes, we talked about it, damn it. At Mimic side, get it under control.
I was reaching for my water. Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
The table right beside you.
I see. Okay.
What's we supposed to do?
I know, right? Damn. Alright, so here we go for the next part. We got. Alright, so female Rothgar were announced as a playable race. Were you interested in that, or were you just happy with
I
Vieira?
jumped on that train. I jumped on that train as
jumped
soon
on
as I could.
Oh, okay. Alright. Alrighty. Yeah, not me. I stayed female all around throughout everything.
Well, I love the build of the female Hrothgar because it's a very strong build. But it also has its like little bit of feminism. But honestly, they didn't like when it first came out, a lot of the clothes I had no idea how to even initiate with the build. So it was a lot of learning and, figuring out good things that actually complement Hrothgar's actual strong build.
Gotcha. Alright. I see. Next up, Viper and Picto were announced. Did you pick them up as soon as possible? Yes. Giggling.
Yes.
Giggling. Yes, I have. We talked about this earlier. We talked about this about 4 4.5 hours ago, Baba. God.
I have to say, I am currently a beautiful painter of 100.
Excellent. All right, now, what were your feelings about the 7.0 story?
Honestly, they did it again. From Heaven's Ward, which took down my heart, they did it this time as well.
Oh,
Uh, I mean, it was so interesting to go from like a village type ordeal where hierarchy is due to like battle and like wits and like not like voting or anything like that. Literally fighting was a thing. Literally survival. Literally knowing what's good for your people and going off for that. And it's like not by like some slander or like any like futuristic ways, it's by old ways. Literally, like if you know, like if your village knows you're good for them, they're going to cheer for you. If you're fighting for what's right, if you're fighting for your people, they're going to cheer for you.
mm-hmm.
And then you go to this futuristic end because you're going from like the past to the future. Uh and it's just like one big jump from another, and then you're meeting like Trial's family. You're meeting oh my gosh, what's his name? The bunny gleaner
Oh, Ernville?
family. Yeah. Aaronville's like mother, and like you're just going through all these feelings, and then like the game slowly has you taking away their happiness, and I'm like, what do I gotta do?
Oh, yeah, that was really sad. We were going through living memory, through that part. But yeah, like things I can kind of remember for the most part. So obviously, we were helping Lamont throughout her journey, to potentially become the vow of resolve, because she becomes the vow of resolve, while Kona becomes the vow of reason.
Yes.
So because that was a thing.
But originally, how the trials was going, it was either one being basically both instead
Yep.
of two being the
One, yeah.
thing. But but we had to help them go through their trials, and it was so interesting. And then you were realizing how scumbaggish two of the brothers were.
Azaraja Bakujaja.
Yeah, Jaja,
Jaja.
and call them Jaja Binks. But just realizing how much, and then you're seeing Wukalamat, and you're like, oh, you precious child, I don't know if you can do this because you're so starry-eyed and so hopeful, and then you see your brothers are complete buttholes.
Dude.
And then Kona's like, I don't want this.
I don't want this. What are you doing, man? Yeah, no, it definitely was, especially going through some of the dungeons recently for my relic grind that I'm currently doing for Dawn Trail, and going through the first dungeon again and going, man, I remember you were an asshole. Hated you. And then I started liking you later on, but I hated you for a while.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, Bakujaja, you asshole. So what you kind of feel also in regards to, like, while going through this journey, you notice that obviously you weren't like the main focus. A lot of people, I know some people were really like upset that they weren't the main focus, but like Wolfmat took the stage. What were your kind of feelings on that? Like playing like mostly just like a side character? Because definitely you could tell in the story. Yeah.
It was kind of nice. Like, because, like, I understand we're the Warrior of Light, but it's nice to just take a sidestep for a little while and see how other people's, like, stories actually in-game, like, in the world that you're currently existing in, actually grows. You're seeing, like, villages, cities grow from, like, your different point of view, because you came from a part where you were having to conjoin all these different places together. You were having to basically be the voice of technically reason for like Ulda, Limza, Gardania, Mordona, all them, and like you're like Primal's talker, you're a dragon's speaker, and it's just like you're there to help Wukalamat.
Yeah.
He hired you to help her. That's basically it. You're just her hired help. And you're like, dang, okay, not so bad.
I'm in agreement because I did like the fact that being. I think honestly it was a nice change of pace for being a side character. Definitely moments in the story that were a little bit wonky, but when they picked up, like I will say, definitely with 7.1. Obviously we beat Speed, the endless Speed. And then later on, we seen her again in 7.1. I'm not gonna lie, I was really pissed because like, why is this character back? Didn't we just defeat them?
I
And
know that
then
it
yeah,
threw me for a whirl right there.
I was like, why? What? Like, I was really upset about that. But then when I did 7.2 and the story kind of revived this a little bit more, I was like, okay, all right, I'll give you guys that. At least there's a kind of like a good reason behind what's going on. I was just like, what the hell is being doing? I thought we were done with the character because I thought her arc was finished after we beat her in the final, confrontation. Because that were my feelings at the time. But she came back around, of course, and now, she's around a lot more. And, a that kind of like, I said, that's definitely one of those things. But we do gotta talk about, for the moment, we do definitely gotta talk about our most devious man, Calyx.
Yeah, well, I call him Calyx, but
Calyx. Colix.
yes, he's a complete butthole.
Uh,
He's not. He's weird. He weirdly gives Z, Xenos vibes in a sense, but in a weird sense because it's like for his own pride and his own like credentials, and he's trying to make things work to where people stay alive, but it's not them.
Right. Yeah. Definitely one of the worst weird parts about is that like he just wants to be like this. I want people to be endless, Like I mean endless speed. I want everyone to be endless. There's no need to worry about death no more. You rise from death. And it's
But
like
how
what?
they were trying to go about it is they were taking souls from other people, cleaning their souls, and then letting other people use their souls. But once you run out of souls to cleanse, then what do you do?
Right, yeah. It's just like bro, what's your goal here, man?
There's
'Cause
only 13 segments.
right.
Go
Yeah,
do
it's
some
like what?
more.
It's like what? Huh? Since we are talking about more, we just talked about souls. What were your feelings of the Arcadian raids if you've done them?
Let's see.
Ar-
80 rays. Hold on. My brain is working here.
Wrestling kind of like themes. Black Cat, Honeybee Lovely.
Honeybee Lovely.
Uh,
Oh, I didn't do those actually.
oh, that's another thing you need to do. They're fun.
Yep, that's another one I need to do.
That
Because I was wondering where that bee lady was from.
Yeah, so that is from the Arcadian series. She's the second fight in, so like I definitely recommend checking that out. It's really fun. And
Yeah,
kind of
she was another one of the ones. I was just like, she's pretty, she's so cute. I was just like, where are you from?
yes, because you haven't done the raid yet for it.
No, because I think I was taking a break at the time because with everything that was going on, I was moving, changing jobs, that kind of stuff. So I took a very bit of a long break during Dawn Trail. So, and when those came out, I guess I just wasn't around to understand them. And so whenever I came back, I was just like, well, what is this?
Yeah, what is this thing? What's going on here? Yeah, I definitely would recommend like going ahead and like definitely giving those a whirl because that's definitely a fun story. The story is sad, but also really like entertaining and fun throughout. It's
Lava,
really,
let's be real.
yeah.
What part of Final Fantasy 14 that isn't sad?
I hate that you keep. What do you mean, Hildebrand? Smile. I'm kidding. I don't even know. I think we do have some sad moments in Hildebrand, so I can't say. Damn it. Damn it.
I was gonna say we have to say goodbye to Greg.
Yeah, you reminded me. Well, Greg's still alive. That's just somewhere. We don't know. We don't know where, but he's somewhere. He'll make an appearance back in Evercold.
We technically already have our first sad part in like Dawn Trail whenever we first go to Wigglemat's place.
Yeah.
Because one of her dad is already passed.
Yeah.
The voice of
Damn.
reason is already deceased on his vow of
Yeah.
resolve's shoulder, and I'm like,
Yeah.
how are you letting this go on? It's like
Damn.
he's gone.
My damn. Well, the reason I did say something about Souls, because we talked about Souls, is because actually the Arcadian series talks about Souls as well. So it was
Oh,
like,
really?
yeah. So if you like actually go through the story, you'll learn about a different type of souls they use. It's really cool. Like I really enjoyed it. I'm not gonna go any more detail, but definitely I say definitely give it a roll.
Give it a shot.
Give it a
Alright.
shot, yeah. Then I guess next on the list would be, um, have you done the newest Alliance raids? The Final Fantasy XI Alliance raids. Echoes of Vana'diel.
I can't say I have or not.
All good.
Uh,
I see. Hi. I would if I was gonna say yeah. We kept going. I would kind of talk about it for hours on end. So because I'm a big Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII was my first MMO, and having the tribute to it has been like one of the most like when they announced it at the Fan Fest for Dawn Trail. I was really excited for it. Like that was the main thing I was really excited for. Because I was like, oh my god, Final Fantasy 11, let's go.
okay, so I know I haven't touched that one yet, but I think I was looking around for Wraith. So it's perfect. I'm getting some information.
Yes, you definitely got some more things content to look at.
Oh yeah. Well,
So,
I'm currently working on the horn stuff as a
yeah,
currency.
gotcha. Yeah. All right. Next up, I guess the only thing I know you said mostly took a break, so I guess you haven't touched any of the extremes for the current expansion.
Not currently. I haven't really attacked any of those because I would love a set of wings, but I haven't gotten that far yet.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, absolutely fair and understandable. Because at the end of the day, I was like, I know you said you've been taking a long break, but I just always gotta double check because you never know. It's like, oh yeah, I did this thing, but then I walked away. Because that's what happened with me in Stormblood. Like, oh, I did O1S, and that was it for Savage.
Yeah.
And I did all the other
No,
stuff, but like, yeah.
sadly, I did have a big move. I was moving from a house to a house and struggling to be able to keep up with times and stuff like that. So I work long out.
No, I get that. That's understandable. You gotta make sure you get your rest and do what you gotta do.
Oh yeah, but now I'm back. I'm better than ever, and I'm definitely going to touch a lot of this content that I'm figuring out that exists. And I'm like,
Oh
I
my
got stuff.
Yeah, I got stuff to do. So next on our list, we kind of touched on this pretty early on. So obviously Beastmaster has reached 14. Obviously he has reached to be a limited job. And I think you already kind of went over your thoughts, but did you want to have more detail that you want to go into for Beastmaster?
I honestly think it's pretty cool. I just am sad that it is limited. I like the fact that you can use abilities, and I like that you can basically kind of pull the monster's ability into yourself in a way,
Mhm.
depending on how you want to play, or you can actually do combo sets with the monster. Um, and it's kind of nice to see like more implementation because like the blue mage was so like cool to be able to like have those abilities inside yourself and being able to use them, but you actually get to like kind of like play a ranger in a way and just get to play with like monsters
All the monsters, yes.
like Pokemon. You're basically
Yes.
a Pokemon
A Pokemon
trainer.
trainer. Gotta catch
Catch 'em
'em
all.
all, Beastmaster. Alright.
Final Fantasy's version of Pokemon.
Yes. Next up, I would assume, based on that, since we are getting Beastmaster, obviously Blue Mage got no update. What are your feelings on that?
uh I'm honestly hoping that they will add a little more content to their limited jobs. I kind of understand why they're kind, as they say, they're limited. But I really, really want these to kind of work out in their own ways, even if it's like not going to like, extremes, trials, or anything like that. But even going into dungeons and just simply, performing duties and stuff like that would be nice
Okay. Okay.
without
Yeah.
completely faltering.
All good. Um, have you caught up recently with the current Hildebrand storyline?
I haven't done the stuff that just came out for 7.5. I haven't done
Yeah.
that stuff yet,
But yeah.
but I have caught up with the other stuff.
Okay. So we're pretty much at okay. Right. Um, obviously I have to still do the current stuff too, so I might not. I got up to basically the current patch for Hildebrand
I love my
myself.
UFO.
Yes, the UFO. Yes, yes. Good old UFO. And everything else in between. Obviously, Jimbo from Stormblood, which is something I totally forgot about to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Jimbo and how all that plays out. It's a really, again, like a really cool thing with the storyline and getting all the Mandeville dances between Mandeville
Oh yeah.
Dance and then Mandeville Mambo.
And then Hildebrand's mother is like a lovely, scary lady that even Godbert's scared of.
Yeah. Like, oh god. Things are they're happening. They're happening. Watch out.
The beauty of women.
Yes.
So scary.
Next thing I do have is now officially glasses became face wear, so you didn't have to so if you want to wear a hat and glasses, you could do so. What were your feelings on that? Did you feel good? Did it feel great to be able to do that, or?
Honestly, I think it's great. Even if they took away belts, even though they could have added that as an extra accessory. I feel like glasses were definitely needed because a lot of people like to use glasses, and I feel like there's now a lot more implementation of like eye patches, face scarves, glasses,
Mm,
sunglasses. There's even sunglasses now, guys. There wasn't
yeah.
sunglasses back then.
Oh yeah.
Um, so to be actually able to wear a hat and glasses at the same time, instead of those two being fused together actually on an item, is a
Mm,
really nice, unique touch. And plus, the fact that you can get a pair of glasses, like it shows just one, but you get like multiple colors, and you can go with any outfit you wear, and it's
right.
so nice.
It is a really nice touch. All right. We're gonna go ahead and so there is something we did talk about a little earlier about how our non-MSQ dungeons of Aroma Born have been recently updated, so trust can be used through them. What are your feelings on those? Like Arum Vale, Cutter's Cry, those places.
I understand why they had to do the revamps was to make the trust work.
Hmm.
So I might not hate Orenville as much. I haven't
Yeah,
tried because I'm scared to go back. But
right.
I honestly think that will help a lot of people who like sometimes they can't find a party. Sometimes they can't get people to join them. Sometimes, hey, I'm off today, but all my other friends are working, so I can't currently go into anything.
Mhm.
Instead of waiting for a queue to happen, they can instantly go into a dungeon with the trust. And I mean,
Yeah,
heck yeah.
there you
And then
go.
you continue story.
Hell yeah. So that they wanted, yeah, if they wanted to level and do something, and then they continue story, they don't have to worry about like a level gap or anything. Yeah, good stuff. We're gonna skip 11 because that talks about Fru, but you haven't touched Arcadian, so. Next up, have you tried out Cosmic Exploration as like the
I'm
crafting?
currently there now.
Okay, there you go.
Well, sorta.
Sort
I'm
of.
here with
I
you,
mean,
but
I
I
yeah,
was
yeah,
there beforehand.
yeah. I got you. Yeah, I got what you mean. I got you. I know you. I know you talk about. Yeah. We talked about this earlier. You have touched Merch's Tale. What were your thoughts on Merch's Tale? I think we talked about it. You said it was very nice, and bright, and colorful. Was there anything?
It
Any
is
addition?
very colorful.
Yeah.
As I said, it kind of felt like I was walking through kind of Kingdom Hearts. I love the mechanics of it, and it's just kind of like I felt like maybe the dev team maybe created this on a high.
Ah man, I hate the good stuff. Kind of thing.
So yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hit the
They
good.
hit the ulterior.
Ooh, man, that was some good stuff right there.
Because whenever I first entered and started walking through, I kind of felt like I was looking at my drink and I'm like, huh, am I drinking water or am I drinking something else right now?
All right.
But no, it's nice. It was. Try it. If
Yeah,
you haven't, try it.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Next up is have you jumped into a cult crescent, or some people like to call it croissant? Oh,
Croissant. Yes,
croissant.
I also have joined into the croissant.
The croissant. Oh.
It is hard to level in the croissant. I've had my butt kicked so many times, and I hate the fact when you die and you try to respawn.
Yeah, I haven't. It's okay, because I've went in there, I did it for a while, then I jumped back out because I was like, I'm okay. I would need probably more people to do this with, but right now, I'm okay. I'll go do the content.
You need a small group or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Once you start hitting all those other stuff, you're just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm doing this right.
Yeah.
I'm level 8. Yeah.
All right, now we got just 2 more questions here in Dawn Trail before we get into Evercold stuff. Did you try out the Monster Hunters Wild collab, which had Arc Failed, the extreme? Sorry, just the regular fight.
Heck yeah.
No, or yes?
No, I did the extremes.
Oh, you did the extreme too? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Monster Hunter stuff. Give it to me. Feed me.
Feed me. No, all of them. I actually only jumped into the extreme 1 time. I didn't go super crazy on it because usually since it's usually weapons, I know you can probably get another mount. I just haven't been like.
I have the cat ambulance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have that one, so I only have the secret, and I only did the fight once, but I never cleared. So it might be something I'm going to go back and clear.
It's so amazing. I love the cat mount, especially whenever I go into PvP world and I'm just laying down being carried by 2 kitties.
And people are like, wait.
Are they dead?
Are they dead?
Are they down?
Oh, they're going to go now. They're going to go. Alright, and the final question I have for Dawn Trail is, strategy boards came to life in 7.4. What are your feelings on strategy boards?
Is it fair to say I don't know what that is?
Oh, that's fair. So they came, basically they're little like things you can actually now place up for people if they want to like talk about a certain fight. They can actually put like on the strategy board how to do certain mechanics and such like that.
Oh wait, I think I saw something like that, but a person drew like a hamster on it.
Yes, there's memes. I was gonna ask, is there also, did you jump on the meme outlet?
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen those, but I didn't realize it was a strategy board. I just thought it was a funny little like hamster dude or whatever they doodled, and I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, yep, it's called the strategy boards, but yes, people use it for memes actually at this point.
Okay.
So now you know.
I haven't seen a strategy yet, but I've seen memes.
Yeah. All right, we got the final thing we're gonna do. If we're gonna forget the Kirby with the sword. We're gonna be right back, and we'll get through now Evercold. We're gonna talk about our predictions and the fun shenanigans, so we'll be right back.
Whoop, whoop.
Again. We gotta control that other side there.
Hey,
Goddamn.
I can't help this.
Like, all right, stage
I
and
was trying to watch the ads. I'm
I
sorry.
is that what it is? It was the ads.
The ads drew me in.
The ads drew you. Yeah. All
I
right.
got my own RML.
Right. So you moving the materia DC? What? What do you mean?
Oh, bless.
Excuse me. To be an Oceana? Oh my god. Damn you. Damn you, Ruby. Ah. My goodness, my easy fits was a hit. So there's not as many questions as thank you. As many questions left to go over, but we still got a lot of things to still discuss, and I'm really excited to now finally get into the Evercold portion of it all, you know? So one of the first things we've heard talks about and stuff like that is the upcoming dailies are going to turn into weeklies. What is your feelings on that? So like instead of how we know we do the daily domestone grind and we just always get into tomes, where it looks like we're kind of moving into a system now will be like a weekly system, so you could do things by the week instead of by the day.
Well, honestly, I think it's going to be, it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword in a way, but it depends on how they're going to implement it. Because, like, with dailies, you're able to get, instant rewards every single day, depending on how hard you farm it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's going to be weekly, you might get less rewards, but hopefully they do it to where you don't get less rewards, and then but it also gives people who can't be on the game all the time more chances to get those rewards and be able to, spend time touching things over the week.
Okay.
So I think it's a good thing for people who can't like constantly hug their consoles or their PCs. And they work like a full time, like anywhere from like 10 to 16 hours a day type ordeal.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely a very interesting move. It definitely will be interesting how they're going to do it. From looks of things, we kind of got an idea of what they're trying to do, which you could do like stories and trials and dungeons to kind of get a few things. Looks like some kind of points. But again, we don't know for sure exactly like what to expect. And so I definitely like to see what they're planning to do. This is something completely new. That I'm looking forward to see what happens with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
but they did say they're going to change a lot of things.
Yes,
Different.
yeah, they're doing. Yep. Now this is gonna be a two-parter question. What are your feelings about the two combat systems they're introducing? The evolved combat system and the reborn combat system.
Well, the thing is I know we're technically on the reborn system currently as we are.
Mm-hmm.
And the evolved is going to be something new and implemented for all the classes. And I know the current classes that are coming with the evolved are going to only be evolved.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to have a reborn system. So it's going to be interesting to see how we change. I'm kind of excited for it. Like what's going to be different about Pictomancer? What's going to be different about Viper? What's going to be different about Paladin, Marauder, etc.?
Yeah,
exactly. I mean,
yeah. There's so many questions. There's like, whoa, what's going to happen with these things? But I definitely also do look forward to like what will happen. I think one of the few things definitely for sure is definitely making a lot of the button presses that we do right now. Like I gotta hit like right now, Viper does at least already have kind of something similar starting. You kind of hit like your two buttons, go back and forth, and you kind of just like hit what's highlighted, and then just kind of keep rolling with the as you go. But I do know they're probably going to be changing, some stuff for it later on. There's going to be some kind of like I'm wondering how they're going to change that. That definitely is a interesting thing to go like, what are they going to do with the system? I just want to see how Viper's going to be and how like all my jobs I play as are going to do.
But yeah,
it's definitely
it's definitely good.
nervous. Like, yeah, it's you don't know. You just don't really know, you know.
We won't
Some
know till we know.
yeah, until January, until we that's when we'll know. I mean, we got one more fan fest, but then even then, it's still like that's gonna give us still information. Then it's gonna hit us in January, and we go, oh, I see now.
Oh yeah.
So what are your feelings so far now? We haven't known well, we have a hint about the new Fizz range. Sounds like some kind of Falconeer. But we do got a confirmation about the new tank being a Bastion tank. What are your
Yes.
feelings about him?
Well, we did kind of see implementation of the Falconeer in the trailer.
Yes.
With the wand and the falcon currently pestering a small little tiny Migote boy
Yep.
or girl. My bad. Don't
Right.
know gender yet until we know further. But
Right.
the Bastion we know for sure because Yoshi P wore a very hot outfit on stage during his keynote ceremony for about 4 hours, and poor man was basically dying a heat stroke.
Yepers.
And plus those well, I say little, they were massive shields. He was saying they were very heavy, and it took 4 people to basically take, well, 2 people each to take one off each of his arms, and he was holding both of those up and spinning them around. So I'm excited. It's kind of interesting for the Bastion to be able to guard, protect, and also be able to do range as well as melee. So this tank is definitely going to be a very interesting tank to watch play. I do believe that the DPS is going to be a Falconeer, so I don't know if I should give up my painting for
the struggle.
a bird.
The struggle is real with that. Now I get you. I know I'll be definitely still, obviously, because I do this with every expansion. I play all jobs, and I'll probably get them all to 110. I already know I'm not going to necessarily pick up the new tank right away or the new Fizz range because I kind of already have a focus in mind. So I'm kind of focusing on that. But if like one of those jobs are interesting enough to where I'll pick up and go full throttle, just full on go, then I will. The biggest thing though, I'm still upset. I will one day ask you, Final Fantasy XIV's Yoshi P. One day, please give me Corsair. If we have to even get it through a limited job, fine. Because I want Corsair in some way, shape, or form eventually. Please. I just want Corsair, man. I've been waiting for most expansions. Like, what's Corsair? Oh, Dawn Trail. This would be a good time for Corsair. Nope. Okay, we got Viper, which is awesome. But I wanted Corsair. And then, like, all right, Evercold. Okay, we gotta do Fizz Rage. Oh, there's a chance for Corsair. Oh, I already hear what's gonna be and all. Oh, never mind. Well,
If
it's
anything,
fine.
I think we're gonna get a healer next.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be. I think they're gonna go through and do the same thing. I think there's gonna be. I think from how things are, the tradition's gonna be, because it was a new tank in Fizz range in Shadowbringers. Then we got a healer and melee DPS. We got a melee and a caster. Now we're gonna get a tank and a Fizz range again. So we're probably gonna, if they continue this cycle, they could throw us off and surprise us. But there's a chance that the next expansion after Evercold is gonna be healer and melee DPS. If
Waiting
they
for
continue,
Alizé to take up a new job.
yeah, right. just leaves right mage behind, becomes a new job altogether. I imagine.
Because Alphino did just take up Sage, so
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right.
I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. In my brain, like, what happened to their carbuncles?
They're probably just chilling somewhere. I don't know. They're probably chilling somewhere.
Probably
We don't
Mom Levior.
Yeah. Well, Mama Levior is taking nice care of them. That's what's happening. Alright, so next one we do got is... Are you looking forward to what's potentially could be coming up in the storyline for 8.0? Like, where we're going.
Heck
So
yes.
yeah? Alright.
Norse mythology, give it to me.
Norse mythology is always so good. So it's definitely going to be a fun expansion for what it looks like. But we obviously have more things to see, more things to come. So not sure yet, but definitely looking like I'm looking forward to definitely what the story brings for us. Especially now we're traveling to a whole new like shard.
Yes.
That is definitely going to
And
be
we're
fun.
supposed to be putting the shards together. We're actually trying to form the source completely
Yeah. We
from what
very
the trailer
interesting.
was telling us, and I'm excited. I am
Okay, cool.
nervously excited for the monsters we're gonna face because in the trailer, those things are colossus.
They are Colossus. It's like Shadow of the Colossus. It's fine. That's what we're playing.
Exactly.
You're just gonna play Shadow of the Colossus. That's really what we're gonna do. They're gonna add an action sequence. You have to kind of jump up and all that fun stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Because we
uh,
thought the dragon was big from freaking Heaven's Word.
imagine this when we
Uh,
had to fight. Oh God. So, they did announce obviously the new Alliance raid. Are you looking forward to it? The Evangelion Alliance raid,
I love Alliance raids, so that's why whenever I figured out these other two right now, I'm just like, I want to touch. So,
right?
yes, I'm in it.
Yes.
I'm in it.
Yeah, I have yet to. I don't know really anything about. I've heard like bits and pieces of Evangelion, and I'm planning to probably sit down and at least watch the series at some point to get an idea of what to expect.
It's
It's on
worth
my
it.
list. Yeah, I need to. It's one of those things I keep talking about. Just haven't done it yet. All
Because
right.
we took a band trip whenever I was younger, and we drove all the way to Colorado, and me and my friends watched that on the Greyhound for hours and hours on end,
Damn.
or going up an icy mountain, praying not
Mm,
to go the other
yeah.
way.
All right. Now we have a recent reveal at the Berlin Fan Fest. The new 8-man raid, based off the Final Fantasy VII remake. How are we feeling?
I'm excited about the clothes,
Because, yeah,
the glams. Give me the glams.
all the glams, give me the glams. Yeah, dude, I think it's gonna definitely be a very interesting, but it's a very interesting choice they took. Um, I honestly I know like we did like obviously Final Fantasy 5 and 6 through the Omega series. But when we heard Final Fantasy 7 was gonna be next, it's like, whoa, wait, what? This is gonna be a whole alliance, right? Sorry, 8-man raid. Like what? Huh? Huh? Hello? Hello?
Well, for a while there, I don't think they were planning on doing this until like things were kind of cleared up, and then they decided, okay, now it's clear enough.
Yeah.
We're gonna take this and actually run with it, and they're putting a lot of focus in this so they wouldn't do it wrong.
Yeah, and I think it's
So,
because basically right now the remake team is about done with the last part of what they
mm,
for the series. So yeah, it's really cool, and that's something that I'd like to definitely see what they're going to do, what the fights are going to be like, how they're going to implement it, and especially now with the newer system that we're beginning. One of the few things I didn't mention, which I think this is mostly a rating question, but maybe
mm,
in general, if you ever get into rating, how do you feel that they're actually removing what we used to call the 2-minute cycle? Where basically you had to line up your buffs to put out the most damage possible, and then obviously eventually it would be on cooldown until you could do it again in another 2 minutes. And you had to time everything just right for everything to to basically give you the most output and damage. So now though,
okay, they're getting rid of it.
yeah, they're getting rid of it, meaning that you should be able to do your rotation the way you need to and when you need to, that kind of thing, without having to rely on the extra buffs of other people.
Oh, it's a toughie. Well, I guess it really depends on how things are gonna play. Because if we're so like rush heavy with the 2 minutes, I wonder what it's gonna be like, without it. So I guess it just depends on the play style or the playing itself. Honestly,
That's fair.
I think if we could put out as much damage as we can in those 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, I think definitely it is like one of these we like to speculate, but the best thing I always say is like until they really release it, there's very much you can really say about it. But I think a lot of people when they heard that news was really excited because a lot of it was like when it came to the rating, because we were doing it for years at this point. Since the Rumble board literally has been like a 2 minute cycle. We've been basically trying to line up our 2 minutes to make sure we can burst out the most damage in 2 minutes and make sure we burst down the proper moment. Because if we didn't, well, you will lose your DPS, and it's not great. Because then you're kind of like
Yeah.
losing out on things. So this is supposed to basically, they're saying try to alleviate that by basically saying, okay, now you guys should be able just to do your rotation and, you know, put out the damage you want to put out without necessarily needing to, like, worry about, oh my god, I have to hit this my 2 minute now. Or I
So
have to hit this.
basically, just less of a DPS check.
Yeah. You're still going to have to probably DPS hard, but you're not going to have to worry about lining up everything for your DPS. So you should be able, your numbers are probably going to be higher. Probably from how I'm speculating, it's going to be, numbers are going to get higher, just because you're no longer getting, needing the buffs. But you're still going to have to, like, you know, probably manage things the way you need to.
Yeah.
It's going to be
But
interesting.
that's just gonna be to where we're gonna have to figure that out whenever it actually comes out, because we can't
Exactly. Yeah.
exactly say what it's gonna do or know
Yeah.
the difference until it does happen.
Yeah, we just have to kind of speculate. It's all we can do for now. Until it happens, so. So we'll ask some quick FanFest questions. Have you been to a FanFest?
I went to the online one.
Yeah, I think I did that
Whenever
too.
COVID was happening.
Yeah, the online FanFest. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So basically we talked about some of the stuff like upcoming and things like that. Was there anything from Anaheim and Berlin that you were excited to hear about from anything particular from those FanFests?
Well, I guess just like the floating islands, honestly, like the floating civilizations. I thought that was pretty cool because they were basically running away from those colossus monsters downstairs, and how they were based on Norse mythology, like areas. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay. Also, it's just a funny one. Are you one of those people that wanted a butt slider and long hair? Because that's what they mentioned at FanFest. They mentioned one of those, like...
Next question.
Yep. I guess that's fair enough. Like, next question. Okay, move on now. Go bye. Go bye-bye. And I don't need this anymore. So...
Reverse Uno.
Yeah, right. So now I'm going to go ahead and hit the ending portion of the stuff. So we're going to got a few more ending things we're going to end with. Yeah. So the first thing I'm going to probably ask here is, we didn't ask at the very beginning, we're going to ask now. From the current expansions that we currently have, what is your favorite? Between all the way from 1.0 to Dawn Trail, what would you say is your favorite expansion right now?
I'd say honestly, I'd probably have to say Dawn Trail.
Okay.
Because I like where we have come from. Because growing up with this game, seeing how much it has evolved over the years, seeing how the graphics has changed. Because we used to have meat sausage fingers, guys. I kid you not. We had the blockiest meat sausage fingers. Pixelations were so bad back then, but they have come such a long way. Like graphics and weapons and moves and like just full development of character and customization has come so far. The stories have only gotten so much better as you're digging deeper into yourself and figuring out more about the world and its pieces. And now we gotta freaking pull the pieces back together to make one world, even though we were told it's a bad thing. But apparently we're still supposed to do it.
Alright, my god.
So that's the controversy that I'm currently dealing with, because I'm just like, isn't pulling the shard together a bad thing? Doesn't it cause umbral calamity to happen?
Oh, boy.
So, and now we're being told, you should put the star together. And I'm like,
Oh.
How many calamities are left?
How many are left? Here we go. The next part, next question I have for you is, do you own one physical collector's edition? At least one. So I
do not.
Okay. Actually, I'll be real. The only one I actually own is Dawn Trail. When that came out, I was really excited for it. I got a physical collection of it, and I did a digital, collector's digital edition. So one for me, the other one for my wife. So we both did be able to get some cool stuff from the collector's edition.
I have all the Azoriapedias.
Oh yeah, I mean, still a thing, you know. Alright, so we talked about we already talked about the fan fest, and you said you haven't been to one. The final question for tonight, and then I got one more reveal to do for you guys here on stream, and we're about done. For what advice would you give to a new player joining Final Fantasy XIV for the first time? If they join today, what would be your advice?
Slow. Take it very slow, because whenever you jump into these kind of games with a bunch of people, a bunch of MMO story and stuff like that, take it slow. Like, consume it at your own pace, because it can be overwhelming. You don't know what you're wanting to do, you don't know what you're like feeling, and also I'd probably say look up stuff before you even start the game, because depending on what class, what race you want to be, it's best to kind of plan ahead and kind of understand what you want to do. Like, say, if you want to be a warrior, well, you got to be a marauder to be a warrior. If you want to be a bard, you got to start off as an archer, which means you got to go to Gridania. It's because all the classes are separated into certain segments and areas, and I've had to tell people this when they first started, that if you want to do this, you have to start in Limsa. If you want to do this, you got to start in Gridania. If you want to do this, you got to start in Ul'dah. And back then, whenever I was helping people start, stats were a thing from races. So I was telling them, hey, pick your races carefully, because your stats will be different. But now it's not that case. You just get to pick what you want. You get to, implement your own customization and all kinds of stuff. But take your time. You don't have to rush. You don't have to be where everybody else is. Enjoy the story and submerge yourself into this beautiful fantasy-based game that has made the world so much freaking better, and has made it to where I can make friends and find a community that loves the same thing I do. So enjoy it. It's amazing, and it's even getting better by the years.
Honestly, I agree with that. I agree with that advice. It's really good advice. Definitely take it slow. Take it easy. Enjoy it at your own pace. I know sometimes you might get invited by friends that are like, hey, you gotta get, come join us at the end game content. You shouldn't be doing that. Just focus on enjoying your journey. It is your journey after all. Big thing to remember. Because one of the big things I've thought about is actually soon, for my MMO video I want to work on, I want to really bring to people's attention, is it's important to check out the game, make sure it's something you're going to enjoy, because if you're not going to enjoy it, then what's the point? Why put yourself through all that if you're not going to enjoy yourself? So just remember to enjoy yourself and take it easy. One last thing for you guys, I have a reveal that I've been meaning to I talked about for a bit. And, well, here we go. Congratulations, I am healing the next tier of Evercold. Yes, I will be playing Sage. I want to try out a healing class, and I figured it's time to do something new. So, yes, congratulations. We are actually trying out healing. I am still going to be Viper for the story, and I still want to do a lot of content on Viper, but for Savage, we will be jumping into the lovely, doubly thing of healing. So yes, if you need a Sage, let me know. That's probably why, I don't know if you guys have noticed in the last few streams, I've been playing healer a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to prep myself.
You got this,
So,
Wilder.
yep, I got this. It'll be fine. But yeah, I just, I also went with try to go with an Aerith glam that kind of matched my VTuber the best I could too. So, I ain't responsible for this. No, this is my own decision, actually. This legit is my own decision. Because I wanted, I was like, you know, much as I'd love to keep playing, like, I could always keep playing DPS, and I could keep playing tank, I could do that all day, but with Evercold, why not try something new? But yeah, Nella helped with the glam, too. She helped me get, things going for it, so, yeah. I was waiting to see, Crypty, I was waiting to see your response. I was gonna tell you, yes, what was it? Yes, no, 2 days ago. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna wait because I wanted to surprise you. Because you're the one. Yeah, well, duh. Because I wanted to be a surprise. So hey, that means you get to have a healer. You could probably take a break from healing. Always like, I gotta heal. But no, I just really thought it'd be a really good idea. Try something to kind of, like, because I've healed before in A9S, A10S, but I wanted to do something new. And figured, why not? Yes, so your life, yes, your life is in my hands.
Not the dark chuckle after the your life is in my hands part.
I mean, gotta have a little fun with that one, you know? If one was heals, I'm taking a break from... Damn, Nilla said, okay, I'm gonna go do something else then. Right? Yep, Nilla said, fuck this, I'm out. I wanted to see how many people... Because no, for real, I think it is time to change up my strat and do something new. I really think I need to learn to do more. Because I think it would also help expand my repertoire. I can't wait to hear horror stories from you healing. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make everybody suffer. I am gonna make everybody suffer and wish that they're like, how dare you had the idea originally? How dare you? So, yep. So to kind of make it work, I kind of had the idea of doing story on my Viper and then doing like roulettes on Sage as I'm leveling, going side by side kind of thing. So because I know a story usually gives a good amount of EXP. So, but yeah, that is it for me tonight. That was the thing I wanted to reveal to y'all. I was like, so, but yeah, Wisp, thank you so much for joining me. I had it was a pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Of course. Now you kind of got a more of a timed area for future.
Yes, yes. We got, like I said, it was about 5.5 hours. But, you know, as I said, I had a lot of fun. It was worth it. I mean, that's what I kind of even said in my little thing. If we go beyond the 4, it's okay. It's at the end of the day, it's for fun.
No, I will always go into deep talk about Final Fantasy XIV.
Hell yeah. So, but yeah, again, thank you for joining, and I will hopefully get to do more gaming with y'all soon.
Thank y'all for having me, guys. Thank you so much. It was very fun digging into this content with y'all because this has been basically my life-saving game. It's been like everything to me, so it's always nice to talk about Final Fantasy XIV with people who love it as much as I do.
Hell yeah, that's the most important thing. We love the game. Obviously, we said we talk about our ups, we talk about its downs. It's not all perfect, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's a game that brings a lot of us together, and that's the most important part. Thank you, Krifty, for giving Wisp a shout out. That's appreciated. But yeah. So if you guys know that tomorrow we do have our next guest for Walk Down Memory Lane. It happens to be one of my mods and the one and only Sin Sarah. They will be joining me tomorrow for the same exact thing. Now, we were originally supposed to start at 7, but I'll see if we can maybe move it to 6 to give us a little bit more time. So, I will want to say again, thank God for coming by and hanging out. For those that stuck around for the whole entire thing, thank you very much. This means a lot to me. This has been a lot of fun putting this together, and even with the scuff, which has been funny. Especially Wisp apparently wanted to keep getting close to me after every slide.
I'm sorry, the table's right next to you. I can't help but grab the water,
I
okay?
know. I'm sorry. Yeah, it can't be helped, man. It can't be helped. So I do appreciate it, and this means again a whole lot that a lot of people were interested in the show. Because I feel that people should definitely be able to talk about their memories, about the times they've had, the good and the bad, and of course, the ugly, if we got to go that far. So make sure you guys follow Wisp if you haven't. They're a fantastic person. I know you're trying to get back into streaming soon.
Yes.
It's your goal, so...
Because I'm done with all the moving, so I'm coming back.
Hell yeah. So if you guys, obviously as a nut, make sure you're following them, and make sure you're following me here as well. That's one way to keep it for when I go live. Also, if you happen to be on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel. That's another way to keep it fine. What the... Oh, I totally missed... Oh, my goodness. I had somebody on YouTube and the text never went through. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. YouTube did not want to let me know that someone was talking to me. I'm trying to learn the whole multitask thing. It's fine. No. But there's my
Sorry,
Discord.
person on YouTube.
I am so sorry, Malakop. I totally missed your stuff. We have Twitter, the Blue Sky, YouTube. If you're not on the YouTube, there's the YouTube right there. And I'm probably going to try to put this together, obviously, and all that fun stuff. And last but not least, the coffee. If you guys would like to help the channel out more, but you guys don't want to use the ways of Twitch, coffee helps out as well. Just to let you guys know, we are going to have, indeed, throughout the event, there is a discount for the subs if you guys do 5+ gift subs. And we do also have a thing in which would basically, if you give 3 subs to any Final Fantasy 14 streamer, doesn't have to be me, it could be any of your 14 streamers, you'll get a mount in 14. But for now...
Yes, that you redeem on the Mog Station.
Hell yeah. So for now, though, we gotta go find someone to raid. I want to see who's on my raid. Who's on the radar tonight?
Thank you again for inviting me, Waba. This was fun.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad it was... I had a great time.
Oh, yeah. All the stuff.
Yeah, all this... Yes, all the scuff. It all happened. It was the scuff. So I think I'll go ahead and send you guys over to... Oh, Quan? Okay, yeah, sure, we can raid Quan. Actually, do I not have Quan for some reason? I should be having Quan on my list. I'm usually not up this late, so... The Namazu King! Yeah!
Namazu King.
Hell yeah, let's go say hi to Quan. Where is...
Does he know the way?
Does he know the way? Oh, there it goes. There it is. There it is. I was like, I know we have him. Alright, let's go say hello to Quan, give him some love, and again... Thank you all so much for coming by hanging out. See you guys tomorrow with the next episode. Till then, bye-bye.
Bye, all.